This audiobook contains 588 censored sentences and 571 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Occasionally disguising themselves to check on the church headquarters. The result was exactly as Ethan had predicted. After they lost contact, the Fallen Angel faction didn't even send anyone to investigate. They didn't see a single soul. It was as if Amano Yuma's group had never existed. It wasn't until the start of the new year, possibly due to year-end reports, that a few low-class Fallen Angels were sent back to the church's base. Amano Yuma, who had initially felt guilt over betraying her faction, was now completely disillusioned. She abandoned the name Rainier, adopting the name Amano Yuma, which Ethan had consistently used. Middlet and Calawarner also wanted to change their names, but their foreign appearances made a Japanese-style name unsuitable, so they dropped the idea. Ethan wasn't idle during these 2 months. While raising his magic power to S rank through focused, intensive training, he also extracted several excellent magic skills. Additionally, he encountered and acquired new talents from several of the powerful protagonists who came his way. With the complete mastery of the boosted gear added to his repertoire, his overall power once again touched a bottleneck. Attribute name, notes name, Ethan UCD talents Devil Bloodline, High Class, Remnant, Physical Mastery, Intermediate, Sword Heart Beginner, Lightning Flare Remnant, Inside Eye, Mental Resistance, Combat Instinct, Body Aura, Spiritual Contract, Skills, Magic Power Extraction, Intermediate, Martial Arts Proficiency Beginner, Existence Erasure, Lightning Spear, Light Spear, Possessed Item, Boosted Gear, Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. Overall rating, S rank peak after reviewing the panel, Ethan silently added 2 points. After merging several physical talents, his physical mastery, which he had shortly after awakening his ability, had leveled up to intermediate. Intermediate magic power extraction was extracted from Calawarner, replacing the beginner version. Chapter 130. The return of Kasumi Takamine, unlike Ethan, after reaching A rank through combined training. Amano Yuma's group needed to first master intermediate magic power extraction to continue advancing. Fortunately, after reaching A rank, going back to learn intermediate magic power extraction was as easy as eating and drinking. Ethan's situation was unique. His martial arts and combined cultivation ability propelled his magic power growth so fast that intermediate magic power extraction never had a chance to be useful. For example, learning advanced magic power extraction would be simple for him now, but since his magic power had already reached S rank peak, learning it wouldn't serve much purpose. His original advanced sword Zen skill had vanished after he gained insight into the heavens and earth, and close quarters combat had evolved into martial arts proficiency. Beginner martial arts proficiency was strong enough to completely dominate advanced close quarters combat in terms of skill intensity. Existence Erasure and Light Spear were both extracted by Ethan from Amano Yuma. Light Spear was straightforward, similar to Lightning Spear, only more visually splendid and with bonus damage against devils. Existence Erasure was a divine skill for ordinary people, capable of directly wiping out their memory of him. Essentially a version of Invisible Man. However, this skill was completely useless against supernatural beings. Furthermore, as the girls gradually stepped into the supernatural realm and mastered skills matching their talents, Ethan also extracted various minor skills. Although the probability of skill extraction was small, the large number of participants made up for it. Knowing their talents, Ethan specifically pointed each one towards the optimal cultivation path. For example, Yui Obata, who had a perception talent, was instructed to focus on learning reconnaissance magic, serving as the team's intelligence officer. Akino Sakagami, who was petite but possessed a tenacity talent, followed a close combat path, primarily studying body enhancement magic. Of course, some talents were rare, and Ethan could only offer suggestions, leaving the girls to explore them on their own. Misaki Shinohara's talent was one of these. Her talent was named Spiritual Contract. The panel description stated she excelled at learning about contracts and could modify them. However, the field of contracts was too niche. Ethan could only suggest that she contract a few familiars to see if she could become a monster tamer. Ethan's companion enhancement plan was gradually starting to show results. A supernatural organization, led by Sakura Miyajima, assisted by the Takamine sisters, and with Reina Hamasaki's group of 4 as executives, and composed entirely of young women, was taking shape. Because Ethan lived at the Takamine residence, it became the headquarters. The Miyajima Dojo was the primary base, where Sakura Miyajima was in charge of coordination. Her most important job was to organize a rotation schedule for personnel to stay overnight at the Takamine house. With too many people, if it wasn't regulated, Ethan wouldn't have a single peaceful day, especially as the number of beautiful girls continued to increase. The base that the girls visited most frequently was an apartment provided by the little rich girl, Ruri Kuramizaka. Most large and small gatherings, parties, and ability practice sessions were held here. For this purpose, the apartment's interior decoration was specially overhauled. Rooms were removed, tables and chairs were added, and the bathroom and kitchen were enlarged, all for the convenience of gatherings. January 3rd. The day after the New Year's shrine visit, the Occult Research Club collectively returned to the underworld, except for Ethan. Ethan had originally planned to accompany Rias to the underworld, but this was when Kasumi Takamine suddenly returned from a business trip that had lasted over half a year. Since the winter break was short and Rias would quickly return after handling her family affairs, Ethan ultimately decided to stay and meet the mature beauty who had raised him for nearly 10 years in his memory. At 10 a.m., Ethan and Ayam Takamine were cleaning, and Sayuri Takamine was preparing food in the kitchen. Whoosh, the sliding door of the entrance hallway made sound. Kasumi Takamine appeared before Ethan, pulling an orange-red suitcase and carrying a small pink bag. She was dressed in a business suit. Her light brown, slightly wavy long hair was braided into a wife-like braid at the back of her head, exposing her smooth, long neck, elegant like a white swan. She wore a snug purple knit barato that complemented her tall frame. Her slender barato appeared delicate, yet it supported her figure gracefully, giving her a striking, elegant presence. She wore a white outfit that caught everyone's attention the moment she walked in. Her confident posture and elegant bearing made her stand out in the room. Extending downwards from her barato was a pair of long, graceful legs, and she wore sheer black pantyhose that added a touch of sophistication to her overall look. Thin as cicada wings, she had an elegant figure and graceful presence. This kind, devoted wife was the mother of the Takamine sisters and the guardian who had raised Ethan for many years. In terms of character and grace, Kasumi Takamine was only mid to high among the many girls, but her distinctive background caught Ethan's attention. When this poised and elegant woman appeared before him, he felt a strong curiosity. Steadying his composure, Ethan gave a polite smile. Sincerado. Especially after reaching A rank, Ethan's change was drastic. For those close to him who knew about the supernatural world and spent every day with him, the gradual changes were unremarkable. But when Kasumi Takamine suddenly saw the drastically changed Ethan, even though he looked very familiar, she couldn't recognize him. Ethan shook his head, smiling without speaking. Not Ayam's partner. Then is it Sayuri's? Kasumi Takamine's personality was more outgoing, and she enjoyed teasing. Ayam Takamine's personality was likely inherited from her. I can't believe Sayuri is so daring, bringing a boyfriend home. As she spoke, she reached out to stroke the top of Ethan's head. Not bad, not bad. Sayuri has excellent taste. I approve of this marriage. Hearing the commotion, the Takamine sisters also put down their chores and came to the entrance. Kasumi Takamine saw them. Ayam, Sayuri. Long time no see. Mom, long time no see. Sayuri Takamine replied properly. Ayam Takamine, however, bounded forward, throwing her arms around Kasumi Takamine, smiling widely. Mom, your business trip was so long this time. Did you bring us any presents? All right, let go. You're a grown woman, yet still so clingy. After a playful scold, Kasumi Takamine asked, confused. Where is little Ethan? I didn't see him. Is he not home? The sisters looked at Ethan, who was smiling but silent, then back at their mother, unsure how to respond. Seeing the sisters' hesitant expressions, Kasumi Takamine became even more puzzled. Just as she was about to ask seriously, Ethan finally spoke. Mom, Kasumi, long time no see. Kasumi Takamine froze, then smiled brightly. That's good. I just said I approve of your marriage to Sayuri, and you've already started calling me Mom. But I prefer you call me mother-in-law. Kasumi Takamine gave a playful wink. When a wife started being playful and charming, most young girls couldn't quite match that energy. That charming blend left Ethan momentarily stunned. By the way, what is your name? I can't keep calling you Sayuri's Barato. The gentle, pleasant voice snapped Ethan out of his trance. Looking at the curious Kasumi Takamine, he fought back a smile. Mother-in-law, my name is Ethan Yusuji. I'm 16 years old and a first-year high school student at Kuo Private Academy. As Ethan introduced himself, Kasumi Takamine's beautiful eyes gradually widened, her lovely lips slightly parted. She looked at Ethan's face, utterly shocked. Little Ethan, she stammered with difficulty. Why, you're really little Ethan? That's right, Annie Kasumi, Mom, mother-in-law. I'm your dear adopted son. Chapter 131. The War Beneath the Table. Ethan used all three titles. Auntie Kasumi was his usual address for Kasumi Takamine. When he needed a favor from Kasumi Takamine, he would occasionally call her Mom Kasumi. As for mother-in-law, although Kasumi Takamine was only joking, given Ethan's close relationship with Ayame and Sayuri Takamine, calling her mother-in-law was appropriate. Kasumi Takamine rubbed her forehead, still slightly disbelieving. She stared closely at Ethan for a long time, and only after receiving confirming glances from the Takamine sisters did she finally accept reality. This is truly, Kasumi Takamine exclaimed. It's like you've completely become a different person. Ethan touched his face, confused. Annie Kasumi, have I really changed that much? Kasumi Takamine shook her head. It's not your appearance. It's mainly your aura, your physique, and your spirit. They are all completely different from before. In fact, Ethan's change in appearance was minimal, but because he had removed his black-rimmed glasses and changed his hairstyle, he looked significantly different. His mindset was also different now. No longer tormented by his past insecurities, he no longer avoided girls. Now, he saw a familiar beauty and felt a strong desire to grow closer to her. Add to that his vastly changed physique, it was understandable that Kasumi Takamine, who hadn't seen him in over half a year, didn't recognize him. Censuredo. Kasumi Takamine stood close to Ethan, her expression distant and distracted. Ahem. Sayuri Takamine put her hand near her Barato to get their attention. Mom, please come in. Lunch will be ready soon. Ayame Takamine watched her mother, hands behind her back, smiling quietly to herself. Fine, I'll go change my clothes first. Kasumi Takamine quickly withdrew her hand, pausing for a moment before turning away. Ayame followed her down the hallway. Censuredo, although she knew all three of her children were young, Kasumi Takamine still agreed. She was an easygoing parent, so it wasn't particularly unusual. At the dinner table, Ethan and the Takamine sisters chatted quietly as they ate their meal together. Censuredo Kasumi Takamine had quickly washed up. Now she wore a simple, loose nightgown. She had a youthful appearance, looking nothing like that of a 30-something widow who had raised two daughters, but rather like someone in her late 20s. Censuredo. She was eager to personally bring her mother to Ethan's place, just to help relieve some of the tension. Kasumi Takamine buried her beautiful face in her rice bowl. Only when she and Ethan were the only two left in the living room did she raise her head, fixing her lustrous, doe eyes on Ethan's handsome face. Ethan put down his utensils and stood up from the table. Auntie Kasumi, let's go to the room and talk. Little Ethan has really changed so much, Kasumi Takamine replied with a warm smile, a slight blush on her cheeks. Not just your appearance, but your confidence has grown. You not only taken Ayame and Sayuri, but now you're not even sparing me. An obeisant. Auntie Kasumi is not an obeisant, Ethan said sincerely. Just by looking at you. Auntie Kasumi, you look barely 20. No woman dislikes being complimented on her youth, and Kasumi Takamine was no exception. Senchuredo, as a mother of 2 girls, she understood what Ethan meant. Blushing, she nodded in agreement and carefully followed his instructions as he explained his plan to her. The massive creature had only begun to fade from view before the young woman started to cough. The overwhelming sensation left Ethan gasping for air. It was a completely new experience for Kasumi Takamine. After trying for a long time, she struggled with the challenge before her, overwhelmed and breathless. The warm winter sun shone into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling window. Kasumi Takamine gazed at the handsome young man before her, who seemed bathed in golden light, her heart swaying. Cough, cough. She spit out a bit of water, catching her breath, and called to Ethan. Ethan, help me walk back to my room. Without hesitation, Ethan carefully supported her as they walked together. Senchuredo, who had been secretly watching, finally retreated and returned to their own rooms. In the bedroom, Ethan gently placed Kasumi Takamine on the bed and helped her get comfortable before stepping back to let her rest. Kasumi Takamine settled in quietly. After changing into a clean nightgown and helping Ethan change his clothes as well, the woman finally appeared before him. Her skin was fair and tender, gleaming under the light, as she carried herself with a calm, mature presence. Senchuredo, she had a warm, inviting smile. Her 2 rows of white teeth resembled delicate shells on the beach. Her 2 round dimples were like small ponds, rippling with captivating charm. A subtle, light fragrance wafted into Ethan's nose. Chapter 132. Senchuredo Kasumi Takamine bashfully acknowledged him, her cheeks flushed, her hands slightly trembling, her shyness clearly visible. Their eyes met, sharing a deep connection. The 2 people suddenly embraced warmly. Ethan leaned down and gently bravado the beautiful widow on the cheek. Senchuredo, her nostrils flared as she struggled to catch her breath. A feeling of determination welled up in Ethan's heart for some reason. Kasumi Takamine moved with impressive skill, her composure unwavering under the pressure of the moment. Without an ounce of unnecessary fat anywhere on her figure, Ethan smoothly guided Kasumi Takamine into a stretching pose, pressing her legs gently inward. Kasumi Takamine instinctively held her own legs in place. Senchuredo, and without hesitation, he moved forward decisively. The narrow path stretched ahead, but some prior preparation made his passage easier. Kasumi Takamine's eyes snapped open. Senchuredo, you're a good person. Thank you so much. Kasumi Takamine said warmly. She was grateful, having never felt such appreciation before. Seeing Kasumi Takamine, so kind and thoughtful, Ethan smiled and gently patted her on the bravado. The beautiful widow had long been pushed aside by Ethan. She leaned in close to meet Ethan's affection. Their bravado pressed together, sharing a gentle bravado until they were almost out of breath. After bravado, Kasumi Takamine's bravado, Ethan changed direction, gently bravado her ears. Senchuredo, even though he had an unclear relationship with her 2 daughters. What will Ethan think of me later? Kasumi Takamine's beautiful eyes flickered. She tried to dismiss her conflicted feelings, but her emotions kept pulling her back toward him. The widow, Senchuredo, as if asking why she should reject the kind young man who had won her heart. Ethan saw Kasumi Takamine's beautiful eyes flickering. Although he didn't understand what was going through her mind, he knew one thing. She had been completely charmed by his presence. So, Senchuredo magic affinity, Ethan knew the widow, who hadn't tasted meat for years, had reached her physical limit. Thus, he quietly stayed close to her, offering his bravado. His right hand moved gently, to Kasumi Takamine's back, providing steady reassurance. Senchuredo watching the subtle changes in Kasumi Takamine's face during this close contact. Ethan found her increasingly captivating and charming. There was a warm moment between them that left a lasting impression on Ethan. Senchuredo. She held on to Ethan closely as they danced together, their barato graceful and synchronized. Ethan gently greeted Kasumi Takamine with a friendly nod, his hands carefully positioned at a respectful distance as they moved across the floor. Senchuredo. A sudden, dizzying sensation surged through Ethan's barato, spreading to his limbs until he felt overwhelmed. Mom Kasumi, barato to be part of my family from now on. Ethan whispered into Kasumi Takamine's ear. Senchuredo, I feel so good. How about you? Hearing the question from her adopted son Ethan, Kasumi Takamine's face held a warm, affectionate smile. She looked at him and said, "This is the happiest, most blissful night of my life." As she spoke, Kasumi Takamine gently patted him on the barato and pulled him into a heartwarming barato. Senchuredo, let Mom spend some time with you. Hearing Kasumi Takamine's words, Ethan's face broke into an excited smile, and he gently nodded. Kasumi Takamine, who seemed deeply moved by the moment, appeared intent on sharing a meaningful conversation she had been wanting to have for years. Like dry wood meeting a blazing fire, a few hours quickly passed. Senchuredo they held back out of consideration since this was Kasumi Takamine's barato on her own in over a decade. The next morning, in the early morning, Kasumi Takamine looked at the disheveled bedroom and stretched quietly. Under Ethan's amused watch, she gathered her things and prepared to start the day. Senchuredo, and what was even more unbelievable was the sheer terror of Ethan's ability in that regard. From after lunch until the next morning, nearly 20 hours, they only slept for about 6 or 7 hours, spending the rest of the time keeping each other company and talking nonstop. In those 10-plus hours, Senchuredo, Kasumi Takamine didn't know how she had endured it. Putting her thoughts aside, she looked at the slightly protruding abdomen in the mirror, and a new worry surfaced in her mind. However, all her doubts would soon naturally resolve themselves. Senchuredo and naturally hadn't explained the new ability he had acquired. It was only after Kasumi Takamine fled to the bathroom that he remembered to check the new talent he had acquired. Magic Affinity. This was the talent Kasumi Takamine possessed, and it was magic-related. Its effect was to increase control over magic power, making it easier to learn and understand magic, absorb related knowledge, techniques, and spells faster, and apply magic power more easily in practice. It even allowed for the intuitive sensing and control of magic power. It seemed likely that the Takamine sisters' ability to learn magic was inherited from some of Kasumi Takamine's talent. However, compared to their mother, who could be called a magic genius, the daughters were merely at an ordinary level. Having acquired magic affinity, Ethan's long-dormant title of magic genius seemed ready to be dusted off and paraded. This talent offered an incredibly powerful boost to his magical abilities. He could feel the S-rank bottleneck beginning to loosen the first time his magic power had surpassed his martial arts since he began cultivating the latter. Discovering Kasumi Takamine's exceptionally high magical talent, Ethan decided to cultivate her properly. If things went smoothly, he planned to have her take over Sakura Miyajima's position. Compared to Sakura Miyajima, who was still in school, Kasumi Takamine had more time to manage the fledgling organization. Moreover, having been tempered by years in society, she could handle internal team issues more smoothly and gently. Combined with her status as an elder, her exceptional talent, and soon-to-be outstanding strength with Ethan's help, she would command greater respect from the others. Senchuredo. From now on, we are truly one family. Chapter 134. The Prelude. Kasumi Takaminé, true to her nature as a seasoned professional, quickly adjusted her mindset, returning to her poised and composed elder persona. Folding her arms in front of her, she scrutinized her two daughters. "So, when did you two get together with little Ethan?" "Mom, Instead of being curious about that, I hope you're mentally prepared for what we're about to tell you. I am Takamine said playfully, hugging Ethan's other arm. Kasumi Takamine paused, probing. Did you get pregnant? Or did Sayuri get pregnant? Pregnant with what? The Takamine sisters exchanged glances, not understanding what she meant. I mean, am I going to be a grand moth? Ahem. Ethan coughed twice, interrupting the topic. Given his relationship with Kasumi Takamine, continuing this conversation was entering sensitive territory. Because he was still young, he hadn't seriously considered having children, and now he had no intention of starting a family. It would complicate his plans if his circumstances changed unexpectedly. Sis Kasumi, you don't have to worry about the children. Ethan glanced at Kasumi Takamine and noticed she looked a bit tired. She had clearly spent time freshening up in the bathroom, though she still seemed a little weary from her recent activities. Huh? Kasumi Takamine was taken aback, and strange thoughts began to surface again. She asked worriedly, Little Ethan, do you have a health problem? When did you find out? Ethan's face darkened, but he didn't know where to start explaining. Based on common knowledge, it was quite normal for Kasumi Takamine to think this way. Sis Sayuri, you explain it to Sis Kasumi. Ethan sighed, rubbing his forehead. Also, to avoid some awkwardness, he'll address Sis Kasumi as a peer from now on. I am Takamine complained. In that case, I want to call you Big Sister too. Otherwise, little Ethan would be one generation older than me. Sayuri Takamine remained silent, staring intently at Ethan. Her thoughts had long drifted somewhere else. Compared to the outgoing I am Takamine, Sayuri Takamine, who preferred to keep her private thoughts to herself, was actually a surprising turn. Faced with her eldest daughter's demand, Kasumi Takamine shrugged indifferently. The situation between her and her daughter's friend was complicated enough. What did a mere title matter? Besides, being called Big Sister by a teenager was better than being called Obesan. Some outgoing, Senchuredo while gently guiding the surprised Sayuri Takamine, whose wide eyes were fixed on him. They'll speak with Sayuri first, so she's caught up on everything. Kasumi Takamine looked at her youngest daughter, noticing her thoughtful expression. For the Barado, Senchuredo, since her daughters had grown up, she hadn't seen them in a long time. She hadn't expected them to grow into such lovely young women. They had blossomed into graceful and charming adults, elegant, confident, and full of life. Even as a mature woman, she admired how wonderfully they had matured. Senchuredo. I am Takamine's situation was no less dramatic. Looking at the flames erupting from the pink-haired Bowtie's palm, Kasumi Takamine initially thought she was hallucinating. Even with I am Takamine's constant explanations, she remained skeptical. An adult's worldview was harder to change than a teenager's. Senchuredo, the disheveled I am Takamine, collapsed onto the bed, while Kasumi Takamine stared blankly at the small flame flickering in her palm. Having failed to find a magic prop, and recalling the earnest demeanor of Ethan and the girls, she tried the method I am Takamine had described, only to easily sense the special light points drifting in the air. Thinking of the flame I am Takamine had conjured, she focused her mind. Her magic power spontaneously changed form, creating a flame that danced in her palm. Ethan and the two sisters were all astonished by this. Especially the Takamine sisters, it had taken them tremendous effort just to get started and a full 3 days to successfully cast a spell. It seems Sis Kasumi has an incredibly high magic talent. Amidst his busy activity, Ethan squeezed in a perfunctory sigh of admiration. Senchuredo. So she didn't have the presence of mind to offer any commentary. On the other side, the collapsed I am Takamine pouted jealously, muttering phrases like impossible and I don't believe it. The pink-haired beauty was completely crushed by her mother's talent and was trying to evade reality. Meanwhile, Senchuredo looking at the purple ponytailed woman standing close to Ethan. No, but the reason is similar, I guess. I am Takamine rallied her spirits, continuing to explain the events of the past 6 months to her graceful mother. This included the shared training technique, the existence of devils, and, most importantly, the matter of the many girls Ethan had brought into his fold. Kasumi Takane grew increasingly shocked, her worldview shattering repeatedly, especially when she learned that her two daughters were not Ethan's girlfriends, but merely members of his extended household. Although Ethan hadn't truly treated them as servants in an exploitative way or done anything excessively inappropriate, the mere concept was enough to make Kasumi Takamine gasp in amazement. It was particularly shocking when Ayame Takamine said she would also hold that same status soon. The beautiful widow nearly fled on the spot. Censuredo, 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 Censuredo. He picked up the pink-haired girl and greeted her warmly. Being watched by her mother, Ayame Takamine felt a nostalgic warmth, as if she were recalling a treasured moment from her past with Ethan. A gentle blush appeared on her cheeks. Her eyes showed a dreamy, reflective gaze. Censuredo, Censuredo, she slipped through the hidden entrance concealed beneath the dense grass. Upon entry, the pink-haired adventurer's playful demeanor shifted entirely. Her head tilted back in surprise, and a startled gasp escaped her bravado. Little Ethan. Ayame Takamine's eyes widened, her toes curling slightly as she steadied herself. Censuredo, 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 Censuredo. And as he spoke, he carried her toward Kasumi Takamine. He had long noticed that whenever Ayame Takamine glanced at her mother, she would tense up noticeably. Ethan kept a supportive hand on her back. Ayame Takamine's mind was growing weary. The once quiet room. Ayame Takamine was overwhelmed by her strong emotions toward Ethan, leaving her mind in a daze. Censuredo, 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 Censuredo. The girl felt a gentle sensation in her calf as he rubbed. Then he held Ayame Takamine's ankle, carefully running his hand downward along her stocking. A light, cooling sensation trailed all the way to her ankle and heel, feeling soft and comfortable. Her tender sole was also carefully tended to during the foot treatment. He pressed gently along its surface and even lightly massaged around the edges. Oh! The surprised sound that escaped Ayame Takamine's throat turned into a soft, relaxed sigh. A warm, soothing sensation ran through the girl's bravado. Censuredo, Censuredo. Don't worry, Sis Kasumi will feel the same way soon. Ethan gave a hearty laugh, gently holding Ayame Takamine's hand. He smiled warmly at her. It looks like you got some rest last night. Of course. Censuredo, 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 Censuredo. Ethan's face showed a satisfied smile. Ayame Takamine could tell he was enjoying the moment, and she couldn't resist asking him for a favor in a gentle tone. Ethan stopped bravado Ayame Takamine's legs and feet and looked at the girl lying on the bed. Censuredo, 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 Censuredo. The young woman felt a restless tension building inside her, a feeling she struggled to shake. Ayame Takamine could sense that Ethan was waiting for her to ask him to stay by her side. Though she hesitated, she knew she would eventually let down her guard. Censuredo, Censuredo, and ventured deep into the mysterious bravado. Inside the winding passage, the cool air surrounded the explorer. The feeling of awe and wonder instantly swept through Ayame Takamine's mind. It also awakened her spirit of adventure and curiosity. Censuredo, Censuredo. Kasumi Takamine felt her emotions rise again as she watched the scene unfold between Ayame and Ethan. Her fatigue, eased by the earlier magic, had mostly faded. She found herself lost in thought about the moment she had just witnessed. While her other hand rested at her side, she paused thoughtfully, seeing the moment unfold. Ethan pulled his adoptive mother close to him with care. He turned his attention to her daughter in a tender family scene. Censuredo, Censuredo, Censuredo. Ayame Takamine instantly felt her entire face turn red from embarrassment. Ah! She pressed her bravado together tightly, her cheeks flushing a deep shade of pink. Ayam Takamine only felt her heart racing as Ethan teased her. The reactions she had previously developed were overwhelming. Censurado, 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 censurado. Several swift blows satisfied Ayam Takamine's need for physical challenge and stoked her craving for the deep impact of the great opponent. At that moment, little Ethan delivered a decisive strike, pushing her onto the crest of victory. Ayam Takamine was quickly overwhelmed by the surging triumph. Censurado, censurado, censurado. Ayam Takamine was overwhelmed by Ethan's powerful presence. Holding onto him tightly, she whispered softly in his ear, "I love you." Chapter 137. Censurado, 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 and gave her a warm bravado. All right, since this is Sis Kasumi's fault, then next. Sis Kasumi, the trouble you've caused is yours to solve. Ayam Takamine felt a moment of regret for missing out, but seeing her mother so close, the shame outweighed her desire, which had cooled considerably after her exercise. She hugged Kasumi Takamine from behind, her slender hands gently resting on her shoulders. The beautiful, mature widow had been energized and attentive while watching Ethan and her daughter's focused training together. Compared to Ayam Takamine, who appeared open but was actually thin-skinned, she was just as obsessed with this matter as Sayuri. No, it should be said that my elder daughter, Ayam Takamine, inherited my external personality, while my younger daughter, Sayuri Takamine, inherited my true inner nature. Censurado, 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 censurado. Ethan gently bravado and held Kasumi Takamine close. The moment felt tender and sweet between them. He continued to show affection in a soft, caring way, and Kasumi felt her emotions growing deeper and more connected. Censurado, 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 she exclaimed in surprise, her tone filled with disbelief. This is completely unscientific. Ethan gently guided the eagerly anticipating Ayam Takamine over, placing her beside the gracious wife. Sis Kasumi, it's certainly not scientific, but it's very much magic. Ethan jested. His energy, still maintaining its vigor, was already seeking a new channel. After breaking through S rank, his physical and soul strength had been enhanced once more. Coupled with the nourishment and repair from his cultivation ability, it was like a perpetual motion machine. At least a week of continuous activity was certainly possible. As Ethan began to train, with Ayam Takamine assisting closely, Sayuri Takamine finally awoke from her dizziness. Seeing her sister and mother practicing alongside Ethan, she watched them with curiosity and slowly walked over. Censurado, censurado Kasumi Takamine, who hadn't received her share of attention during the earlier intense moment, now reciprocated, focusing on Ayam Takamine's comfort. As a mother, she knew exactly how to care for her daughter. Censurado, 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 censurado. Whenever she heard her sister sigh softly, she felt a deep connection. Watching her usually confident sister appear so delicate and unsure, Sayuri Takamine also couldn't help but shift slightly, leaning gently against Ethan's steady back, quietly emotional. Master, censurado, 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 censurado. The girl didn't want the moment to end so quickly. She just wanted to stay a little longer, to take it all in, just one more moment. Although she was trying to hold on, Ethan's actions were calm and unhurried. He simply followed Sayuri Takamine's gentle swaying and turned slowly with her, matching her pace. Censurado, 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 censurado. She wanted to think of nothing else. She only wanted to spend time with Ethan, no matter what. Chapter 139. Winter Break Countdown. Beautiful. This is wonderful. Beautiful, isn't it? This is so nice. Ethan. Sayuri. Sayuri is so happy being with you. You're amazing. Senchurado, your technique is truly impressive, ah? The dojo was filled with the colors of spring. Sayuri Takamine, training beneath the morning sun alongside Ethan, moved with relentless energy, her focus sharp as a blade. Her breathing was steady, every movement filled with quiet determination. Ethan, however, remained still as a mountain. Senchurado. Every moment seemed to be filled with joy, leaving no room for anything else. Yet, Ethan maintained his composure, focusing carefully on the moment ahead. Senchurado, a deep sense of happiness washed over her. The purple ponytail, long-legged beauty, fainted again and fell into a peaceful sleep beneath Ethan. Setting down the unconscious Sayuri Takamine, Ethan turned and gently embraced Kasumi Takamine, who had mostly recovered. A new round of focused training began. The Takamine family's time together continued for a full week, until all the groceries bought for the new year had been completely consumed. Only then did Ethan release the mother and daughters, who had been deeply shaped by his guidance. After this week of diligent cultivation, Kasumi Takamine's magic power had reached B rank, completely catching up to the Takamine sisters. This terrifying speed of progress made the Takamine sisters green with envy. Fortunately, after Ethan's explanation, they understood that their own magical talents were inherited from Kasumi Takamine. Although they still felt a little resentful, they could barely remember the face of their deceased father, so they had no one to complain to. Of course, the biggest contributor to Kasumi Takamine's rapid progress was Ethan. Training together with Kasumi Takamine, who had just mastered magic power, given his S-rank peak magic power, boosted her training speed by more than tenfold. During this week, besides co-training, Kasumi Takamine recounted her experiences over the past 6 months. She also learned from Ethan about the supernatural world, including devils, fallen angels, and heroes, officially becoming a member of the extraordinary world. Following this, Ethan proposed the idea of her replacing Sakura Miyajima. Even though she was somewhat prepared, Kasumi Takamine couldn't help but be shocked upon fully grasping how many women Ethan had. She also felt a pang of anger in her heart, not for herself, but for her daughters. However, looking at her beloved, handsome adopted son and feeling comforted by his presence, this small dissatisfaction flew to the far corners of the sky. The winter break in Japan, Nippon, is short. Due to the 3-semester system, the New Year holiday combined with the winter break lasts only about half a month. The actual winter break is from January 1st to the 10th, a period of 10 days. On January 9th, with only 2 days left in the holiday, Kasumi Takamine finally thought things through and agreed to Ethan's proposal. She decided to resign from her current job and dedicate all her energy to managing the organization. Several factors led Kasumi Takamine to this decision. Senchurado Ethan smacked his barato and praised, "Sayuri's cooking is getting better and better." After breaking through A rank, his appetite had returned to normal. In fact, he didn't strictly need to eat. However, enjoying delicious food was a great joy in life, just as Rias and the others still maintained their habit of having afternoon tea. To satisfy Ethan's culinary desires, Sayuri Takamine dedicated herself even more earnestly to studying cuisine. Furthermore, she enjoyed this type of cooking more than making large quantities of filling food, and her progress was visibly rapid. Ethan even suspected that if she continued, the culinary arts skill might soon form within her. At this moment, Ayame Takamine rubbed her stomach, agreeing with a satisfied look. Yes, I even feel like I'm getting a little fat. Sayuri's cooking is too good. I accidentally ate too much. Sayuri's skills have completely surpassed mine. Kasumi Takamine also nodded, sighing in admiration. The praised purple ponytail beauty smiled shyly and began clearing the dishes from the table, a picture of a virtuous wife and mother. Anyone witnessing this scene would never guess that Sayuri Takamine was particularly reserved and private and was the most sensitive of the three mother and daughters, often fainting from strong emotions. The Takamine sisters went to the kitchen to collaboratively wash the dishes. Kasumi Takamine pulled Ethan to the sofa and told him about her decision earlier that day. "Little Ethan, I agree, but it will be next month. I need to give my company 1 month's notice for resignation." Ethan had generally guessed Kasumi Takamine wouldn't refuse. Censuredo. But still, as a man who wants to see his partner constantly drawing unwanted attention in public, especially a beautiful single mother like Kasumi Takamine, the attention from admirers and strangers had never ceased over the years. Ethan gently drew her close, catching the faint, unique fragrance that was hers alone. "Sis Kasumi, just resign immediately. It's just 1 month's salary. We don't need that money now." Kasumi Takamine rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. "Am I worried about the money? I've been there for so long. Before leaving, I still need to properly say goodbye to my colleagues, give them time to hire a replacement, and hand over my work." Haha, Sis Kasumi really has professional integrity, despite constantly complaining about your superior before. "That old man is a creep, but the other people at the company are good, and the president was always very kind to me." Kasumi Takamine sighed softly. "The president also wanted to have his son fostered by me back then, but I refused. I thought I'd lose my job, but unexpectedly, he didn't hold a grudge and continued to look out for me." Kasumi Takamine was only in her early 20s when she became a single mother. She had virtually no work experience and had to juggle family responsibilities. In Japan, Nippon, women are already disadvantaged in the workplace compared to men. Under Kasumi Takamine's circumstances at the time, most companies wouldn't have hired her. So, Sis Kasumi's company president was that acquaintance from before? Ethan was slightly surprised. Given this situation, Kasumi Takamine still chose to raise him alone. It seemed his parents, far overseas, were genuinely wealthy. Yes, that president was a close friend of Ayam and Sayuri's father. Kasumi Takamine sighed softly, not pursuing the topic. She changed the subject, saying, "I refused him back then, not just because your birth parents offer more money, but partly because I was afraid of gossip. Yet, I ended up falling for you anyway." Saying this, the beautiful widow, who looked even younger and prettier after being nourished, lightly punched Ethan's arm. She still found her actions that day unbelievable in retrospect. In fact, under the influence of Ethan's innate charm and his charismatic personality template, combined with the Takamine sisters' assistance, Kasumi Takamine, as an ordinary woman who had kept her feelings to herself for over a decade and was now in the prime of her life, was behaving completely normally by giving in so easily. Chapter 140. The whereabouts of my parents. After reminiscing for a moment, Kasumi Takamine patted away Ethan's hand, which was starting to wander. "Little Ethan, stop fooling around. There's something I need to tell you. I originally planned to wait until you came of age." Seeing Kasumi Takamine's serious expression, Ethan also set aside his ulterior thoughts and asked, "Sis Kasumi, what is it that had to wait until I came of age?" "It's about your parents." Kasumi Takamine looked at Ethan's handsome face, her thoughts slowly drifting back to the year she adopted him. "Your parents gave me a bank card back then, containing about 1 billion yen. After I agreed to the terms for adopting you, they completely disappeared. I tried many methods afterward, but I was never able to contact them." Wait. Ethan rubbed his forehead, interrupting. "But didn't monthly living expenses get deposited later on?" Kasumi Takamine shook her head and explained, "No, they left another card before they left, also containing 1 billion yen. That's a total of 2 billion yen. The so-called living expenses before were just me withdrawing from that amount each month and giving it to you all. 2 billion yen was enough not only for Ethan to live comfortably for a lifetime, but also for the entire Takamine family's expenses. Of course, this was the agreed-upon condition before fostering Ethan. It was just unexpected that Ethan's parents would give so much all at once, and then completely vanish, never once returning to see Ethan over all these years. If Kasumi Takamine had been a wicked and greedy woman, The grass on Ethan's grave would probably be several meters high by now. 2 billion yen is enough to tempt a decent ordinary person into the abyss. Fortunately, in this chaotic world, there's still quite a few simple and kind women, which is a major factor in why the blonde guy archetype is so successful. If pretty women were all cunning and ruthless, then the cleaver and a nice boat would probably become the main theme of this world. Kasumi Takamine chose to keep working afterward. First, because the company president surprisingly decided to keep her on, and second, because she didn't want to rely solely on savings and wanted to give the 3 children as normal a childhood as possible. The half-year business trip was unprecedented, and many unpleasant things happened during it, which was one of the reasons she decided to resign. Finally, while Ethan was pondering, Kasumi Takamine added, "That's also why when you cried for your mom and dad when you were little, I couldn't even show you a picture or let you talk to them." Ethan closed his eyes and leaned back, sinking into the soft sofa. When the original body was fostered, he was already old enough to form memories. Upon arriving in a strange environment, a child would instinctively look for their parents. As time passed, his memory of his parents grew fainter, and once he adapted to life with the Takamine family, the matter was completely buried. 2 billion yen, huh? Ethan let out a soft laugh and pulled Kasumi Takamine into his arms. That's quite a fortune indeed. Seeing that Kasumi Takamine didn't react, only staring at him blankly, he gently tapped her on the barato and asked, "Sis Kasumi, wouldn't you agree?" A blush rose on Kasumi Takamine's face. She scolded playfully. Does that even need to be said? Even now, let alone back then, 2 billion yen is an income an ordinary family might not earn in a lifetime. After a moment, she couldn't help but say, "Little Ethan, don't you have anything else to say?" Ethan looked at the beautiful wife's face, shrugging dismissively. "No. If they're alive, they'll take care of them in their old age. If they're dead, and I know who the killer is, they'll help seek revenge. But I won't deliberately seek out information about them. Aren't you curious why they left such a huge sum of money and suddenly disappeared?" "A little, but not much." Ethan spread his hands. "Compared to that, if someone suddenly showed up now claiming to be my parents, I'd actually be more troubled." In fact, he had suspected his parents when Rhea suggested he might have ancient devil genes. Such a situation was unexpected but logical. More than curiosity, his birth parents suddenly appearing now would be the most troublesome thing. Not only had his soul been replaced, but even the original Ethan, after so many years, probably wouldn't be able to call 2 strangers mom and dad. However, according to Ethan's speculation, the probability of his parents appearing was infinitely close to 0. The possibility of them being dead was higher than that of them being alive. Because if the situation were manageable, they wouldn't have gone years without a single phone call or even a letter. Kasumi Takamine wanted to say more, but he interrupted her. "After all these years, I can't even remember what my parents looked like, and am living a very good life now." Ethan dropped his smile and hugged his beautiful adopted mother tightly. "All right, I know about this. Sis Kasumi, don't overthink it. More than this, I want to know what you originally planned to do." Kasumi Takamine said quietly while sitting close to Ethan. "What else could I plan? I originally planned to tell the 3 of you when you came of age, and then let you decide how to distribute the remaining money." His wife sighed, and a stream of brilliant blue light quietly appeared in her palm. She stared intently at the continuously flowing magic power, her mind racing with thoughts. Even after a week, the new worldview still made her feel, at times, like she was dreaming. Ethan chuckled, kissing her fair cheek hard. "Sis Kasumi, keep the remaining money. It can serve as the organization's operating fund." He had already discussed with Kasumi Takamine how to manage the girls in his group. The best approach was indeed to establish a formal company, developing simultaneously in both the mundane and supernatural worlds. Because besides women with exceptional talent, many ordinary girls also had a relationship with Ethan. If they only focused on developing the supernatural world's influence, these girls' positions would be awkward. Moreover, ordinary people still constituted the majority in the human world. There were many people with latent talent, but perhaps only 1 in 10 truly mastered supernatural power. if they wanted to grow large and strong. Providing services to ordinary people was essential. Ethan left the company structure, personnel allocation, and even the name entirely up to Kasumi Takamine. The beautiful wife, with years of corporate experience, was the expert in this area. He also didn't plan to interfere with the company's operations, merely giving two broad directions. The supernatural world side was obvious, accepting commissions to earn funds and rare resources and simultaneously strengthening their abilities. For the mundane side of the business, Ethan wanted to focus on delivery services, such as food delivery. Besides the fact that this area was relatively underdeveloped in Japan, Nippon, such work also facilitated the establishment and expansion of an intelligence network. The first goal was naturally to cover all business in Kuo town, then the whole of Tokyo, and finally all of Japan, Nippon. If they truly achieved that level, they would be considered a powerful conglomerate. Furthermore, the supernatural world also had commissions for escorting items and personnel. The two types of businesses were not mutually exclusive and could even be mutually beneficial. However, Kasumi Takamine proposed operating the company as an odd jobs agency, Urizuya. Whether it was mundane or supernatural work, commissions would be rated by difficulty, with different levels corresponding to different fees. Girls without supernatural talent would stay at the agency office, handling reception and secretarial work. They wouldn't need to go out on commissions, but would receive a fixed salary. Girls with supernatural power would be responsible for carrying out external commissions. Besides a minimum monthly quota, they would receive half of the commission fee for every extra job completed. Finally, the girl with the highest number of work hours each month would receive an additional reward. For example, an extra session of collaborative training with Ethan the following month. This method was certainly feasible. If it developed smoothly, the establishment of the intelligence network might accelerate, as an odd jobs agency is likely to encounter all sorts of people and situations. As for the final operational model, Senchuredo, conversely, they would also face inevitable trouble. Fortunately, the abilities of Sakura Miyajima and the others were already considered above average even in the human world. Leaving ordinary people aside, even supernatural beings, they could generally handle minor troubles. Chapter 141. The trouble with resignation: if the girls encountered major trouble they couldn't resolve, there was no need to worry too much. As the hands-off boss, Ethan, if not adept at other things, was very capable of resolving problems. At that time, he, the big shot behind the scenes, would go and reason with the opposing party. As for whether that reason was delivered verbally or with a fist, that would depend on their attitude. With S-rank power and a sacred gear in hand, backed by the future heads of the Gremory and Citri families, Ethan could essentially walk sideways across the human world without fear. On January 10th, Ethan spent the last day with the Takamine mother and daughters enjoying their time together. The start of the school term arrived unbidden. The winter break for Ethan and the two sisters ended. Kasumi Takamine also had to return to her company for debriefing, after which the previously agreed-upon plan would commence. Spending time with Rias was a meaningful experience, and if possible, Ethan still hoped to become the strong Barato that others relied on. Therefore, not only power but also the development of his own influence was essential. On the first day of the new term, after the opening ceremony, Ethan spent the morning closely catching up with the Occult Research Club members whom he hadn't seen for days. In the afternoon, he went to the student council, nominally led by his other master, Sona Citri, and spent the entire afternoon there. Having not been close with the dear vice president for a long time, Ethan, thick-skinned as he was, followed Tsubaki Shinra back to her apartment after school. However, because Sona Citri was next door, he failed to stay the night. After their training session, Tsubaki Shinra chased him out. As Sona Citri came out to see him off, she glanced at the young girl with short hair and glasses. Ethan felt the trip wasn't a total loss. He had been around many elegant young women like Sona Citri, but every time he saw the respected president, he felt a flutter of admiration in his Barato. Perhaps this was simply a case of valuing what seemed out of reach more highly than what was familiar. How utterly foolish. Completely showcasing the baser instincts of men, Ethan touched his nose, shrugging as he self-mocked, then left Sona Citra's high-class apartment in a cheerful mood. The next day, just as Ethan arrived at school, before the first class was even over, he suddenly received a call from Kasumi Takamine. "Little Ethan, I might be delayed for a few more days. The resignation process isn't going very smoothly." Hearing Kasumi Takamine's somewhat weary voice, Ethan instinctively frowned. What kind of trouble could a resignation cause? Unless the company wasn't legitimate, or a long unfelt premonition surfaced in his heart. Unsurprisingly, this unexpected trouble was the infidelity plot rearing its ugly head after being dormant for a while. After briefly comforting Kasumi Takamine on the phone, Ethan immediately requested permission to leave from Rias and rushed over. Kasumi Takamine's workplace wasn't in Kuo town, but in the Meguro district, closer to central Tokyo. To avoid causing a commotion, Ethan flew until he was close to the office building, then found a hidden spot to land and walked the rest of the way. Though wearing his school uniform on a weekday in the business district drew some attention, it was less dramatic than descending from the sky. Originally, Ethan planned to cast an illusion and boldly walk into Kasumi Takamine's company to assess the situation. But upon realizing this might be a dangerous compulsion at work, he wouldn't rest easy without eliminating all threats. Under the influence of this compulsion, if the blonde guy saw him, he wouldn't remain hidden but would immediately jump out. For this reason, Ethan specifically used himself as bait. Quietly casting a detection spell, and coupled with his eye of insight, Ethan quickly found Kasumi Takamine's location. With his handsome, gentle smile, he easily passed the front desk lattice inquiries and took the elevator to Kasumi Takamine's office. After working for over a decade, she had become a small-time manager with her own private office. Glancing at the surname on the door, Ethan knocked. "Who is it?" A mature, cool voice answered, completely lacking the warm sweetness she had at home. Ethan's eyebrow rose. He cleared his throat. "Sis Kasumi, it's me." "Little Ethan." Kasumi Takamine's voice suddenly heightened, and she opened the door in surprise. "What are you doing here? Weren't you just at school?" Ethan chuckled, gently pulling her into a friendly bravado, and they walked into the office together, shielding themselves from the curious gazes of the employees outside. Sis Kasumi ran into trouble. Of course I had to come and help. Ethan held the woman in her OL attire and greeted her warmly before explaining his intention. "Sinchiredo, what if someone comes in and sees?" "So what if they see? Sis Kasumi is single. What's wrong with dating?" Ethan said with an air of nonchalance. Kasumi Takamine saw she couldn't change Ethan's mind and let him have his way. She figured that if someone saw them, they would, at most, think she was robbing the cradle. Since she didn't plan to stay at this place anyway, the damage to her reputation was acceptable. After a moment of friendly conversation, Ethan asked about the situation. Kasumi Takane didn't hide anything, pouring out all her troubles. In short, she faced two problems with her resignation. One was her superior's refusal to let her go, resorting to heavy workplace pressure to keep her on. If Kasumi Takamine insisted on leaving a month later, her last month would likely be difficult. The second was the company president. Indeed, there was no such thing as a free lunch. The president, Sinchiredo, that president of yours. Ethan frowned and asked, "Does he have blonde hair?" Kasumi Takamine gave him a strange look. "No, but his son dyed his hair blonde a while ago." His son? The original protagonist? Blonde hair? Ethan was momentarily confused. He filed the question away, asking about the other person. "Was the person who sent you on that half-year business trip the same one who is now refusing your resignation?" "Yes, that old man has a terrible reputation." Sinchiredo, unable to figure out which one, was the blonde guy this time. "Indeed, this kind of deduction is not for me. In the end, they'll have to rely on simple, brutal bait-and-switch tactics. As for solving Kasumi Takamine's problems, they would naturally vanish once the blonde guy was dealt with. If not for the concern that the blonde guy might target the women around him again, Ethan could easily resolve Kasumi Takamine's resignation with a few mind-altering spells. To ordinary people, Ethan's current power was akin to a god, an insurmountable existence. Ethan whispered into Kasumi Takamine's ear. Senshirito Ethan's so-called plan was to flaunt their affection in front of the blonde guy and wait for him to step up. Given that this might be a high-level blonde guy with a brain, besides the PDA, Ethan also planned to use his instant illusion ability to disguise himself, adopting a classic trope of a weak, poor, unsuspecting target. It's a pity I don't know where those old black-rimmed glasses went, or it would be even more perfect. Once Ethan finished adjusting his physique and practicing an innocent expression and demeanor in the mirror, the two left the office and began executing the plan. Although Kasumi Takamine didn't know how Ethan achieved his transformation, seeing her frail-looking, handsome adopted son made her feel encouraged, and she played her role with genuine warmth. It came naturally to her. Given their close family bond, holding hands and hugging felt like a normal part of their interaction. Senshirito Kasumi Takamine led Ethan around the company, performing affectionate gestures and intentionally kissing in concealed but populated areas. Soon, the related gossip began to fly. As for when it would reach the blonde guy's ears, Ethan figured it wouldn't take long. Meanwhile, at Ethan's request, Kasumi Takamine immediately chose to walk out. She didn't care about her final month's salary or the company's recommendation letter. After all, she would never be interviewing at another company again. Chapter 142. Blocked at the door. As long as Ethan's power increased fast enough, the blonde guy would not be a threat, and Ethan could even turn the tables, using the characteristics of his special ability to quickly resolve the issue. This was the fundamental reason he had always strived for strength. If this unique power was Ethan's foundation for existence, then the looming threat template was the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, pushing him to continuously improve his power. While his immediate life safety was guaranteed, preventing his downfall still required effort. Kasumi Takamine had B-rank power, but she had no real combat experience. If she genuinely encountered danger, the chances of her being overwhelmed were high, which was why Ethan strongly insisted she resign. Since the blonde guy's presence had been detected, it was naturally impossible to let her continue taking risks. If the matter had been resolved peacefully, Ethan would have been too lazy to pursue it, counting it as luck for the blonde guy. But remembering the man's incredibly sinister expression when the two kissed in front of the fat department head, and Kasumi Takamine walked away with a flourish, tossing her work badge, it was clear the matter wouldn't end here. On the other hand, Ethan's intuition had yet to be wrong. After the two returned home, the subtle sense of annoyance not only hadn't vanished, but had intensified considerably. Clearly, their previous attempt at bait and switch had spread, and the blonde guy was already preparing to confront them. After Kasumi Takamine resigned, she quickly began preparations for the company. Thanks to the support of the Gremory family, the process went exceptionally smoothly, receiving the green light all the way, even though most of the employees were underage. Sunday, 8 in the morning. The Takamine mother and daughters finished tidying up and were just about to leave for their second base of operations to continue working on the company matters. Suddenly, the front door was pounded upon. A group of uninvited guests stood blocking the entrance to the Takamine house. "Who are you? What do you want?" After the initial surprise, Kasumi Takamine quickly calmed down. She was no longer a frail woman. Although the black-suited men in front looked intimidating, it was hard to say who would win in a real fight. With Kasumi Takamine present, Sayuri and Ayam naturally kept quiet. They stood obediently behind their mother, waiting for the situation to unfold. Facing Kasumi Takamine's question, the large men in black suits, lined up in 2 rows, did not reply. Instead, they slightly bowed, looking toward a black luxury car parked on the street. The car door opened, and a young-looking, blonde-haired boy, arm in arm with 2 girls, slowly approached the Takamine mother and daughters. "Aunt Kasumi, long time no see." He smiled, his eyes briefly surveying Kasumi Takamine, occasionally looking at the sisters behind her. A brief, bold expression flashed across his face. This scene was completely witnessed by Ethan, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. A surge of anger rose in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. Although he wasn't adept at intricate schemes, his emotional control was excellent, thanks to the suffering he endured when he first arrived in this world. It appeared this blonde guy was the real deal. However, before figuring out his background and determining if there was a mastermind behind him, Ethan decided not to act yet. He wanted to stay still until the moment was right, and when he did move, he would completely eradicate the roots, leaving no future troubles. Sensuda Akida. Is it you? What happened to you? Looks like Aunt Kasumi hasn't forgotten me. After all, having received help from my family for so long, you shouldn't forget what your benefactor's son looks like. The boy, whom Kasumi Takamine called Akira, showed a triumphant smile and reached out a hand to pull Kasumi Takamine's slender hand, but Kasumi Takamine unhesitatingly dodged him. Akira, why are you here? Kasumi Takamine frowned, taking a few steps back to increase the distance between them. She did not bother to argue with him about the events of the past years. First, with the 2 billion yen given by Ethan's parents, she didn't need to work at all. Second, even if his father had given her a job at the company, she had never been lazy and performed her duties as well as anyone. The profits she brought to the company far outweighed her compensation. Every salary was earned through her labor and was rightfully hers. Dodged by Kasumi Takamine, the blonde guy didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled casually. Nothing, I just heard that Aunt Kasumi resigned over a man, even giving up her last month's salary. I wanted to see what kind of person had such immense charm. Hearing this, Ethan offered a meaningful smile. A very familiar plot development. Now it's my time to perform. He adjusted his physique, reverting to his appearance before the awakening of his unique ability, then adjusted his gaze and expression, trying to match the demeanor of his old self. Although he lacked the black-rimmed glasses, that was just an extra bonus. Most unassuming targets don't wear glasses. Conversely, the intimidating bold guys always seem to be wearing glasses. Says Kasumi, what's going on? Ethan slowly walked out, hiding half his body behind Kasumi Takamine, then weakly peeked out and asked, is there anything I can help with? Gazing at the familiar yet strange Ethan, the Takamine sisters were momentarily stunned. No one had told them about this part of the plan. Seeing Ethan suddenly revert to his former appearance was a normal reaction. Ethan hadn't expected the blonde guy to show up directly at their house, so he hadn't communicated with the Takamine sisters beforehand. Fortunately, the girls had excellent chemistry. Using Kasumi Takamine as a distraction, he quickly signaled a few gestures. The Takamine sisters instantly understood, and their expressions immediately reverted to their previous calm. They didn't know what trick Ethan was playing, but they knew they just needed to cooperate. It's nothing, little Ethan. Just an acquaintance. Kasumi Takamine introduced him. Akira, the son of my company's president. If not for my limited energy, unable to look after 4 children simultaneously, you two might have become brothers. So he's that guy. He really dyed his hair blonde. Except for his face, he's completely different from the original protagonist in my memory, but his manipulative streak hasn't changed. Ethan scanned the young man, then looked at the 2 young women standing nearby, thinking to himself. Ethan was quite familiar with this original protagonist. After watching the anime and still feeling unsatisfied, he had looked for the source material, manga game. Aside from his appearance matching the unfortunate rival trope, in all other aspects, he was the blonde guy. Even his character archetype fit the blonde guy mold. Cinchuredo, since there was no romantic betrayal storyline involved, the sense of immersion was decent, and Ethan remembered enjoying the story at the time. But now, due to the butterfly effect, this Akira seemed to have completely embarked on the blonde guy's path, and he was even setting his sights on the Takamine family. Cinchuredo, and now you're competing with me for Aunt Kasumi. Upon seeing Ethan, the blonde guy's face suddenly turned vicious, yet his words made Ethan speechless. Your dad wasn't as generous as mine. Is that my fault? As for competing with him for Kasumi Takamine now, that was nonsense. If the guy hadn't shown up on their doorstep, Kasumi Takamine would probably have forgotten who he was. The reason she could recall his name earlier wasn't because she remembered him, but because she saw the company logo on his car, thought of the president who had confessed to her, and then remembered the son. As for both father and son being interested in the lovely widow, one could only say that the appeal of an attractive woman can affect people of any age. To completely avoid future trouble, Ethan kept all his inner thoughts to himself. Following the plan, he wore an innocent expression, letting Kasumi Takamine shield him. Seeing Ethan hiding behind a woman, the blonde guy looked disdainful, but his heart was consumed with intense, almost maddening jealousy. The plot development that followed was predictable, various insults and mockery. However, to Ethan's ears, the meager vocabulary of the Japanese was utterly harmless. If not for his flawless acting, he might have burst out laughing. After finishing his arrogant threats and realizing that Ethan did not display the expected look of fear, the blonde guy's face turned extremely ugly. "You guys go. Take care of him first." The black-suited men, lined up on both sides, bowed and immediately began to surround the four of them. At this point, the blonde guy added, "Be careful not to hurt Aunt Kasumi or the two older sisters." Yes. Chapter 143. Investigation. It was somewhat surprising to Ethan that the opponent was so brazen in broad daylight. Indeed, after being repressed for so long, the blonde guy's level had clearly increased quite a bit. Leaving aside his personal power, his family background, at least, had significantly improved. However, Ethan's growth, both in terms of influence and power, completely dwarfed the rival faction's potential, so the opponent's scheme was naturally impossible to succeed. The men in black suits were strong compared to ordinary people, but in the face of a supernatural being, they were utterly useless. Kasumi Takamine didn't even have to lift a finger. The Takamine sisters, who were already annoyed by the men, flashed with a faint red glow. After a few simple enhancement spells, they moved like afterimages. In only a few seconds, the group of tough men were already on the ground, clutching their stomachs and whimpering in pain before they could even react. A few unlucky ones immediately passed out. Such a magical scene startled the blonde guy and the two girls standing nearby in their revealing outfits. After dealing with the bodyguards and thugs, the Takamine sisters clenched their fists and stared at the blonde guy for a moment. Finally, they curled their lips and retreated back to Ethan's side. He was too frail. They were afraid that one punch might accidentally kill him. Although they had become supernatural beings and completed a few missions, hurting the men was still too difficult for them. After all, they were just teenage girls and hadn't been genuinely harmed by the blonde guy, unlike Ethan, who had lived 2 lives and endured repeated beatings from society. Ethan ignored the men lying on the ground, simply chuckling as he embraced the Takamine sisters. Censuredo, Ethan grinned innocently. "As you can see, I can't resist them at all." Faced with Ethan's silent bragging and mockery, the blonde guy's face turned pale, then red. He stared intensely at the Takamine mother and daughters, especially the sisters who had just displayed surprising power. "You merely grasped." He suddenly stopped speaking halfway through his sentence. With a dark expression, he turned and got back into his car. Not only did he leave his bodyguards lying on the ground, but he didn't even take the 2 embarrassed young women with him. The luxury car sped away, leaving a mess behind. Looking at the tough men sprawled on the ground, Ethan sighed helplessly. He turned to the 2 bewildered girls and said, "You should have a group contact method, right? Call someone to drag them away." "Yes, we do, but we didn't bring our phones." The 2 girls subconsciously took 2 steps back. Censuredo, he clicked his tongue. Helplessly, he took out his own phone and lent it to them. Ethan had no goodwill toward these specialized bodyguards, SPs, who were just following orders, but he had no intention of doing anything to them either. He believed in justice for the guilty. Based on the blonde guy's demeanor just now, he was probably hoping Ethan would do something so he could use it as an excuse to cause more trouble. As for the 2 girls, regardless of how they ended up in that situation, Ethan had no intention of harming them. Censuredo. Ethan had no interest in second-hand goods. If the opponent valued these 2 girls highly, he might genuinely plot to take control of them right under the blonde guy's nose. Half an hour later, a group of people arrived in cars. A team of identically dressed SPs got out. The leader, briefly nodded to Ethan, then carried the collapsed men onto the cars and drove away. As for the two girls, he didn't even glance at them. Seeing the two girls, utterly distraught and sobbing with their heads down, Ethan felt a headache coming on. Are they truly treated as if they don't matter? He sighed, asking the Takamine sisters to get 2 sets of clothes for them, and also lent them 10,000 yen, telling them to go home on their own. He couldn't possibly let them walk back dressed like that. They would likely be harassed on the street before they even made it home. Thank you very much. The two girls bowed, a deep 90-degree bow, tears streaming down their faces as they expressed their gratitude to Ethan. Our sisters will remember your kindness. Ethan waved his hand, signaling them to hurry and leave. He always had a softer spot for girls. Unless he was certain they were enemies, he would always try to help. Ethan didn't know if this trait was good or bad, but he did what he felt like doing. After seeing off the unrelated people, Ethan began the next phase of his plan. The blonde guy's parting words bothered him. Although the guy had stopped himself in time, Ethan guessed what he had intended to say. Coupled with the fact that the two girls didn't look surprised at all, it seemed very likely that this blonde guy's backing included supernatural beings. Of course, the two girls might have been too stunned and then suddenly abandoned, which made them unable to express surprise. Regardless, Ethan temporarily asked the Takamine mother and daughters to stay home while he went alone to investigate the power behind the opponent. Solving this sooner meant peace of mind sooner. Under the premise of not knowing the opponent's strength, staying home was the safest option. If anything happened, Ethan could always rush back using a teleportation magic circle. Calling it an investigation was really just going to Akino Himejima for intelligence. If the power had supernatural beings, it definitely had a file with Rias. If not, then they were stray devils hiding in the city. In that case, it would be even simpler. Harboring stray devils could lead to collective punishment. Ethan wouldn't even need an excuse to act. Unfortunately, the opponent did have a file on record. After Ethan showed the previous company logo and the father's company name, the relevant file was quickly found. Miura Corporation, President Kinzuya Miura. Senpai Akino, just tell me the strength of his forces. Are there any A-rank powers? Akino Himejima gently flipped through the documents in her hand, causing her barato to tremble visibly. Yes, they employ a total of 5 supernatural beings. 1 A-rank, and the other 4 are B-rank. Ethan rubbed his chin, surprised that there was actually an A-rank. Good thing I played it safe. B-rank enemies could be handled by the girls themselves, whether by ganging up or a relay fight. But if an A-rank power intervened, the consequences would be unimaginable if Ethan couldn't provide timely barato. Currently, the opponent was only targeting the Takamine family and was temporarily unaware of Ethan's other close barato, so he didn't have to worry too much. Also, the Yakuza organization Sandakai is in cooperation with them. Before closing the file, Akino Himejima added, "Little Ethan, did you get into a conflict with Kinzuya Miura?" Ethan shrugged. Not him, his son. He came looking for trouble, and I had no choice but to engage. Try to keep the commotion contained, lest those people come complaining again. With that, Akino Himejima paid no more attention to the matter. With Ethan's S-rank power, the opponent wasn't even a threat. As for the Sandakai, in the eyes of the Gremory family, a mere Yakuza organization was beneath notice, even one with supernatural beings. Akino Himejima didn't mention whether the Sandakai had supernatural beings or what their strength was. She probably assumed they were, at most, a rank. Only with comparable strength could the Sandakai and Miura Corporation cooperate peacefully. Senpai Akino, if they attacked first, would it be fine for me to take down all of them? Ethan's hostile intent soared. This time's blonde guy was certainly not just the original protagonist who had completely gone down an evil path. Judging by his previous behavior, someone must be backing him. Whether it was his father, Kinzuya Miura, or the supernatural beings, as long as he killed them all, the matter would naturally be resolved. If you truly want to do that, though it would be a bit of a hassle, the president and I can still handle the cleanup for you. Akino Himejima spread her hands. This junior was usually very gentle. Although a fighter, he wasn't like a battle maniac or a bloodthirsty person. But in certain matters, he was extremely stubborn, and his actions would become exceptionally decisive and ruthless. However, I like that about him, too. The queen, who enjoyed dominating her enemies, held a calm and commanding presence. After returning from Akino Himejima, Ethan began contemplating the extent of the necessary action. Unsurprisingly, due to his previous bait-and-switch, the opponents certainly wouldn't give up. The moment they initiated an attack, he would feel free to unleash his power and remove every threat. However, saying he would take them all down naturally didn't mean eliminating every employee of Kazuya Miura's company, as most of them were just ordinary workers. As for the executives, at least the board members and the department head who had troubled Kasumi Takamine, Ethan had no intention of sparing them. As for the future of Miura Corporation and the fate of its employees, Akino Himejima said she could handle it, so Ethan didn't need to worry about those details. As for the possibility of the opponents figuring out Ethan's background and backing down, that possibility wasn't zero, but it was highly remote. The Gremory family could easily investigate them, but for them to investigate Ethan in reverse would not be an easy task. First, their investigation would likely focus on Sayuri and Ayame Takamine, completely failing to connect to Ethan. Even if a careful individual did look into Ethan's information, they would most likely come up empty. The fact that Ethan had become a devil servant was generally known only to members of the Occult Research Club and the Student Council. As a secret weapon, his existence was strictly protected by Rias and Sona Citri. Furthermore, given the failure of his Devil Piece reincarnation, before signing a contract through other means, news of his existence getting out would be trouble for all three parties. Rias and Sona Citri, as the future heads of pure-blood devil families, would suffer reputational damage, and Ethan himself would become a target for numerous devils. It wasn't impossible that some rash individual might one day simply kidnap Ethan and take him to the underworld for research. As for the sacred gear, only the Occult Research Club members knew about it. Ethan hadn't even disclosed it to Sona Citri yet. When exerting his full power, with the exception of Devil King class individuals, the so-called EX rank powers, Ethan could contend with even the SS rank Ultimate class devils or the SSS rank Dragon King class powers. If he used the boosted gear without regard for the consequences, defeating a Devil King class power was not impossible. However, the cost afterward would be immense, potentially more than Ethan could bear. Akira Miura, the blonde guy, did not disappoint Ethan. Just 2 days later, he brought men to the house again, ready to regain his honor. It's worth noting that before the enemies arrived, Ethan received a tip-off from the two girls, urging him to flee quickly, as the people coming this time knew magic. The girls who tipped him off were the sisters Ethan had helped last time. Since that incident, they had maintained contact with the Takamine sisters. Ethan wasn't very interested in the specifics of what they talked about and didn't ask. He had almost forgotten what the two looked like. However, Sayuri and Ayame Takamine seemed to deeply sympathize with the sisters. Had Ethan not enforced a strict rule, they would have probably wanted to bring the pair into the organization as well. In reality, once a girl is recruited by Ethan, no matter how casual or gyru she essentially loses romantic interest in other men. However, compared to a consistently faithful partner, they were always less dependable, making Ethan constantly worried about being betrayed. Especially among his partners, there were dark spirits who fed on life essence and certain girls who grew restless without affection. Ethan couldn't possibly care for all of them every day, so he couldn't treat them equally. They could only serve as occasional allies, summoned and dismissed at his will. Ethan expressed his thanks for the two girls' warning, but continued with his plans as usual. He was practically wishing the opponent would strike quickly. As long as a supernatural being attacked first, everything would be under his control. In reality, if he weren't planning a major move to thoroughly resolve the deeply repressed, conditioning influence that was now violently resurfacing, Ethan could make the Miura father and son vanish instantly at any time. However, to move against the entire Miura Corporation's executives, the supernatural beings, and potentially the Sandakai members, he needed a legitimate reason. Put plainly, he needed an excuse. The Gremory family might be the local power in Kuo town, but they couldn't just launch a large-scale assault without reason. Moreover, Tokyo is divided into many districts and towns, and the Gremory family is not the only power. Due to the parallel world setting, the specific geography and political landscape differ entirely from the Tokyo on Earth, and when involving other districts and towns, the influence of the Gremory family, which primarily controls Kuo town, is significantly diminished. Miura Corporation and the Sandakai are forces based in the Meguro district, with their headquarters there as well. But with a legitimate reason, any faction, regardless of location, would have to show respect to the few high-ranking pure-blood devil families. Selling out two mere ordinary human organizations would be an easy decision. Furthermore, neither of these two organizations were good in the first place. Both the Miura Corporation and the Sandakai had plenty of shady dealings under the surface. Leaving aside their violent and destructive activities, Cinchuredo, the so-called workplace misconduct on his record, was only because his actions were so egregious they couldn't be suppressed anymore. If a department head was like this, the even higher-ranking board members need no further mention. Ethan had uncovered these facts over the past 2 days. With his power, no one could detect him during his stealth investigation. Although he wasn't a good person, he didn't want to kill the innocent. After confirming that all the target individuals, including the hired supernatural beings, were bad people, Ethan felt relieved, yet also couldn't help but sigh with regret. In a capitalist society, especially in a country like Japan, Nippon, where conglomerates are rampant and the Yakuza is quasi-legal, most people who climb to high positions are not good folks. Good people were eliminated in the successive power struggles. The lucky ones returned to ordinary life. The unlucky ones were either fed to the fish in Tokyo Bay or cemented into walls. Ethan considered himself a total scumbag, with a flexible moral compass and ruthless in dealing with enemies. But compared to this group of people, he realized he was practically a saint. 2 in the afternoon. A group of beautiful girls, each with their own unique charms, gathered at the Takamine house. Lina Hamasaki, Yakaina Sasaki, Ruri Kuromisaka, Yuki Shinomura, Sakura Miyajima, Yui Obata, Misaki Shinohara, Akino Sakagami, and the Takamine mother and daughters, a total of 11 people, all having achieved B-rank power. Cinchuredo, but they were split into 3 small cliques with limited familiarity outside their own group. Ethan planned to let them handle the opponent's B-rank supernatural beings this time, and also to let them get their hands bloody. Since they had followed him into the supernatural world, they needed to be mentally prepared. If they couldn't adapt, they should leave sooner rather than later. This would be a better choice for both themselves and Ethan. Just as the girls were playing and joking, the low roar of engines was heard outside the house, not just one, but a series of noises. Everyone present was a formidable supernatural being. Yui Obata, who specialized in detection, instantly reported the exact number. 15 cars. They've completely surrounded us. The A-rank one hasn't come, and only 3 B-rank showed up. One is missing. Looks like the opponent really didn't investigate me or failed to find anything. Ethan's perception was clearer. He scoffed, "They'll go out first. When they attack me, they'll feign a serious injury, and then you can attack freely." To preserve evidence, before opening the door, he set up the high-definition camera he had bought specifically for this, carefully adjusting the angle. "Is this the place?" "Yes, Master knew." "No, there are many presences inside, definitely more than 4 people. They probably called for bodyguards after those 2 informants tipped them off." Listening to the conversation outside the front door, one voice was Akira Miura's, Cinchuredo once again disguising himself as a harmless high school student. He opened the front door. Before Ethan could figure out how to provoke the other side into attacking first, Akira Miura shouted as soon as he saw him, "Master New, this is the guy. Take him down, and those 2 powerful women will surely appear before us willingly." Ethan gave the blonde guy a strange look. The root of the problem is a woman, which is why they could mobilize a supernatural being so quickly. However, this saved him a lot of trouble. At this point, Ethan couldn't be bothered to feign cowardice. He simply stood there, silently scrutinizing the uninvited guests. There was nothing much to say about Akira Miura and the ordinary SPs. They were only there to lead the way and clear the area. Otherwise, the Takamine house would have already been trending online due to the crowds. The focus was on the three B-rank supernatural beings. Aside from Master Nu, who stood with Akira Miura, the other two had also gotten out of the car. Visually, all three were adult males. One of them was large and muscular, wearing only a t-shirt and shorts despite it being January. Large, knotted muscles strained his clothes. The other man wore gold-rimmed glasses, had a gloomy look, and gave the impression of a cultured scoundrel. Master Nu, who stood beside Akira Miura, looked the most like an ordinary office worker, the type that would blend into any crowd. During his previous investigation, Ethan had only looked at their names and power levels. Now, observing them in person, he realized all three were Ikai, Japanese supernatural creatures. Even if they weren't pure-blood Ikai, their Ikai bloodline concentration was quite high. Ethan wasn't surprised by this. The indigenous supernatural powers in Japan, Nippon, mostly consisted of exorcist families and temples among humans. The demons they exorcised were essentially the local Ikai. As for devils, fallen angels, and even heroes, they were considered foreign powers. However, after a few hundred years, the power of these foreign factions had long surpassed the local forces in Japan, Nippon. Even the strongest Nikomata, the Nikosh, was taken to the underworld by a devil in her youth and raised as a servant. Kaneko and her sister Kuroka were examples of this. Compared to the vastness of the world, Japan is just a small island nation. No matter how strong its supernatural forces are, they couldn't be overwhelmingly powerful, so foreign infiltration was not surprising. Upon realizing the opponents were Ikai, Ethan felt even fewer reservations. After much exploration, he also grasped the general situation of this chaotic supernatural world. Excluding the three factions of devils, angels, and fallen angels, only the dragons and the humans could truly command respect. The dragons were respected for their formidable individual power, and humans for their vast population base. The power of the hero faction was just an added bonus. Of course, this was only the situation in Japan, Nippon. Ethan currently lacked the capacity to understand the situation of the entire world. The entire world included not just the human world, but also the underworld and heaven. Furthermore, on a larger scale, there were also life and powers existing in the boundless cosmos outside this world. While Ethan was scrutinizing the opponents, the three Kai were also continuously observing Ethan. To grow their company so large, Kanzuya Miura and his subordinates were not fools. They had naturally conducted a thorough investigation before taking action. However, aside from the fact that Ethan was currently a student at Kuo Academy and his parents had vanished years ago, they found no other useful information. Rias and Sona Citri had jointly sealed off the information. Except for a few female teachers and students at the Supernatural Academy who were intrigued by Ethan's rare magical affinity and occasionally kept him in mind, most people had stopped paying attention to Ethan after 2 semesters. At most, when they saw him surrounded by many bright classmates, they would envy him in their hearts. It was precisely the factor of Ethan being surrounded by many beauties that led to the arrival of 3 Baranki Kai at once. They shared a common interest with Akira Miura. They were rivals who resented his success. In other words, they were troublemakers, given their status and wealth. Censuredo, defeating a strong and defiant opponent right in front of her ally, this experience always made their hearts race with excitement. After a long standoff, the gold-rimmed glasses man, Master Baku, the Baku Ikai who eats dreams, who had the strongest sensory ability among them, said, "Nu, Kuma, this boy is just an ordinary person. However, there are several very strong feminine presences inside. I just don't know what their relationship is with this boy." It was perfectly normal for these people not to see through Ethan's deliberately concealed power. It would have been strange if they had. Kuma, the bear Ikai, who was clearly strong in body and weak in mind, immediately said, "No matter who's inside, let's take this kid down first." They didn't know how strong the people inside were, but securing a hostage was always a sound move, useful for subsequent threats or to make the opponents hesitant to act. With that, the muscular Kuma Ikai walked toward Ethan. He grinned menacingly. Not bad. Besides young Master Akira, I didn't expect such a strong opponent. Don't worry. As long as you cooperate, I won't hurt you. Upon hearing this, all the males present felt a chill, especially Akira Miura. He seemed to recall some terrifying experience, trembling uncontrollably, his face instantly turning deathly pale. Facing the muscular man's threatening stare, Ethan almost couldn't resist striking him down. Fortunately, the opponent moved quickly, or Ethan truly didn't know if he could continue acting. That gaze was simply too unpleasant. That Kuma guy, after all these years, he still prefers that style? The new yokai, looked helplessly at Baku. He's experienced so many refined options. How is it that he still prefers taking a back seat? If he prefers taking a back seat, he should at least go for someone more muscular. Why does he always pick these frail, weak types? Baku also couldn't help but complain, watching the muscular man relentlessly approach Ethan. Hearing their conversation, Ethan felt another wave of disgust. Being gay is one thing, but his choice in partners is disappointing. He gave a sympathetic look to the dazed Akira Miura. Although he didn't know the exact details, judging by the blonde guy's demeanor, something serious had clearly happened. Supernatural beings have far too many ways to deal with ordinary people. A low-level illusion spell could make Akira Miura perceive the muscular brute as a woman, causing him to lunge forward and initiate the attack. Just then, a hand as large as a cattail fan reached out to grab Ethan's neck. The speed was so fast that the air whistled. But in Ethan's eyes, this level of speed was like a video played in slow motion, easily dodged, allowing him plenty of time to launch a counterattack. However, he did not dodge. He had waited this long precisely for this moment. Although the opponent didn't directly attack, but merely attempted to grab him, since it was a performance, Ethan naturally made it overly dramatic to thoroughly solidify the justification. The instant the muscular man's large hand touched Ethan, Ethan himself flew backward. Clang! Ethan's back hit the wall, forming a web of cracks. A thin line of blood appeared at the corner of his barato. The hand that was supposed to grab his neck ended up leaving a handprint on his chest. No one present reacted in time, especially the muscular Kuma Ikai. He stared blankly at his outstretched hand, completely oblivious to what had just happened. Before the opponents could figure out what was going on, Ethan casually shook himself, dusted off his clothes as if nothing happened, and wiped away the ketchup from his mouth. "Lena, did you get it all recorded?" He called back, ignoring the frustrated looks of Kuma and the others outside the door. After more than half a year of getting along, Ethan's relationship with Lena Hamasaki and the others had grown much closer. They now called each other by their first names. Besides, this was his barato in this world, and he was determined to stay by their side, so he couldn't keep calling them by their last names forever. All set. Lena Hamasaki, wearing a loose white t-shirt, gave him an okay sign and smilingly handed the camera to Ethan. "Ethan, can we move now?" Yakaina Sasaki, the more aggressive one, had already rolled up her sleeves, ready for a major fight. Ethan looked at the video footage on the camera and casually said, "Yes. If the ordinary people don't interfere, don't harm them. Otherwise, you're free to do what you want with the rest." One of the reasons he specifically gathered the girls was to let them know that this time, the mission would be serious. As for how many of them could actually follow through, Ethan wasn't sure. But he didn't think the girls would disappoint him too much. Chapter 146. Team Battle except for Akino Sakagami. The personalities of the other girls leaned toward the fiery and bold side. The Jairu trio and Yuki Shinomura, who had once disguised herself as a blonde guy to target Ethan, were naturally ruthless. Sakura Miyajima, having honed her swordsmanship, also did not lack a decisive competitive instinct. Even Yui Obata and Misaki Shinohara, both key players in the basketball club, were known for their aggressive prowess on the court. Looking at the 11 beautiful girls inside the house, Akira Miura's eyes turned red with jealousy. The intense envy made him subconsciously ignore the unusual things Ethan had displayed. Three masters hurry and strike. We can finally defeat them once and for all. Shut up, you idiot. Akira Miura had lost his mind, but the three Biranki Kai had not. As Lina Hamasaki and the others released their aura, the Ikki's faces turned incredibly grim. 11 Birank supernatural beings, all of them beauties. In any other situation, they would be ecstatic, but with this group of powerful beauties as their enemies, their hearts instantly sank to the bottom. Now, the three finally realized the meaning behind Ethan's strange behavior and the purpose of that camera. Their target was not only not an ordinary person, but a super powerful being whose strength they couldn't even see through, at least in A rank. The moment he realized the danger, the gold-rimmed glasses man immediately dialed his boss phone, notifying the sole A-rank Great Ikai of the Miura Corporation. Ethan saw this action, but had no intention of stopping it. The justification was already secured. Now, it was up to him when to strike. Everything the opponents did was futile. Like crickets in the autumn, they wouldn't be able to hop around for much longer. All right, the barrier is set. You may engage. At Ethan's command, the 11 beauties, grouped by their respective cliques, faced off against the three B-rank Ikai. The Takamine mother and daughters took on the new Ikai. The group of 4, including Lina Hamasaki, took on the muscular Kuma, the bear Ikai. Sakura Miyajima, accompanied by Yui Obata, Akino Sakagami, and Misaki Shinohara, focused on the gold-rimmed glasses man, Baku, the Baku Ikai. Excluding the Takamine mother and daughters, the other two groups had a clear division of labor. 2 main attackers, 1 scout analyst, and 1 support, perfectly utilizing their individual talents. The 3 B-rank Ikai had more combat experience than the girls, but under such a siege, with the unpredictable Ethan observing them, they quickly fell into a complete disadvantage, struggling even to defend themselves. Especially new, facing the mother and daughters with their impeccable coordination, he couldn't hold on after just a few minutes. This was particularly true as Kasumi Takamine fully utilized her magic affinity talent during the fight. Struck again by Kasumi Takamine's Crimson Flame, New tumbled several times on the ground. "What are you standing around for? Get up here and help." After getting up, he furiously looked at the SPs, who were also covered by the barrier. Although he knew these men would only be throwing away their lives, he still ordered them coldly. The men in black suits exchanged glances. They had experienced supernatural battles many times, but never on such a grand scale. In this chaotic melee, a slight mistake could mean death. After some hesitation, they still joined the fight, partially due to professional ethics, but mostly out of fear of retaliation from the three Kai later. Of course, a slight fantasy remained in their hearts. If they won, they could also get a piece of the action. The 11 figures in the field were legendary individuals they could only admire from afar in this lifetime. The special operatives brought by Akira Miura for this plan were naturally his trusted allies, and they were experienced in handling difficult confrontations. Ethan hadn't originally intended to deal with them specifically, but since they got involved, he had no reason to hold back. His eyes chilled, and he said to the girls, who were fiercely engaged in battle, "No need to hold back. Take care of all of them. What a shame. It's ending so quickly, then let's take care of these annoying pests first. Akino, can you do it? Do you need my help?" Amidst the girls' chatter, the SPs soon all lay motionless on the ground. The three Biranki Kai, seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, exchanged looks and, stealing their resolve, simultaneously activated their bloodline talent, Rage. With three strange, beast-like roars, three half-human, half-beast monsters appear before everyone. As expected, they're only half-bloods, but that rage is truly a useful talent, even if the side effects are significant. Looking at the three Kai, who instantly shifted from defense to offense, wiping away their previous weakness, Ethan secretly praised them. This rage skill was a characteristic of Ikai. Most who reached B rank could master it. And Ethan's very first opponent after mastering magic power had almost turned the tables using this very skill. so he was intimately familiar with it. After discovering the three were Ikai, this factor had naturally been considered, and the girls had already been given the relevant information. It's rage, Yakaina. Retreat first. Senpai Sakura, be careful. Mom will hold them off. You recover some magic power first. The three groups instantly adjusted their response. The light pink magic power around Yakaina Sasaki's fists and feet instantly turned crimson red. Her full physical vitalization ability was active. With the assistance of the other three, she dodged their strongest attacks and began to constantly circle and maneuver. Sakura Miyajima held her sword horizontally, continuously blocking attacks, with Akino Sakagami assisting in the defense. Yui Obata focused on spotting openings, and Misaki Shinohara commanded her familiars to continuously harass the enemy, lessening the burden on Sakura Miyajima's defense. The Takamine sisters used all their magic power to enhance their bodies, fully utilizing their excellent athleticism and coordinated teamwork to play keep away with the black-feathered birdman, Nu. Kasumi Takane, meanwhile, stood at a distance, occasionally firing off an attack spell at the birdman when he wasn't looking. The initiative in the battle remained firmly in the girls' hands. Ethan nodded in satisfaction, his attention entirely focused on the battlefield. The moment an error occurred on either side, he would intervene immediately. Though it was a trial by fire, he wouldn't and couldn't simply watch the girls suffer severe injury or face a threat of death. As the siege dragged on, and the duration of their rage continued to increase, the three B-rank Ikai gradually began to despair. Rage was powerful, but once the skill ended, they would be fish on the chopping block, with no chance to resist. They had tried to escape, but their attacks didn't even ripple the barrier. They had no choice but to continue fighting fiercely. After about a quarter of an hour, Kuma, who had transformed into a black bear, was the first to collapse. Like a chain reaction, Nu and Baku quickly slumped onto the ground. With the rage skill depleted, the life signs of the three B-rank Ikai instantly plummeted, nearly vanishing. Looking at the three half-blood Ikai who had returned to their human forms, the girls also breathed a sigh of relief. Being pushed hard despite ganging up on a single opponent had been stressful for them. Ruri Kurumisaka wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. Phew, that really wore me out. Don't let your guard down. These three guys are still holding something back. Lina Hamasaki's emerald eyes flashed with light. They're probably hoping to sneak attack us when we relax our vigilance. On the other side, Yui Obata, who specialized in detection, nodded and added, they're secretly using control-type magic. They probably want to seize a hostage when we're not paying attention. With their last resort exposed, no matter how unwilling the three B-rank Ikai were, they could only close their eyes and await the judgment of fate. Finish them. Ethan was very satisfied with the girls' performance. He walked up to the three Ikai and coldly pronounced their final fate. Faced with Ethan's icy demeanor, the three arrogant and overbearing B-rank Ikai finally began to panic. The muscular brute was the first to beg for mercy. Seeing this, the other two quickly followed suit. But no matter how pitifully they begged, the girls' hearts remained unmoved. Thinking about the information Ethan had shown them recently, and looking at the three feigning remorse, the girls' anger only grew stronger. The situation was dire, and tensions were high. The two girls beside Akira Miura were relatively safe compared to the others. But even those two sisters had their families destroyed, were forced into terrible servitude, and had to endure the shame and cruelty of their captors every day. They had thought of ending their suffering, but if discovered, an even harsher punishment awaited them. If Ethan had not been strong enough, they would have almost certainly met a grim end after tipping him off this time. In truth, if Akira Miura hadn't underestimated Ethan, they wouldn't have even had the chance to give the warning. Chapter 147. Reopening old goals. The final blows that ended the lives of the three Ikai were delivered by Lina Hamasaki, Yui Obata, and Misaki Shinohara. The abilities of these three were more geared toward support, leaving them fewer opportunities to draw blood in direct combat. This situation was perfectly timed for them to take that crucial step. Looking at the three Kai, who were now sprawled on the ground and begging for mercy, the three girls didn't hesitate for long. They gathered magic power in their hands, aimed at the vulnerable necks, and with a swift motion, the battle was over, and a profound silence descended. It was less of a burden than I thought. Me too. It might be because we saw their fierce and ugly Kai forms earlier. It barely felt like defeating a real person at all. Listening to the girls' reflections, Ethan nodded in satisfaction. Overall, their performance in this battle deserved an excellent rating. Combat experience could be set aside. It would naturally grow with more practice. The girls' battle awareness, coordination, and mental fortitude gave him a pleasant surprise. Ethan hadn't originally expected the girls to become incredibly strong or mentally unshakable. He merely wanted them to be capable of being ruthless and completely eradicating threats when facing enemies, especially blonde guys and bulls. After this battle, he could confidently let them handle some troubles on their own, and his confidence in the organization's operation grew stronger. Controlling the azure blue flames, Ethan began cleaning up the battlefield. Apart from the three deceased Ikai, the SPs lying on the ground also vanished without exception, leaving not a trace of ash behind. All right, now it's just you. Ethan clapped his hands and looked at the blonde guy, Akira Miura, who was standing frozen in place. Watching the drastically changed Ethan continuously approach him, Akira Miura retreated in sheer panic before his legs gave out and he landed hard on his butt. You actually dared to kill Master Nu and the others. As he desperately scuttled backward across the ground, he said, putting on a brave face, Master Ri will definitely not forgive you. You will definitely die a horrible death. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. Ethan had zero affection for that hybrid Ikai, mixed with what looked like a snake or a lizard. The nerve of him to call himself Ri Dragon, when he hadn't even touched the threshold of becoming a Mizuchi Flood Dragon. He was shameless. My dad is Kenzuya Miura, the president of Miura Corp. I'm also the adopted son of the Sandakai's second boss. How dare you touch me? Despite being so scared he was close to wetting his pants, the moment the blonde guy saw Ethan's face, an inexplicable surge of rage and hatred welled up in his heart. Words of pleading reached his bravado, but turned into threats instead. Looking at Akira Miura's utterly confused eyes and the conflicting nature of his words and actions, Ethan extended his index finger. A deep blue beam shot forward and struck him down instantly. Starting from the impact on his forehead, the azure flames quickly spread. In barely more than 10 seconds, Akira Miura completely vanished from this world. Judging by the time, the opponent's reinforcements should be arriving soon. Ethan looked around. After confirming there were no remnants left behind, he dismissed the barrier. The street was as peaceful and serene as before, as if nothing had happened. Only the slightly rough ground and the luxury cars scattered around proved that Akira Miura had indeed brought people here. After waiting for a while and failing to see the remaining supernatural being voluntarily show up, Ethan had no choice but to go looking for him. Before leaving, he made a call to Akino Himejima, explaining what had happened here and what was about to happen, asking her to notify the cleanup crew for timely disposal. There wasn't much to dispose of. Actually, it was mostly about sending people to drive the cars away, and then sending people to take charge of the Miura Corporation to prevent chaos and unemployment for the workers. Oh, and the Sandakai. They needed people to take over their assets and territory as well. The Sandakai, being intertwined with the Miura Corporation, was also not a decent organization. Since the two groups had a very close relationship, Ethan decided to uproot the Sandakai as well. Dealing with the Sandakai was much simpler than the Miura Corporation. It was common for Yakuza organizations to clash and eliminate each other. It was also a familiar sight for a new power to defeat an old one and absorb its territory and manpower. The process of complete eradication was smoother than Ethan had anticipated. He had thought the reason the opponents were slow to send aid was because they had found something out or were simply too far away to return quickly. Yet, when he tracked them down, he found the remaining A-rank Great Ikai and the other B-rank Ikai distracted by an unusual encounter. Ethan observed from a distance for a moment. He had to admit, Centuredo, the gold-rimmed glasses man's notification was vague, as Baku didn't expect the three of them to be utterly defenseless, unable to even escape after activating Rage. So, he had only said on the phone that they had run into trouble, that the enemies were numerous, and there was an A-rank power whose strength was unknown. After watching for a while, seeing that the two had no intention of stopping, Ethan simply struck them both down. They expired without ever noticing Ethan's presence. They were a pair of scoundrels who had ruined many lives. With all of Miura Corporation's supernatural beings dealt with, the only ones left were the corrupt executives. First on the list was Kanzuya Miura. Compared to his son, he had fewer blonde guy tendencies, but he had been involved in countless other illegal activities during Miura Corporation's rise. 3 hours later, with a final bang, the azure flames incinerated the last person. Ethan rubbed his shoulder and stretched. He would much rather fight a strong opponent than engage in this kind of tedious, repetitive cleanup. It was indeed necessary to cultivate Lina Hamasaki and the others and create an organization. In the future, he would let them handle such matters themselves. A total of 2 A-rank supernatural beings and 9 B-rank supernatural beings, including the Sandakais, mostly Ikai, were all killed, with no remains left behind. The executives of Miura Corporation and the Sandakai were also taken down by Ethan, including Kasumi Takamine's despicable former department head. This operation marked Ethan's first truly indiscriminate act of retribution since arriving in this world. Fortunately, he had communicated his intentions beforehand, so it didn't cause much of a stir. However, he now owed Rias a huge favor. Even with a legitimate reason, creating such a huge disturbance meant Rias had to bear considerable pressure. After completing all of this, Ethan felt a weight lift from his heart. The persistent sense of unease that had lasted for days completely vanished. It seemed the ultimate move the rival template had been brewing for so long had been entirely neutralized. In early February, 2 weeks after resolving the calamity brought by the rival template, Ethan's tranquil life was once again disrupted. Likely realizing that brewing an ultimate move was futile, the charming template reverted to its old habits. Girls would occasionally throw themselves at him. And of course, there was no shortage of blonde guys looking for trouble. These minor blonde guys were usually not heinous criminals. At worst, they were extorting and blackmailing classmates, or using pressure tactics to make others do things against their will. Ethan couldn't possibly stop every single one he encountered. At most, he would give them a serious beating to teach them a lesson, or use psychic magic to affect them, leading to their social demise. The threat was minimal, but it was genuinely disgusting to Ethan. However, this situation reminded him of the grand ambition he had set when he first awakened his ability. He wanted to bring all the remarkable people he had seen in Kuo Academy and other places, all the ones he remembered, into his group. Whether they were fictional characters, anime heroines, or just supporting female characters, as long as he remembered them, he would bring them together. In the past, Centuredo, even if he didn't, an unending stream of blonde guys would continue to show up at his doorstep daily. No sooner thought than done. Centering on Kuo Academy and constantly spreading outward, Ethan decided to search all of East Tokyo, Tokyoto, for any familiar characters. Nor would he let a single blonde guy near them go unpunished. Chapter 148, Valentine's Day, February 14th, Valentine's Day. On this perfect day, Ethan officially began his counteroffensive. He gathered all the chocolates sent by various girls, both those he knew and those he didn't, into his personal spatial dimension, Centuredo. Looking at the 2 distinct piles of love letters on his desk, he picked up one from the smaller pile. She's indeed quite charming, but I wonder if the butterfly's wings affected her. If the blonde guy hasn't gotten to her yet, I can definitely reach out to her. Natsuha Murasakimiya, first-year student in Class 1F at Kuo Academy. She had an expressive face, a confident presence, a cheerful personality, and was skilled in Aikido. In terms of combat ability alone, one or two ordinary adult men couldn't easily get close to her. Beyond these traits, she was the female protagonist of the animated fantasy series, Hydrangea, which Ethan had once collected. Recalling the basic information, Ethan put the remaining small pile of love letters into his spatial dimension, while completely incinerating the letters with signatures he didn't recognize using his azure flames. Simply throwing them away or leaving them at home to gather dust didn't seem right. After much thought, disposing of them without a trace was the better option. Looking at his spatial dimension, which was almost full, Ethan sighed, "Looks like I need to delve deeper into spatial magic. 1 cubic meter of space really isn't enough." After breaking through to S rank, he had constantly been working on the spatial dimension issue. He had finally mastered the method of opening a small, personal subspace a while ago. However, he could only maintain a space of about 1 cubic meter. To create a larger one, he either needed to break through in power or gain deeper insight into spatial magic. In reality, while spatial magic was difficult, it was unexpectedly not that uncommon. Whether it was Rias frequently used teleportation circles, various fixed spatial gateways, or even small pocket dimensions, they were all considered common knowledge in this world. Sometimes, to hold a raiding game, the Devil Kings would construct a temporary subspace, and live broadcasts would also utilize spatial magic. However, few people and few items could create a personal, small dimension for storing items like Ethan's. Ethan had asked Rias about this, and the answer was that pre-constructed spaces couldn't be carried on one's person, and if someone knew the coordinates of an item stored in a dimensional pocket, they could access it directly. But after repeated experiments, the small subspace Ethan opened could be carried with him, and no one else could open it. Forget opening it, they couldn't even perceive it. Rias and the others tried to open a space using Ethan's method, but the result was the same as before. They simply couldn't form a personalized subspace of their own. Ultimately, it could only be attributed to Ethan's inherent uniqueness. Anyway, he had enough strange things about him already. One more didn't matter. However, there were pros and cons. While other types of spatial magic were still uncertain, in terms of creating a pocket dimension, Ethan found it much more difficult than others. Though his S-rank power might even be stronger than Rias, Rias could easily create a classroom-sized space, while Ethan struggled with even 1 cubic meter. After school, Ethan took Natsuha Murasakimiya's love letter and smiled as he walked to Class 1F. "Murasakimiya-san, good afternoon." Natsuha Murasakimiya was packing her bag when a magnetic male voice suddenly sounded in her ear. She subconsciously looked up. "Yusuji-san?" "Yes, it's me. Just call me Ethan." Ethan smiled and shook the pink envelope in his hand. "I read your letter. You know, I feel quite fond of Natsuha too. So, let's go on a date right now." The beautiful girl with light purple hair widened her eyes, and her cherry lips slowly parted, letting out a scream of disbelief. The students who hadn't left the classroom all instinctively looked over, curious about what was happening. Due to Rias and Sona Citrus instructions, and Ethan's generally restrained behavior toward ordinary girls, the students of Kuo Academy rarely paid attention to him anymore. If the behavioral template hadn't started acting up again, Ethan, who was actively suppressing his natural charm, wouldn't have received such an absurd number of love letters and chocolates this Valentine's Day. But Natsuha Murasakimiya's gasp instantly awakened the students' long-forgotten memories. "Hey, isn't that Demon King Yusuji?" "Yeah, looks like he set his sights on Murasakimiya this time." TSK. Murasakimiya, Senshirado Demon King Yusuji isn't here to confess. Look at what's in his hand." Murasakimiya probably approached him eagerly. "Kishitatsu, Imzojielus." Ethan had walked further and further down the path of a scumbag and was completely immune to these comments. But Natsuha Murasakimiya, whose heart was just beginning to flutter, couldn't ignore them. As the whispers grew louder, her snow-white face turned pink. She lowered her head shyly, her posture shifting. "Natsuha, I can call you Natsuha, right?" Natsuha Murasakimiya nodded, mumbling yes. Natsuha, this letter was written by you, right? Ethan smiled brightly, reaching out to lift the girl's smooth, delicate chin. If it's someone else's prank, then just disregard everything I said. Forced to look into Ethan's eyes, which were as deep as the night sky yet incredibly brilliant, the girl's heart began to pound uncontrollably, and her light pink face deepened into crimson. Yes, I wrote it. Natsuha Murasakimiya gathered her courage and said firmly, I didn't expect Yusuji-san to actually read it and agree. Too many girls sent chocolates and love letters to Ethan. He naturally couldn't accept everyone face to face. Most were quietly slipped into his shoe locker and desk. As long as you wrote it, that's enough. Ethan gently took the note from the girl. The rest of the details we can talk about later. Natsuha Murasakimiya nodded in agreement with a calm expression. She allowed Ethan to pull her out of the classroom. Before leaving, Ethan glanced at a corner of the classroom. A tall boy with deep yellow hair, dark skin, a fierce look, and 2 silver earrings was glaring intently at them. It looked like this blonde guy hadn't succeeded yet. Finding this out made Ethan even more pleased. Originally, Natsuha Murasakimiya, unable to endure her loneliness, made a difficult decision that changed her life. Now, she was still being proactive, but with Ethan's presence. She naturally wouldn't choose a despicable jerk for whom she had no feelings and even disliked. Compared to Katsuo Agai, the blonde guy, who also messed around with many girls, she clearly preferred a handsome, gentle-looking guy like Ethan. Therefore, the hormonally charged Natsuha Murasakimiya would inevitably choose Ethan. This love letter and the beautifully packaged chocolate were the best proof. Ugh, seriously? I wasted so much time pestering her, and after she finally couldn't hold back, she still chose a useless loser. Glaring at Ethan's retreating back, Katsuo Agai spat out viciously. You have a senior protecting you in school. Outside of school, let's see if you can call for help. Ethan's peak S-rank power had slightly increased his height and weight again. He was currently 177 centimeters tall and weighed 75 kilograms. However, since it was all muscle, he still looked slender in clothes. Coupled with his gentle face, unless Ethan deliberately exuded a fierce aura, most ordinary people's first impression of him was that of a quiet, soft-spoken young man. The blonde guys despised the overly gentle male protagonists who were too passive and timid to act decisively. If they didn't encounter a bull, they were fine, but once they did, they were basically outmatched. Chapter 149. A little competition? Katsuo Agai picked up his school bag and followed Ethan and Natsuha Murasakimiya, preparing to tail them. Just then, a dark-skinned gyro walked up, wrapping her arms around Katsuo Agai's arm and whining, Katsu, where are we going to have fun today? The dark-skinned gyro was ordinary-looking. Even with heavy makeup, she barely reached average attractiveness. Her figure was decent, but compared to Natsuha Murasakimiya, she was quite plain. You came at the right time. Follow me. It was too conspicuous to tail someone alone, so bringing a girl along was much better. While speaking, Katsuo Agai kept a firm grip on the Gyarus Barado and led her forward, causing her to let out a small complaint. Although they acted like a couple, he was simply without a new target at the moment. Katsuo Agai would never seriously date someone with such a poor reputation. Stepping out of the school gates, the soft sunlight of the winter afternoon spread a gentle glow, warming both Barado and mind. Ethan held Natsuha Murasakimiya's delicate, slender hand and leisurely walked toward the bus stop. Since he had promised a date, the destination was naturally the commercial street. The ultimate goal was to break through his cultivation together, but a date was necessary. Censuredo, but he didn't want to use either of those methods. To deal with a blonde guy, the most satisfying way was to utterly crush him in every aspect right in front of him. Humanitarian destruction and social demise would be their final outcomes. While waiting for the bus, Ethan spoke softly with Natsuha Murasakimiya, discussing each other's families and hobbies. During their conversation, some playful remarks occasionally made the girl's cheeks turn slightly pink. Natsuha Murasakimiya came from a good family. Aside from a few exceptionally high-achieving students, most students at Kuo Academy came from at least middle-class families in Japan, Nippon. The Murasakimiya family was considered relatively wealthy among them. The girl lived in a traditional Japanese-style house. Due to her father's infidelity, her parents had been divorced for many years. The large Murasakimiya home housed only the mother and daughter, but her mother was constantly on business trips, so Natsuha was essentially home alone. She had a childhood friend who kept her company during middle school, but after moving on to high school, they rarely saw each other. Coupled with the ongoing pressure from Katsuagai, Natsuha Murasakimiya could no longer suppress her loneliness and proactively confessed her feelings to Ethan. She had only intended to express her emotions and never thought Ethan would actually accept. Gazing at the handsome, clean-cut boy before her, Shinchiredo, are you going on a date? Your little Iki will be heartbroken. Katsuagai removed his hand from the Jaira's shoulder, quickly walking over to Natsuha Murasakimiya and saying mockingly, "Isu-san, I only have a childhood friend relationship with Iki. We are not dating." "Shinchiredo, is that so?" But little Iki is really devoted to Natsuha. Katsuagai intentionally glanced at Ethan, his eyes full of provocation. "And you used Iki as a convenient excuse to turn me down several times. So you were lying to me all along?" I'm genuinely hurt. With that, he reached out to playfully grab Natsuha Murasakimiya, completely disregarding the dark-skinned Jairu and Ethan standing next to her. Ethan was about to intervene, but observed Natsuha Murasakimiya's barato and stopped. "Ack! Ouch, ouch, ouch! I was just joking." Katsuagai yelled, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he squatted on the ground, clutching his wrist and arm. Natsuha Murasakimiya said mercilessly, "You should know I study Aikido. You brought this upon yourself." The dark-skinned Jairu acted as if she hadn't seen Katsuyugai's actions, standing aside, unconcerned. Even after Natsuha Murasakimiya used a quick takedown to stop Katsuyugai's playful behavior and chastised him, she rushed over with a worried expression. Ethan had been observing ever since Katsuagai reached out. He was quite pleased with Natsuha Murasakimiya's reaction. As for Katsuagai, Shinchiredo, he would simply erase her memories with magic. Besides, Ethan wouldn't even touch a girl like her. She didn't even qualify to be used to provoke Katsuagai. After dealing with Katsuagai, Natsuha Murasakimiya nervously gripped Ethan's left hand. "Ethan, it's not what he said. There's nothing between me and Iki." Ethan gently stroked the girl's soft hair with his other hand, smiling. "Of course I believe you, Natsuha." Of course, he believed her, because that little Yuki was a classic example of a side character trope from anime. When Ethan first watched Hydrangea, he thought Yuki deserved better treatment from his partner. Failing to provoke them, Katsuagai rested for a while. Once he felt the pain subside, he dropped the act. "Hey, you better stay away from Murasakimiya. She's the woman I saw first." Ethan glanced at him. "You seeing her first makes her yours? That's a ridiculous claim." Katsuagai froze, taking several seconds to realize what was said. Ethan turned his head in disgust. "Never mind. I wouldn't want a stupid son like you. And, judging by your looks, your mom probably isn't much better." "Baka, idiot! You're dead." He swung his fist to attack. But upon seeing Natsuha Murasakimiya readying her Aikido stance, he instantly backed down. "You jerk! What kind of man hides behind a woman? Relying on a senior in school, and now Murasakimiya outside of school? Why don't you fight me one-on-one?" "Oh, I'd love to." Ethan couldn't be bothered to explain. "Shinchiredo, they definitely wouldn't choose you." Katsuagai looked at Ethan with resentment, his expression dripping with contempt. "Don't disgust me. You call that something to show off?" Ethan sneered, waving his hand to set up a small barrier. Shinchiredo, what's wrong? Not feeling brave enough?" It was common for men to step away briefly when nature called. Provoked by Ethan, Katsuagai immediately discarded his reservations and agreed readily. "Natsuha, wait here for a moment." With that, Ethan stood with Katsuagai and a friend near the bus stop, using the platform as shelter while they talked. Natsuha Murasakimiya waited nearby, her cheeks slightly flushed from the warm afternoon, and she glanced around thoughtfully as she listened to their conversation. Centuredo, Centuredo. Ethan patiently waited. Having reached the martial god realm, his Barado control was near perfect. Combined with his Barado talent, his energy reserves could also be controlled at will. He wasn't in his strongest state yet. By pushing further, he could still augment his overall output noticeably. However, Centuredo, Ethan scoffed. That's it? Katsu Agai clenched his fists tightly, then slowly released them. He lowered his head and said weakly, I lost. Having his most prized attribute effortlessly defeated by Ethan, especially in a matter so central to his identity as a blonde guy, felt like a complete denial of his very existence. At that moment, the dark-skinned Drew impatiently scurried over to Ethan, calling out to him with concern and saying, Yusui-san, are you feeling all right? You look uncomfortable. Should I help you take care of it first? Ethan resolutely refused the Jaira's kindness and sheathed his weapon back into place. All right, since you provided me with information, I'll give you a quick death. No sooner had the words left his Barado than Katsu Agai, before realizing what they meant, instantly plunged into unconsciousness, never to awaken again. The dark-skinned Jaira gasped at her Barado collapsing. Just as she was about to scream, she followed Katsu Agai's fate. Unlike Katsu Agai, she would likely regain consciousness after Ethan left. But all memory of Ethan would be completely erased from her mind. Ethan used the azure flames to dispose of Katsu Agai's Barado, stroking his chin in thought. Katsu Agai was considered a remarkable specimen among the blonde guys, standing out as far more impressive than the ordinary men around him. He estimated it to be about 20 centimeters long and 6 to 7 centimeters in diameter. The quality seemed adequate. For ordinary tasks, it could certainly handle the job without requiring any special preparation. But that was the extent of it. If this was the peak standard for those particular items, Ethan had achieved remarkable control in this area. Currently, his Barado ability was growing stronger by the day, manifesting as an impressive and powerful presence. He wondered if the Barado would continue to grow alongside his increasing power. Centuredo. The immediate priority was to find Natsuha Murasakimiya. Natsuha, would you like to come with me? Returning to the bus stop, Ethan subtly deactivated the small barrier as he spoke. Natsuha Murasakimiya's heart skipped a beat. She vaguely sensed Ethan's intention. He planned to move things along quickly. However, she wasn't unhappy. Instead, she took a small breath and then gently nodded. I can't. But where are Katsu-kun and that girl? I don't see them. Oh, that guy was so demoralized by me that he left in despair, apparently planning to transfer schools. As for the Jairu, I turned down her inappropriate request, so she left out of embarrassment. Looking at Ethan's sincere-sounding words, Natsuha Murasakimiya blinked her beautiful, watery eyes, her heart growing more excited about what was to come. To impress her, Katsu Agai often boasted about his physique. Although she only heard him talk about it, she figured he must have been quite well built. If even Katsu Agai, with his stature, was so demoralized by Ethan that he wanted to transfer, and Katsu's girlfriend showed obvious romantic interest in Ethan after just 2 glances. Thinking about this, Natsuha Murasakimiya couldn't help but notice Ethan. His confident posture and strong presence were hard to ignore. Natsuha, you seem quite infatuated, he teased. Aren't you? Are you that impatient? Seeing Natsuha Murasakimiya staring at him intently, Ethan stepped closer and spoke firmly to the girl. Natsuha Murasakimiya was startled by his sudden approach. She looked away nervously, her face turning red with embarrassment. Centuredo, 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 Natsuha Murasakimiya shared a tender Barado with Ethan. As the moment grew more Barado, the couple continued to explore their connection in a loving and respectful way, deepening the bond between them. Centuredo, 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 she playfully moved in front of Ethan, laughing as she leaned toward him. Ethan, let's have some fun. Ethan smiled slightly and gently waved at her. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. To act so carelessly on your first outing. Natsuha Murasakimiya seemed to understand that Ethan enjoyed her playful personality, so she went along and giggled. Yes, I'm feeling so restless. Will you stay by my side just one more time? With that, she wriggled out of Ethan's arms, sat to the side. Centurado, 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 Centurado. What book? I'd like to read it too, Ethan said while playfully teasing the girl. They continued their conversation as they spent time together, with Natsuha Murasakimiya reacting cheerfully to his playful remarks. Censurado, 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 Ethan-sama, Yursotol. I feel safe with you. Wow, only you. You already have such an amazed expression. Looking at the sparkles welling up in the girl's eyes, Ethan couldn't help but marvel. Huh? What's that? I'm not. Huh? Ethan stepped forward slightly, cutting off the girl's protests. Centurado, Centurado. He held the girl close and gently pressed his face against hers. Natsuha Murasakimiya let out a soft sigh as she caught her breath, her warm exhale brushing against Ethan's face. As he held her, he wrapped his arms around the purple-haired woman's trembling form. Centurado, Ethan's eyes went crimson. He transformed completely, overcome by intense emotion. Natsuha Murasakimiya's pale skin flushed crimson. Centurado, 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 tenacity. Natsuha Murasakimiya possessed the same talent as Akino Sakagami. It was thanks to this talent that, despite being new to the situation, she was able to completely adapt to little Ethan's exaggerated behavior. Repeatedly acquiring the same talent only slightly enhances the original one. Although the talent names were the same, their effects had slight variations, as everyone's aptitude was different. If the number was high enough, it could eventually lead to the creation of an even stronger, new talent similar to talent fusion. Since the talent didn't upgrade, Ethan shifted his attention away from the matter. He lowered his head toward Natsuha Murasakimiya. She leaned in closer to meet him in a tender moment. At the same time, she stepped toward Ethan and gently took hold of his arm, leading him away from the others. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Centurado, 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 Centurado. His internal magic power surged subconsciously, but he managed to control it in time. After tapping Ethan on the barato to get his attention, Natsuha Murasakimiya, exhausted, collapsed weakly onto the bed, breathing quickly through parted barato. Ethan quietly lay beside her, resting gently. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Everything felt so harmonious. Ethan praised her, saying, Natsuha, you're doing great. Let's continue. Natsuha Murasakimiya smiled sweetly and shyly at Ethan, leaned down with a warm barato, and kept dancing with graceful energy. The music played on as their performance captivated the audience. Centurado, Centurado, Centurado. Ethan knew the decisive moment was approaching. Supporting Natsuha Murasakimiya carefully, he moved urgently with her. Realizing they were both nearing the finish, Natsuha Murasakimiya, despite her exhaustion, pushed herself forward with everything she had left and increased her pace. Centurado. Centurado, she leaned gently against Ethan's barato, and the two held each other close in a quiet, tender moment. Ethan, you won't think less of me because of this, will you? Natsuha Murasakimiya asked with a touch of worry. After all, everything had happened so quickly, and Ethan kept teasing her about being too forward. In fact, recalling her own behavior, she herself felt a bit embarrassed. Of course not, Natsuha. This is fun, but you can only act this way with me. People appreciate partners who are refined in public and playful in private. And the more spontaneous, the better. Now, help me clean this up. And then we continue. As Ethan spoke, he pressed forward with determination, showing no sign of slowing down. Natsuha Murasakimiya's face showed surprise. She could feel that Ethan's resolve truly showed no signs of fading. remaining just as strong as it was before they began. Centuredo, she gently held Ethan's treasured keepsake close, admiring it with care. "Ethan, this means so much to me," Natsuha Murasakimiya said softly with heartfelt devotion. "Ethan, he'll always cherish this moment with you. That stuff about Iki, that guy was just talking nonsense. We're just neighbors, and we haven't even been in contact for almost a year." Chapter 153. Conquest. Ethan remained silent, choosing to express himself through action. His sphere of activity had now expanded. Centuredo, Ethan could achieve greater efficiency while maintaining the same level of stamina. For example, for an hour of energy cultivation, his output volume was originally 10, but he could only perform once. Now he could sustain the effort for half an hour each cycle, releasing a volume of 5, resulting in 2 powerful cycles. Furthermore, a duration of about half an hour was better suited for partnered meditation practice. Simultaneously reaching the peak of focus alongside his Barato, allowing their energies to harmonize, yielded the best cultivation results. Although he was currently stuck at a bottleneck, Centuredo, when he considered the many remarkable beings of different races in this world, especially the powerful supernatural beings, he needed to put in the effort. If he were to encounter a delicate fairy one day, or a towering figure of immense strength with Titan blood, Centuredo, Natsuha Murasakimiya looked up, momentarily stunned. "What's wrong, Ethan?" Seeing her flushed expression, Ethan smiled slightly, a strong sense of protectiveness filling his mind. He leaned closer to Natsuha Murasakimiya, gently holding her close. "Natsuha, Centuredo, and she softened. Ethan pulled her close, and Natsuha Murasakimiya laughed with excitement, her barato trembling as her nails dug into Ethan's arm. "I'm dying," she said. "I'm dying. I really am going to die." Natsuha Murasakimiya gasped weakly, trembling. "Natsuha, I'm going to open your palace now. Get ready." Ethan's storm-like technique felt far too intense for Natsuha Murasakimiya. She instantly collapsed. Ethan slowly stopped, watching her with a tired smile. Natsuha Murasakimiya truly looked on the verge of exhaustion, collapsing and breathing heavily. She whispered gratefully, "Ethan, Master, you are so wonderful, so amazing. You're too good to me. I truly appreciate you. I owe you my life." Centuredo pointed nails were painted with a pink, glittering nail polish. Natsuha's little hands are so beautiful. After Natsuha Murasakimiya rested for a while and adapted to the barato inside her flower palace, Ethan gently turned her over, and she calmly settled into a comfortable position beside him. She glanced back with a playful expression. Ethan gave her a friendly pat on the back twice in satisfaction, the sounds crisp. She smiled shyly, turning slightly in mock protest. Ethan chuckled, giving her barato an encouraging squeeze. Centuredo, the Dragon Lord, entered the sacred flower palace with ease and confidence. He took hold of Natsuha firmly and declared, "Remember this. From now on, you belong to me and no one else." Centuredo, feeling Ethan's fierce determination, Natsuha Murasakimiya's heart swelled with resolve. "Yes, Ethan, Natsuha Murasakimiya, am with you. Let us proceed together." Hearing her agreement, Ethan reached for her hand. Her snow-white Centuredo, their heated argument continued late into the night, voices rising over the small apartment. "Ethan, please just listen to me," Natsuha pleaded, gripping the edge of the table tightly. The room was filled with the sound of their raised voices and the heavy sighing of two people struggling to be understood. The air was thick with the electric tension of an approaching duel. The Barato's strikes grew more and more intense. The battle neared its final moment. Natsuha Murasakimiya and Ethan were pushing toward the peak of their clash together. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy rushed over Ethan. Centuredo, Centuriado, Centuriado, Centuriado. Because of this close connection, Ethan wasn't concerned about her well-being. He continued without stopping as they shared a deeply emotional moment together. He then felt a surge of energy, and his dragon eye power activated. Centuriado, the great battle ceased. Time had advanced into the deep night. Ethan stroked her light purple, smooth long hair, holding her close as he slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Ethan awoke feeling refreshed and went to wash up. By the time he finished the breakfast prepared by Sayuri Takamine and was ready to leave for school, Natsuha Murasakimiya was still asleep. The battle the night before had depleted a large amount of her physical and mental energy, and her full body ached all over from Ethan's rigorous workout. Even with the energy from the essence providing repair, Natsuha Murasakimiya was just an ordinary person who hadn't mastered magic power. A few hours weren't enough for a complete recovery. Ethan didn't wake her. He let her continue sleeping in the bedroom and instructed Kasumi Takamine to explain the underworld to her when she woke up, teach her how to master magic power, and then absorb her into the organization. Natsuha Murasakimiya lived alone, as her mother was on a long business trip, which was convenient for Ethan. Centuriado, the teachers knew more of the inside story than the students. Even the most straight-laced teachers knew about the ambiguous relationship between Rias and Ethan, and knew that Rias could command the school's board of directors. Upon arriving at school, Ethan's first action was to go to the Occult Research Club to inform Rias about Katsu Yugai's disappearance. Rias merely nodded faintly. "He'll send people to handle the aftermath later. As for you, haven't you been too active lately? It hasn't been long since the Miura Company incident." Ethan scratched his head, frustrated. "I don't want to be, but these things always find me. Rather than passively enduring, I thought it better to take the initiative." Rias was aware of the annoying situations Ethan had been dealing with involving the little blonde guys. She wasn't concerned about the blonde guys' deaths. She was just slightly annoyed and jealous that her most powerful pawn was constantly involved with other women. However, having long known Ethan's disposition and his unusual training methods, Rias couldn't really vent her jealousy, especially since their relationship had not deepened in the way she hoped. Ethan noticed Rias' subtle feelings. After thinking for a moment, he said, "President, I'm not just fooling around. I'm also trying to find a way to break through again. I've been at S rank for a while now, and there's no room left for improvement. I can't guide you in the martial arts path, but if you want to reach SS rank, you can try further purifying your magic power and boosting your devil bloodline. Ultimate class devils generally have no problem reaching SS rank power." Rias folded her arms and looked at him with a confident expression. The red-haired Devil Blossom Princess was quite satisfied with Ethan's reaction. Clearly, she was still more appealing than those common folk. "I'm still a minor. My bloodline hasn't been fully activated yet. As I continue to grow, my bloodline will naturally become purer, and my power will increase." Rias tucked a strand of red hair behind her ear. "My brother, whose bloodline is fully developed, effortlessly reached Devil King-class power." Ethan nodded. "Understood, President. He'll try working on that aspect." He was currently still at a flawed version of high-class Devil bloodline, let alone Ultimate class or Devil King class. He agreed verbally, but his internal thoughts were different. He still had a lingering doubt. According to Rias, their bloodline talents were actually very strong, only requiring time to mature and develop. But if that was the case, the talent he had copied should also be strong. Could it be because it wasn't copied completely? That's highly probable. As for the initial mid-class Devil bloodline talent, he acquired that from Tsubaki Shinra, who was a devil reincarnated via Devil Peace, Evil Peace. Presumably, she did not possess the specific devil bloodline of the Citri family. Each of the remaining pure-blooded devil families possesses unique bloodline characteristics. The most typical example is the Phoenix family's bloodline. Despite being devils, they possess the characteristics of the Phoenix. It is said that their bloodline is mixed with the blood of the immortal sacred beast, which grants the Phoenix family the ability of immortality, undying spirit, and regeneration through fire. This point completely confirms the connection between the ancient devils and the current pure-blooded devils. If the latter were not created by the former, how could they have such strange bloodline talents? The immortal sacred beast, the phoenix, certainly didn't harbor any desire to mate with a devil and produce offspring. Leaving the Occult Research Club, Ethan's first action was to take out the remaining pink envelopes from his spatial dimension. He had already secured Natsuha Murasakimiya, who perfectly suited his taste. This time, he chose a slightly unusual love letter. Unlike the others, this love letter was signed by two people, Saya Sakuramiya and Hinata Sakuramiya. They were sisters, though not by blood. They had become stepsisters after two single-parent families merged. The older sister, Saya, was the captain of the archery club, and the younger sister, Hinata, was also a key member. Though called sisters, they were only a few months apart in age, both first-year students. Chapter 155. The Sakuramiya sisters. The Sakuramiya sisters were both well-figured, attractive girls with decent looks and high popularity within the school. Besides this, the main reason Ethan had such a deep impression of the two was the plot of their story, which was completely unlike other disturbing stories he had come across and left a genuinely unsettling feeling. Had he not already scoured Kuo Academy and failed to find the dangerous individual who had harmed the Sakuramiya sisters and then committed suicide, he would have intervened long ago. The anime was not produced by Raikkoden, but by QB Studio. Ethan wasn't a fan of QB Studio's art style. He felt the original Dojinshi was better. Although a long time had passed, the plot's unique nature made Ethan remember it clearly to this day. In short, the Sakuramiya sisters became sisters due to family circumstances and developed a close bond. It was common for girls to enjoy warm, friendly affection with other cute girls, though most relationships remained purely platonic. The subsequent plot was somewhat cliché. Someone secretly took photos of their private activities. The two rivals, for each other's sake, separately submitted to harsh training regimens. Then, when the time came, they met and discovered they had been deceived, but it was too late. And here came the key point. Senchuredo, I can only destroy you and leave a permanent mark on your lives. The ending was that although the Sakuramiya sisters were saved, the sheer number of participants made it impossible for the school authorities to handle. Since the two girls refused to call the police themselves, the incident concluded with a few boys being transferred. The story of the incident spread quickly throughout the school and disrupted the girls' daily routines. Having been subjected to long-term manipulation and repeated harm by many individuals, the Sakuramiya sisters became deeply troubled. After the incident, they remained isolated and unable to recover. The antagonist's alleged goal of leaving a permanent mark on their lives was, judging from the ending, utterly unfulfilled. By that point, the two girls no longer cared who had caused all of this. It only benefited the other boys in the school, especially those who weren't transferred. They could freely spend time with the sisters and express their frustrations. Because of this specific plot, even though Ethan disliked QB Studio's art style, he rewatched the anime several times and later sought out the original source material. His only frustration was not knowing which character he related to most, so he simply picked a favorite from the popular ones. The appearance of the Sakuramiya sisters somewhat compensated for this. Although the immersion wasn't strong, the material was still enjoyable to use. Similarly, due to the unique nature of this story, Ethan remembered the Sakuramiya sisters very clearly. The moment he saw them, he decided to prevent the original plot from unfolding. Besides being beautiful girls with excellent figures, the Sakuramiya sisters also had very good personalities. The older sister, Se, was a gentle Yamato Nadeshiko, idealized Japanese woman, and the younger sister, Hinata, was lively, generous, and completely genuine. She never put on airs. The two sisters were very close and willing to sacrifice everything for each other. Therefore, after finding that the psychopath wasn't at Kuo Academy, Ethan decided not to interfere with their close bond. However, he never expected that, even though he hadn't approached the sisters, they would jointly write him a heartfelt love letter. Since this was the case, Ethan would no longer hold back. QB Studios' art style might be subpar, but in the real world, both girls were the tall, beautiful young women he admired most. Their figures weren't as exaggerated as Natsuha Murasakimiya's, but their overall appearance actually aligned more with Ethan's personal taste. While he called them well-proportioned, this was relative to Raikkonen heroines like Natsuha Murasakimiya. In reality, Shinseirado, it was still a surprising turn of events for Ethan. He had originally intended to protect this valuable pair. Now that they had willingly placed their trust in him, he would accept the responsibility. However, after accepting them, Ethan would be even more determined to eliminate the possibility of the original plot occurring. If the Sakuramiya sisters could master supernatural powers, everything would be simple. Even if that psychopath showed up, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. If they couldn't, Ethan would need to change their mindset, ensuring that if they ever encountered coercion, the first thing they thought of was seeking his help. Collecting his thoughts, Ethan walked over to the archery club. He immediately spotted the pretty, tall Saya Sakuramiya, her ink-purple long hair tied into a crisp ponytail. The tall girl, dressed in the archery club uniform, was intensely focused on her morning practice. The loose archery uniform fluttered lightly in the breeze as she took her stance. Her clean, delicate fingers gracefully drew and released the bowstring, sending the wooden arrow tracing a perfect arc straight to the bullseye. Sakuramiya-san, good morning. Ethan watched for a while. Shinseirado Ethan's arrival didn't cause much of a stir. Coupled with his intentional suppression of his presence, the tall, ink-purple ponytail beauty only noticed the person beside her when he spoke. Oh, letting out a cute gasp, Saya Sakuramiya quickly covered her mouth. She instinctively glanced around. Seeing that no one had noticed, she blushed and asked in surprise, Yusuji-kun, why are you here? Of course, for you, Sakuramiya-san. Ethan smiled slightly, dangling a pale pink envelope between his fingers. Is that Yusuji-kun? Have you read it? Seeing the familiar envelope, Saya Sakuramiya was suddenly so nervous that she couldn't speak fluently. She hadn't received a reply yesterday, and thought Ethan hadn't noticed it at all. After all, there were so many love letters, and Ethan himself had so many girls with complicated relationships. It was normal not to read it. Sakuramiya-san, I think it would be better to call your sister over before discussing this matter. Saya Sakuramiya looked confused. Why? Soon, she seemed to realize something and asked, did Hinata write you a love letter too? This time, it was Ethan's turn to be confused. The love letter was signed by two people. Didn't the sisters write it together? He voiced his question directly, handing the letter to Saya Sakuramiya so she could see the signatures for herself. After reading the content and the signatures, Saya Sakuramiya let out a small breath, clenched her fist, and said indignantly, I wrote this, but Hinata changed the signature without permission. I knew I felt like someone had tampered with the things on my desk yesterday. Ethan blinked. So that's what happened. A joint love letter, he had never seen one before. The thought was quite ridiculous, but if Hinata Sakuramiya had secretly added a signature, it was completely understandable. Hinata Sakuramiya's bold and lively personality made her exactly the type of person who would do such a thing. In that case, we should definitely call Hinata-san over. Ethan naturally used her first name instead of her surname. When two sisters were together, using first names to distinguish them was perfectly normal. The sisters' mutual friends also addressed them this way. Being called by her first name by the object of her affection made Saya Sakuramiya a little shy, but mostly happy. Yusuji-kun. Can I call you by your first name? Of course you can. I will be very happy if you'd like to, Saya-san. After spending time with many girls, Ethan had gradually learned to say sweet compliments without cost. In fact, if you were slightly thick-skinned, making a girl happy was quite simple, especially when the girl already liked you a lot. Saya Sakuramiya was delighted now, nearly bursting with joy. Ooh, Ethan, you'll go change first. Hinata just finished her morning practice. Let's meet in the courtyard in a moment. Don't go to the courtyard. It will be crowded when classes start. Shinseirado, I wouldn't do anything there this early in the morning. Chapter 156. The reason for the signature, the area behind the teaching building, led to a small grove. The cherry trees, there were a confession sanctuary, and further back was a secluded hidden spot. Seeing the expression on Saya Sakuramiya's face, Ethan knew the tall woman, who had a bold personality, had the wrong idea. But it was normal. After all, she was a character from an animated story, and people often had strong emotions. They just didn't always show them. There's a saying, when things get complicated, it's best to step back. Of course, when situations become unusual, a girl has no business there either. Taking advantage of the time before class, Ethan decided to finalize the matter. While waiting for the Sakuramiya sisters to change, he also pondered how to express himself next. But after much thought, given his reputation, there was little point in small talk. Going straight to the point and proposing a joint training approach was the best move. Compared to that, figuring out why these Yuri sisters actively wrote him a love letter seemed more important. The Sakuramiya sisters didn't make Ethan wait long. After changing into their uniforms, they quickly arrived at the agreed spot. "Hey, Saya, we meet again so soon. And this must be Hinata-san." Ethan greeted the chestnut-haired, medium-length-haired beauty who was roughly the same height but taller than Saya Sakuramiya with a smile. "Ethan-kun, good morning." Hinata Sakuramiya, Barato, her stepsister, and Barato, Saya Sakuramiya, responded excitedly. Between the Sakuramiya sisters, Saya Sakuramiya had the gentler personality, while Hinata Sakuramiya was usually bold and fiery. Interestingly, the more outwardly gentle one tended to be surprisingly assertive in other areas of life. Sayuri Takamine was like this, and the quiet, gentle Saya Sakuramiya was the same. In addition, Saya Sakuramiya was the elder sister, and Hinata Sakuramiya was practically a good little girl in front of her. Ethan glanced at Hinata Sakuramiya's still slightly disheveled uniform and the strained look on her small face. Senchuredo, Saya Sakuramiya's expression darkened. "Hinata, do you mean you really like Ethan-kun?" "Imachim." Hinata Sakuramiya nodded firmly, tightening her arm around him. She leaned in close to Ethan, staying by his side. Ethan was no longer the Ethan of the past. Senchuredo, honestly, this was the Barato he had witnessed such a scene. He wasn't nervous at all, showing no self-consciousness as the protagonist of the drama. Instead, he watched with great interest. "You clearly told me you weren't interested in Ethan." "Sister, you asked me suddenly like that," Senchuredo. "About Ethan." She didn't finish the sentence, instead saying with a mix of shame and annoyance, "If that's the case, why didn't you write your own love letter? Why did you add your name underneath mine?" Hinata Sakuramiya smiled mischievously. "Well, who told you to jump the gun first? Besides, two sisters using the same love letter to confess is definitely more effective. Look, didn't Ethan come looking for us right away?" Saying this, she gave Ethan a playful look that seemed to ask, "So what did you think?" Saya Sakuramiya was speechless. She looked at Hinata Sakuramiya, who was resting close beside Ethan, her feelings complex. In that case, Saya Sakuramiya proved she was a good older sister. After a moment of silence, she volunteered, then he'll step aside. "I hope you could be happy with Ethan." Hinata, "Huh? Sister Saya, what do you mean?" Before Ethan could speak, Hinata Sakuramiya grew anxious. "That makes it look like I stole your partner. Besides, without you, I wouldn't be happy even if I were with Ethan. Having been together for years, they were inseparable, not just physically, but emotionally. Since seeing Ethan once, Hinata Sakuramiya had always admired him deeply, but she had never expressed it because she couldn't bear to leave Saya Sakuramiya. Approaching Valentine's Day, when she noticed Saya Sakuramiya acting strangely, she secretly investigated. After discovering the truth, she was initially angry but quickly became happy. Since Saya also liked Ethan, Senchuredo Hinata acted like the older sister, chastising Saya Sakuramiya relentlessly. Her series of rhetorical questions left the intelligent, gentle beauty somewhat dazed. Just then, Ethan, who had enjoyed the show long enough, finally spoke up. If you'll allow me." He stepped forward and gave both Sakuramiya's sisters a warm, friendly hug, Senchuredo. But since it had just happened, the Sakuramiya sisters had likely heard some rumors. especially since they had been waiting for Ethan's reply yesterday. They naturally knew about his whereabouts after school. The Sakuramiya sisters didn't resist Ethan's embrace, but after hearing his words, they subconsciously felt a little uncomfortable. Hinata Sakuramiya was the first to nod. "We know, of course, but you don't have an official girlfriend yet, right? I saw your love letter and decided to meet you, but that doesn't mean I agree to be your boyfriend." Ethan slapped his forehead, finally realizing he needed to talk to Natsuha Murasakimiya about this tonight. "Okay, first, let me state clearly, I am a single-person ideologist. I will not date or get married." Saya Sakuramiya looked at Ethan suspiciously. "Then why are you spending so much time with so many girls?" "That's a separate issue. It's my personal choice. I didn't pressure any of them." Ethan knew his stance was questionable, but in order to eliminate any possibility of a manipulative partner dynamic gaining power, he had to do this. "So, you sought us out only to spend time with us, not intending to actually date me?" Hinata Sakuramiya also realized, even if both of us sisters are willing to date you at the same time, it's still a no? "No." Ethan was firm in his refusal. "As for the reason, I can't tell you right now." In Ethan's arms, the Sakuramiya sisters held hands, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. "Sister Saya, it seems our argument was completely unnecessary. Hinata, what do you plan to do?" "Since Ethan says so, you make the decision, Sister Saya. If you agree, I agree. If you don't agree, although it would be a pity, I still want to be with you more than with Ethan." After saying this, Sensuredo, magical coercion, or hypnotism. This was his ultimate boundary. Ethan would not, and could never, cross this line. If he broke that rule, he wouldn't just be a scumbag. He'd be absolute human trash, and turn into the type of despicable person he once detested. Sensuredo. After walking a few steps, he seemed to recall something, turned back, and smiled softly. "By the way, the chocolate was delicious. I really enjoyed it." The Sakuramiya sisters both blushed simultaneously, their hearts soaring with excitement. They stood together, holding hands, their eyes glazed over as they watched Ethan's tall figure walk away. Once Ethan's figure completely disappeared into the teaching building, Hinata Sakuramiya leaned into Saya Sakuramiya's ear and whispered, "Sister Saya, why did you suddenly want to confess to Ethan? Are you feeling excited?" Saya Sakuramiya didn't admit it, but she didn't deny it either. However, Hinata Sakuramiya was closer than a real sister. The moment Saya turned her head guiltily, Hinata knew her guess was correct. Besides knowing Saya Sakuramiya extremely well, it was also because she felt the same way. As they grew older and their feelings fully matured, simply spending time together was gradually failing to satisfy their inner yearnings. It was then that various rumors about Ethan reached their ears, especially the gossip about his romantic relationships with girls, Sensuredo. Hinata Sakuramiya thought fondly of the moment she had shared with Ethan earlier. Her heart stirred, and she leaned in close to Saya Sakuramiya. "Sister Saya, let's just agree. Putting everything else aside, with Ethan's looks and talent, we won't lose out." Saya Sakuramiya was actually more eager than her. Sensuredo Hinata Sakuramiya hadn't yet seen Saya Sakuramiya's true nature and was tirelessly persuading her more reserved sister. Saya Sakuramiya, who had already decided to agree, didn't pretend for long. She and Hinata Sakuramiya were the closest people in the world, so there was no harm in letting her true personality be known. "Okay." She gently touched Hinata Sakuramiya's pale cheek. "We sisters will be together forever after this too." Hinata Sakuramiya happily agreed with a warm bravado. Unlike Saya Sakuramiya's gentle gesture, she gave her sister a heartfelt hug. The devoted sisters, Sensuredo. Ethan politely declined the invitation from his female classmates to go karaoke, humming a tune as he walked to the back of the teaching building. "Saya-san, Hinata-san, you're early. Do you not have club activities today?" Seeing Ethan's handsome face, the Sakuramiya sisters felt a flutter of panic. It was simply too embarrassing for pure girls to proactively say such things. Saya Sakuramiya instinctively followed Ethan's topic. "Because we had an appointment with you, we asked for the day off from the club." "Oh, if you took the day off, That means you won't be going home next. So, Ethan raised an eyebrow and chuckled, not finishing his sentence. But the three of them weren't fools. When the conversation reached this point, they all knew what would happen next. Hinata Sakuramiya, blushing, retorted stubbornly, "Humph, lucky you. Just you wait and see how things turn out. There won't be a next time." Her personality was indeed bolder. Although there wasn't anyone nearby, saying such things in school would definitely lead to gossip if overheard. Ethan shrugged. "I won't boast about other things, but if we're just talking about confidence, well, it's nothing to brag about, but if I say I'm number 2, probably no one would dare say they're number 1. He had faced all kinds of challenges and overcome many obstacles with ease, conquering even the most difficult ones. He could generally find the best approach with just a few attempts. No matter how deeply hidden they couldn't escape the overwhelming bravado of his massive bravado technique. While his skill might not be at its absolute peak, his wealth of experience and powerful technique made him a formidable opponent. And his special training ability meant Ethan truly didn't think anyone could surpass him in supporting his teammates. Saya Sakuramiya shyly lowered her head, yet her heart grew increasingly curious about the upcoming match. TSK Hinata Sakuramiya's delicate small face also turned pink with anticipation. "Senchuredo, let's go grab a bite to eat first, and then we'll find a place to stay for the night." Ethan turned and walked towards the school gate. As he walked, he said, "I hope you two don't mind staying out late tonight." Such a casual remark made the Sakuramiya sisters feel a bit flustered and embarrassed. There was an indescribable anticipation. They followed Ethan. Saya Sakuramiya said, "It's fine. We can tell our families we're staying over at a friend's house. Why don't we go to your place? I heard your place is nice." The closer their relationship got to Ethan, the more Hinata Sakuramiya showed signs of becoming its tsundere, a character who was initially hostile before revealing a warmer side. She seized every opportunity to pick a fight. "You took Murasakimiya-san home yesterday, too. I took Natsa home yesterday. She hasn't left yet. It would be awkward to take you home now." Ethan rolled his eyes at the chestnut-haired woman, annoyed. "I don't mind, but if you want to be overheard during our conversation, then we can go to my place." Strictly speaking, it wasn't Ethan's house, but the Takamine family's. Before taking Natsuha Murasakimiya home yesterday, he specifically sent a line message to the Takamine mother and daughters. They made sure not to disturb them when they returned, and the three of them crowded into a small room for the night. To do that again today felt wrong to Ethan, especially with Natsuha Murasakimiya still there. As he said, he didn't mind, but he tried to be considerate of the girl's feelings whenever possible. Hearing Ethan's explanation, Hinata Sakuramiya naturally felt deflated. But the thought of her first time being in a hotel made her feel inferior to the other girls. Saya Sakuramiya, on the other hand, didn't mind. She just wanted to be close to Ethan quickly. Beyond her strong feelings, she truly liked Ethan. With all his talents and his gentle, unassuming nature boosting his charm, few ordinary women disliked Ethan, even if they knew they couldn't be together. Spending just one date together was enough. Especially after personally interacting with him, Ethan's personality and demeanor completely suited Saya Sakuramiya's taste. At least, she didn't dislike his straightforward approach. However, seeing her sister's small bravado pouting up to the heavens, Senchuredo convincing a family bravado to go somewhere, right in front of her mother, was something he was already quite used to. Hinata Sakuramiya, either out of annoyance or genuine indifference, decisively agreed. "Fine, let's head to the place then." Going together for the bravado would be slightly easier on their minds. After all, the Sakuramiya sisters had often sneaked into their room to hang out together when their parents were busy. In Japan, high school students typically finish school around 2 or 3 in the afternoon if they don't have club activities. Since it was still early, the three of them decided to eat and walk around for a while first. Chapter 158. Practical lesson: the Sakuramiya sisters walked closely on either side of Ethan, their close posture causing another wave of sadness and distress among the male students. He was just with Murasakimiya yesterday, and today he's swapped to the Sakuramiya sisters? No way. Why have even the Sakuramiya sisters from the archery club fallen for him? I don't believe it. This must be false. Right, they're probably just ordinary friends. Look, they're not even holding hands. Indeed, Ethan wasn't holding hands with the Sakuramiya sisters. Holding both hands would have been awkward and inconvenient. Instead, the Sakuramiya sisters were walking closely beside Ethan on either side. This level of affectionate closeness could only be deliberately ignored by a few self-deceiving male students who forced themselves not to think of a romantic relationship. Soon after leaving the school gate, Ethan chatted with the Sakuramiya sisters to deepen their bond while walking toward the bus stop. As they approached the stop, Ethan frowned and gradually slowed his pace. "Saya, Hinata, let's walk a little further. I think someone's been following us," he whispered to the Sakuramiya sisters. "Stay close to me and don't look surprised." The Sakuramiya sisters were startled, immediately gripping Ethan's sleeve, but they quickly regained their composure after hearing his instructions. Years of practicing archery had not only made their bodies more agile and toned, but had also cultivated a mental state capable of rapid calming. To shoot accurately, in addition to good eyesight, a mind as still as an ancient well was crucial. "Is it a stalker?" Saya Sakuramiya, using the pretext of being affectionate, also whispered, "For a while now, I've occasionally felt like someone was following us. I thought it was my imagination. Is there? How come I didn't feel anything?" Hinata Sakuramiya knitted her eyebrows, muttering, "We go home together every day, so why would the stalker only follow Sister Saya?" Saya Sakuramiya glared at her, exasperated. "If you could behave yourself on the way and stop trying to take advantage of me, you might notice." Between the two sisters, Saya Sakuramiya was the more assertive one, but in daily life, the lively Hinata Sakuramiya was the restless one, constantly chatting playfully with others. While the sisters were bickering, Ethan quietly used a detection spell, confirming the identity of the person following them. "Found him. Let's go and get him." Ethan stopped, decisively turned, and walked back. The stalker, sensing trouble, tried to flee, but it was too late. The stalker's stealth technique was decent, but his physical fitness was underwhelming. Ethan simply increased his speed slightly and easily caught up with the stalker. He grabbed the person's collar and slammed him against the wall. The stalker was a short boy in a dark uniform. His bangs completely obscured his eyes, giving him a deeply sinister aura. He was wearing a camera around his neck. After Ethan subdued him, he didn't call for help, merely thrashing and attempting to break free. Gazing at the stalker's appearance, Ethan recalled the psychopath from his memory. Sensuredo, Ethan's gaze deepened, his thoughts turning somber. The Sakuramiya sisters caught up. Looking at the boy still struggling in Ethan's grip, they spoke with disgust. "Ethan, is this him?" "Yes, there's no mistake. Check his camera. It should be full of photos of you two." "Wow, Sensuredo and I do." But since she was the older sister, she had no choice but to suppress her revulsion, step forward, and take the camera that Ethan had taken away. As Saya Sakuramiya scrolled through the photos, Hinata Sakuramiya took the opportunity to lean closer. The sisters' faces gradually turned dark. Ethan saw the camera's contents out of the corner of his eye and was relieved that he had acted quickly. Any later, and their photos might have actually been stolen. The camera was entirely filled with personal photos of the Sakuramiya sisters, not just on their way home, but also on their way to school and during competitions. The sisters were close, but their actions were not yet overly concerning. If anyone were suspicious, they could still pass it off as mere closeness. However, if they continued behaving in ways that drew unwanted attention and were photographed in such moments, Sensuredo, should we call the police? Seeing that his actions were exposed, the stalker stopped struggling, merely staring at Ethan without a word. His gloomy eyes were full of hatred and jealousy, but when his gaze flickered over the Sakuramiya sisters, a hint of envy couldn't be concealed. Leaving aside that you've already destroyed the evidence, Ethan tossed the stalker onto the ground, casually juggling the camera in his right hand. He said helplessly, looking at him, "He's probably a student from another school." Calling the police would at most result in a verbal warning, which is completely ineffective. "Are we just going to let him go?" Hinata Sakuramiya fumed. What if he continues to stalk and photograph us? Ethan smiled slightly. He had several ways to deal with the situation, the simplest being a clever counterspell to quickly put a stop to any further trouble. But remembering the incident at A Academy, Ethan decided to play it safe. He couldn't always be there in time. The priority was to strengthen the Sakuramiya sisters' own abilities and their awareness to resist threats. Don't worry. Before deciding how to handle him, Shinshirado, Hinata, Sakuramiya glanced disdainfully at the short boy sitting on the ground. What else could it be for? He just doesn't like us, right? It was normal for someone to feel that way, given the tension between the group. Ethan didn't disagree. Not necessarily. Maybe he has something else planned. He smiled mysteriously, narrowed his eyes, and looked down at the stalker, like taking evidence and then using intimidation and manipulation. Is that right, Mr. Stalker? The stalker twitched as his hidden thoughts were exposed. He shifted his gaze. Shinshirado, threatening Saya's reputation? Ethan's voice was low, his expression unreadable. Hinata Sakuramiya was about to object, but seeing Saya Sakuramiya's tall, graceful figure, she couldn't speak. To protect Sister Saya, she probably truly would. Seeing Hinata Sakuramiya recognize the seriousness of the situation, Ethan turned to Saya Sakuramiya. Saya, if it truly came to that, what would you do to protect Hinata's reputation? Saya Sakuramiya lowered her head, muttering, I would probably try to negotiate with him. You wouldn't just negotiate, and you would also try to calm Hinata down when she was furious and wanted to expose everything. And then you would both completely fall into the abyss. Ethan buried this thought in his heart, switching his focus. It's exactly the kind of submission that fuels people like him. You're the victims of being secretly photographed. Why should you be afraid of him? Even if your relationship isn't pure, it doesn't affect anyone else. Homosexuality is even legal in some countries. People who discriminate against homosexuals are the ones who get cyberbullied. But Saya Sakuramiya knew everything Ethan said was true, but knowing didn't always mean she could act on it. Ethan also knew he couldn't change their thinking all at once. He softened his tone. I understand what you're trying to say. Although it's unlikely, if you truly encounter such a situation, come to me immediately. Don't compromise on your own. Okay. Hinata Sakuramiya nodded forcefully. Shinshirado, but they had been a family for many years. She couldn't explain this to everyone, so their relationship appeared to be not only Yuri, but also incestuous to outsiders. This was the core issue. Homosexuality was generally accepted in modern society, but incestuous relationships were universally forbidden and condemned, regardless of the country or historical context. With Ethan's assurance, Saya Sakuramiya finally felt a sense of calm. Even if their relationship were exposed, she wouldn't have to agonize alone. She could hand everything over to Ethan to handle. Although Ethan hadn't yet revealed his extraordinary nature, women naturally held a peculiar trust in a man they admired. Since Ethan had given his word, Saya Sakuramiya believed he would definitely handle it well. His goal achieved, Ethan wasted no more time. A faint blue glow flashed in his eyes as he began to question the stalker, who hadn't spoken a single word until now. I think the Sakuramiya girls are beautiful, an existence I can never get close to, no matter how hard I try. So I want to, under the mental suggestion, no matter how much he resisted, he recounted his inner thoughts and plan in detail. As expected, Ethan's guess was completely correct. Shinshirado, Hinata Sakuramiya, tightly held Saya Sakuramiya's hand, her face pale. I'd rather die. No, that would be too easy for that guy. I would expose the whole thing before I died. Saya Sakuramiya remained silent, but her slightly trembling legs showed that her inner turmoil was far from calm. At that moment, the short boy finally regained control of his bravado. He looked at Ethan with utter horror. What did you do to me? Ethan didn't bother speaking to a man about to die. After confirming he was the psychopath from his memory, his fate was sealed. You will go to the pedestrian bridge. Wait there for a while, and when the traffic is heavy, be careful. Ethan used his influence over the boy, steering him toward a tragic end. This was, in a way, him returning to his destined path, just a few months earlier than planned. The short, gloomy boy had no desire to leave. His entire plan had been brutally cut short. So how could he willingly do something so terrible? Yet, despite his reluctance, he had no power to resist. The Sakuramiya sisters had not yet recovered from the immense malice they had just heard. However, watching the short boy, who looked unwilling but whose form obediently began to move, made them intensely curious. Yes, only curiosity, no pity or remorse. After hearing those words, they wished the stalker would die sooner. The thought of being constantly targeted by such a creep made them restless, even in their sleep. Ethan, I thought it was strange earlier how obedient this guy was to you. Hinata Sakuramiya leaned affectionately against him. Now you're telling him to give up, and he's not even resisting. Because I use a special technique. Ethan didn't hide it. He would have to tell them anyway after they finished the technique together. He stopped joking. C'est impossible, right? Hinata Sakuramiya had briefly considered the possibility, but Ethan's frank admission made her feel he was joking. Ethan shrugged. He already had a well-rehearsed method for explaining magic and the underworld, generating fire in his palm, followed by a controlled mental spell after witnessing and personally experiencing it. Even the most staunch atheist would waver. The imaginative and highly adaptable high school girls instantly accepted the reality. All right, we'll discuss the rest later. Let's deal with this guy first. After watching the stalker walk far away, Ethan summoned his azure flame and completely incinerated the camera on the ground. In reality, he was sure it was just a regular camera, but the A Academy incident made him decide to thoroughly eliminate any hidden dangers. Following the stalker from a distance until he climbed onto the bridge and fell to his death in the heavy traffic, Ethan finally left with the relieved Sakuramiya sisters. Because of the incident, the Sakuramiya sisters had lost the desire to go shopping. The three discussed it and decided to head straight home. Yes, they were heading to the Sakuramiya house. While they weren't in the mood for shopping, they were still interested in the other matter. In fact, the psychopath's appearance had ironically improved the atmosphere between the three of them. The Sakuramiya house was similar to the Takamine house, a detached house in a residential area with a small yard. Before starting any physical activity, they needed to replenish their energy. Although it was still early, Saya Sakuramiya started preparing dinner as soon as they got home. Eating early meant starting their activity sooner. Since the house was empty now, Senshirado Hinata Sakuramiya had to abandon Saya Sakuramiya for a more efficient division of labor. Ethan, do you want to freshen up? No, I'll just look around and familiarize myself with the place. I probably won't be coming here often. Ethan smiled and shook his head. If he went in with her, he would rather wait outside. Hinata Sakuramiya might not come out standing, and second, Saya Sakuramiya would likely lose all interest in preparing dinner. Hinata Sakuramiya's small face flushed. She made a face at Ethan. I won't let you come often. We'll go to your house next time. After speaking, she quickly ran upstairs to change. Ethan was just joking. If he frequently visited the Sakuramiya house, he wouldn't be able to handle the resentful looks from the women at his own place. At 5 p.m., everything was ready, and Ethan walked into the bathroom to shower. Taking advantage of this time, the already clean Sakuramiya sisters began their final preparations. For this important occasion, and with her most beloved sister, and vice versa, they wanted to be in their best state. In their room, the two changed into their newly bought, elegant outfits. Saya Sakuramiya wore a sky blue lace dress. Senshirado, if he had to pinpoint the difference. The Sakuramiya sisters' actions were full of tender affection, which made Ethan momentarily reluctant to interrupt them. But while he might have hesitated, Senshirado, since it was her barato, and in front of her sister Saya, the girl showed all the expected nervousness. Having received Hinata's permission, Ethan took a deep breath, steadied himself, and stepped forward into the valley alongside her. Censurado. The powerful warrior approached and challenged another young woman, Saya Sakuramiya. just as he had faced Hinata Sakuramiya. Despite her best efforts, she struggled to withstand his relentless advance. Overwhelmed by the fierce encounter, she was eventually forced to yield. The battle between the two fighters was swift and decisive, leaving her unable to continue the fight. Senshirado, 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 it was mostly for the psychological thrill. The novelty worn off, Saya Sakuramiya stepped back and yielded the battleground to her sister. Ethan smiled slightly, concentrating on the fight. Under the focused assault of the fierce, massive Barato, Senshirado, 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 Ethan removed the damaged clothing and looked down at Hinata Sakuramiya, who appeared distressed and weakened. Though not as tall as Natsuha Murasakimiya, Hinata was still a notable presence among the group. He gently checked on her condition. Senshirado, 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 Senshirado. They embraced, each savoring the quiet moment after their heartfelt conversation. The girls' bedroom, previously filled with their lively chatter, was now silent again. But the silence didn't last long. As Saya Sakuramiya embraced Ethan from behind, the older sister's battle officially began. Hinata Sakuramiya, Senshirado in the animated story, the brave hero faced the legendary Barato in an epic battle. Saya Sakuramiya was a delicate character with a slender, tall figure that was equally cute and enchanting, making her a beloved heroine among fans. Gently holding Saya Sakuramiya by the arm, Ethan stepped close to the girl as she smiled warmly. He guided her gently across the room, while Hinata Sakuramiya chuckled softly from the side. Senshirado, 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 the warrior's attack powerfully struck the gates of the enemy's stronghold. Ethan found himself surrounded and pressed in from all sides, unable to break free. He dared not make any reckless moves. Senshirado Chapter 161. Continuing the objective, Ethan pressed forward through the remaining obstacles, determined to reach the inner chamber of the Flower Palace. Senshirado, Senshirado. To be considerate of the young woman who had just joined the practice, it was best to complete the first training session as soon as possible. Once she absorbed the vital energy, even without supernatural powers, she could quickly recover and improve her overall stamina. Senshirado, the battle, pushed Ethan closer and closer to his limit. Suddenly, with a powerful strike, the dragon head crashed into Saya Sakuramiya's defenses. The impact resonated through the area, catching Ethan's attention and holding it for a moment. Senshirado, Senshirado, they had been training together deep into the night, moving with practiced rhythm. Saya, your focus is incredible. We've been at it all night, yet you still keep up with me. Saya Sakuramiya did not answer Ethan's words. Senshirado, Senshirado, coupled with the recovery from their training ability, they had taken turns sparring with Ethan continuously throughout the entire night. During this time, their mother had returned from her night shift. She was drawn in by the commotion, discovered what was happening. Senshirado, 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 Senshirado. Ethan reached down to help the dazed Hinata Sakuramiya nearby, lifting her gently. He checked that she was responsive and called out her name to make sure she was all right. I will ask for you both to be excused from school today. Ethan checked the time. There was still a while before school started. He held Hinata Sakuramiya close and drove them to school together. Because of the stalker incident, Senshirado, Senshirado, after finishing with Hinata Sakuramiya, Ethan moved on to Saya Sakuramiya. While gently holding her hands, he smiled and reminded them both to visit Kasumi Takamine after they woke up. Kasumi Takamine had already started preparing the company. The location was chosen. All that remained was the bureaucratic process. Ethan told the Sakuramiya sisters the address, but seeing their slightly rolled-up, dreamy eyes, he realized they likely wouldn't remember it. He had no choice but to take out his phone and send the relevant information to their cell phones via line. Ethan had only briefly explained the existence of magic and the underworld earlier, but hadn't provided details on how to cultivate magical power. These matters were now entirely Kasumi Takamine's responsibility. Had it not been for the stalker's appearance, Ethan wouldn't have even personally explained the magic to them. Going forward, Every new member who could join the organization would follow this process. Ethan only needed to ensure he satisfied their physical and cultivation needs. As for the girls with no talent who could only remain ordinary people, they would become clerical staff in the company after graduation. When the sun rose high, Ethan cleaned his body, put on his uniform, and smiled as he greeted the Sakuramiya mother. Completely unconcerned by her unnatural expression and deep dark circles, he casually left the Sakuramiya house. After Ethan left, the Sakuramiya mother quickly rushed upstairs to check on her two daughters. She had returned home at 3 a.m., and it was now past 7 a.m., even if they had only started when she returned. It had been 4 hours of constant noise. The noise from upstairs hadn't stopped for 4 hours. While astonished by Ethan's energy and loud playing, she was also deeply worried about whether her two daughters could get enough rest. Opening the door, the Sakuramiya sisters were sound asleep. However, the strange white residue covering them and the unusual liquid dripping from them caused the Sakuramiya mother to gasp in alarm. Fortunately, aside from some swelling in their skin, she found no other signs of distress. Even in their sleep, the sisters wore peaceful, content smiles. Seeing this, she was somewhat reassured. She closed the door and went back to rest. As for questioning them, that could wait until they woke up. Not only did the Sakuramiya sisters need rest, but she did too. After a full day of work, listening outside the door for several hours, she was completely exhausted and needed to sleep. Cinchuredo, not every girl he remembered had given him a love letter on Valentine's Day. Only a few special ones had. This was one of the reasons Ethan didn't delay and immediately moved to action. The fact that they knew Ethan was involved with many girls, yet still willingly sent him a love letter was telling. For these heroines, showcasing their best qualities was the most effective and correct method, rather than seeking an emotional connection. Akane Nanao, like the Sakuramiya sisters, benefited from Kuo Academy recently changing from an all-girls school to a co-ed school. She naturally wouldn't encounter an abusive coach or a boyfriend she was fond of. To be precise, the baseball club currently had no boys. As for a coach, Kuo Academy wouldn't hire someone with a bad record like Rizo Tog, regardless of his skill. Furthermore, Akane Nanao was not the type to be easily intimidated. As long as he met her expectations, there was virtually no need to worry about the convergence of the world line. Even if she transferred later due to family reasons, Ethan didn't think she would be coerced. In the original story, she only agreed to Rizo Tog's blackmail because she feared her Barato would be expelled and unable to participate in the Koshien tournament. Now, Akane Nanao had no such weakness for anyone to exploit. If she possessed magical talent, all the better. Just in case, Ethan would still explain the harsh realities of the world to Akane Nanao. When facing a real threat, she should be able to resist without hesitation, even to the point of eliminating her opponent. Author's note: ding dong. The subscriptions are not good. It seems readers are not enjoying the direct, mature heroine approach. In that case, besides the few already planned, I won't write about other mature characters. I will also speed up the pace to enter the main storyline sooner. Specifically, I will only include Tsubaki Miyajima, Reika Kurashiki, Mizuki Suzumori, and the other two characters from the anime, featuring TKO Sakuramichi. Other adult-themed characters will not be added. As for mainstream characters, such as Yuzaki-chan and Nanako Ekizan, they will be included, but I need to think carefully about how to arrange them. Chapter 162, Akane Nanao, Part 1. Having gone through the incidents with Natsuha Murasakimiya and the Sakuramiya sisters, Ethan was more practiced in extending invitations. During lunchtime, he found Akane Nanao eating her bento in the classroom and presented the love letter. Under the ambiguous and shy gazes of the other girls, the striking woman with short, peach-colored hair bashfully accepted the date invitation. In the afternoon, Ethan met with Natsuha Murasakimiya, who had already been briefed by the Takamine sisters. She was initially upset. The number of women Ethan had was completely beyond her imagination. However, as one beautiful girl after another, who were no less capable than her, or even superior, made their appearance, this small emotional turmoil gradually dissipated. That's just how people are. There's no harm in being compared to others. Upon comparison, Natsuha Murasakimiya realized she had no standing to be jealous or angry. After being fully welcomed into the group, she seamlessly integrated with the others. It's worth noting that because of their similar talents, Ethan specifically instructed her to train with Akino Sakagami. The two beautiful girls, who were at extreme ends of the size spectrum, got along surprisingly harmoniously, though Natsuha Murasakimiya, as the junior, was frequently teased by Akino Sakagami, who admired her style. February 16th. The streets were still immersed in the atmosphere of Valentine's Day. Many businesses still kept up their Valentine's decorations and were running promotional sales. 2 previous dates had been canceled due to various reasons, but this time, Ethan finally had a smooth and uneventful date with Akane Nanao. Truth be told, Ethan had never had a genuinely formal date with a girl before. In his opinion, a date wasn't much different from just going out to have fun. A date was essentially 2 people who desired each other going out to have fun. Sometimes, if their interests didn't align, a date might not even be as enjoyable as hanging out with someone who shared your hobbies. Of course, if the 2 people on the date really hit it off, it would definitely be much more enjoyable than a regular outing. Ethan held Akane Nanao's soft hand. They started with shopping, buying some cute but ultimately useless small trinkets. Then, they had dinner at a Western restaurant, Senchuredo. Senchuredo, he preferred Akane Nanao's straightforward, energetic personality over that of a shy, introverted beauty. Especially when paired with her tall, confident presence, he was already eager to get to know her better. A faint moonlight shone through the curtain gaps into the dim bedroom. The recently showered girl still had water droplets clinging to her. She appeared fresh and elegant, catching the attention of those nearby. "Ethan, what should we do next?" Akane Nanao looked at Ethan, feeling a surge of determination rising within her. Yet, Senchuredo, do you want to continue? Turning her beautiful eyes away, Akane Nanao remained silent, waiting for Ethan's next move, saying nothing more. "All right, Akane-chan." Noticing the beautiful girl's hesitation, Ethan carefully stepped closer to Akane Nanao, who stood beside him in her black barato. Senchuredo, 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 Senchuredo. Akane-chan, barato to submit to me completely. Barato to carry my children and be my partner for life. Chapter 163. Akane Nanao, Part 2. Perhaps the earlier request to be gentler with me revealed a momentary vulnerability in Akane Nanao that Ethan had noticed. Facing the young girl, he nervously said things he would not normally say. "You're just a little good-looking and already so full of yourself." But Akane-chan, why are you fidgeting so much?" Even as she spoke back firmly, the girl was honest in her reactions to Ethan's actions. In this moment, Akane Nanao showed Ethan her true character. Her proud attitude only encouraged Ethan's playful side. His barato became more confident and skilled. Senchuredo Ethan was wondering why Akane Nanao hadn't refuted him this time when he looked down and saw the girl staring up at him with a stunned expression, her shoulders shaking as if she had received a sudden shock. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Senchuredo, he continued to charm Akane Nanao, the peach short-haired beauty. Her cheeks flushed a warm red as she smiled brightly. Her smooth short hair was slightly damp, and she laughed with joy. Senchuredo, 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 do you have sheer black pantyhose? Knee-high barato were nice, but for showcasing her elegant style, sheer pantyhose were the perfect choice. Because Akane Nanao's legs had a lovely shape, the color black would complement her outfit beautifully. "Ethan, you really do pay close attention to fashion." The young woman slowly withdrew her foot and turned to rummage through her closet. "I don't have long socks right now. Are shorter ones okay?" Ethan chuckled, relaxed, and easygoing. Sure, or whatever you have is fine. During their time spent drying off in the locker room, Ethan had already noticed that Akane Nanao's well-maintained appearance stood out. Honestly, Akane Nanao muttered, putting on black tights. She looked down and stepped towards the Barado, causing it to shake its head again. Senchuredo, you seem very dissatisfied with my work. After learning of Ethan's unusual professional expectations, Akane Nanao regained some of her assertive manager-like demeanor. With a look of professional disapproval, she addressed the situation with firm authority and redirected the conversation to appropriate workplace matters. Senchuredo trying every way possible to stay close to Akane Nanao. A hissing sound came from the Barado as it moved. Akane Nanao accidentally stepped near Ethan several times during the encounter. Senchuredo, she stretched out her toe and used it to Barado the small figure known as the Barado, then resumed her careful work. Ethan, are you trying to make trouble for me again? This is unavoidable. I'm simply too eager. You really are a troublesome one who gets excited over small challenges. I guessed right. Senchuredo. A warm sensation traveled through his Barado up to Ethan's mind. That feels nice. It was the Barado someone else had offered to help him relax by tending to his sore feet. Before, he had always pressed and Barado his own tired feet himself. The relief was wonderful. He let out a long, satisfied breath. Akane Nanao's footwork was actually quite average, but Ethan's physical condition was such that no matter how hard she pressed, he barely noticed. As a result, Ethan continued to stay focused. Akane-chan, you're doing well out there. For someone like you, you find it comfortable no matter what I did. Seizing the opportunity, Akane Nanao suddenly picked up the pace of her stretching routine, pressing firmly against the resistance band. Her toes wrapped around the grip and began to rotate, sending a surge of relief rushing through her tired muscles. Ethan, Senchuredo, 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 Senchuredo. Hearing the young woman with short peach-colored hair complain loudly beneath him, Ethan replied with frustration. Akane-chan, you are clearly having fun. Who's really being unreasonable here? She just sighed and rolled her eyes, tried to push him away. Senchuredo, 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 even a Barado, tier legendary character like Akane Nanao, is a bit too overwhelmed after her Barado, facing a trial like this. Ethan looked at the peach short-haired beauty, who was clearly struggling, and promptly used a few recovery spells on her. The focus was on reducing her physical sensitivity and restoring her mental state. He didn't want to see an Akane Nanao who had lost her composure, nor did he currently have any intention of controlling another person. Confirming that Akane Nanao would not suffer any major after effects, Ethan cleaned himself up and went to school as usual. After morning classes, he took out the final 2 love letters with familiar signatures, Mizuki Suzumori and Tsukino Yamazaki. These were the last 2 popular girls at Kuo Academy. He wondered if new female characters and new blonde guys would appear in the new school year. The year Ethan entered school was the year Kuo Academy transitioned from an all-girls school to a co-ed school, so there were very few males in the academy, and naturally, few familiar blonde guys. Besides Iki Shinonome, the fake blonde guy, the only real blonde guy Ethan had encountered who was a Kuo Academy student was Masaru Shijika. As for the teachers, there were even fewer males, virtually none. Recalling his vague memories, Ethan finally decided to find Mizuki Suzumori first. Tsukino Yamazaki was relatively safe. Senchuredo, since she sent him a love letter on Valentine's Day, it was likely she didn't have a boyfriend right now. If things went smoothly, Ethan would be replacing the original hapless victim. Thinking this, Ethan decided to make his move immediately, whether the target had appeared or whether he truly replaced the original victim. If there was even the slightest possibility, he had to thoroughly crush the threat in the cradle. Mizuki Suzumori was in the 2nd year. Ethan checked her classroom, but didn't find her. After asking others, he learned she was training on the track, preparing for the upcoming track and field competition. She's really dedicated. Ethan thanked the senior who informed him and quickly slipped away under her excited, flushed gaze. If he didn't leave now, once she realized what happened, Ethan was not a man who turned away attention from others, but right now, he didn't have the leisure time. Arriving at the track, Cinceredo, especially her athletic build, which made one worry if she would be hindered during the track meet. During lunchtime, there were few people on the track, mostly girls from the sports clubs. Without a large crowd for concealment, the few curious boys wouldn't dare approach to watch the event. Even the rowdy trio were busy eating their lunch right now. Mizuki Suzumori-san, good afternoon. Ethan's arrival caused a slight stir, but after he actively waved and indicated he was looking for someone for a private matter, the girls, though disappointed, obediently dispersed and returned to their activities. Ethan wasn't concerned about whether they were still watching, as long as it didn't interfere with his interaction with Mizuki Suzumori. Uetsugi-kun. Mizuki Suzumori quickly stopped her warm-up and rushed over to Ethan, her expression one of pleasant surprise. Ethan maintained his gentle, boy-next-door persona. He skillfully pulled out the pink envelope and, just as skillfully, extended his invitation. Although it's 2 days late, if Suzumori-san doesn't mind, let's go on a date after school. We could visit a cafe and take a walk together afterward. His gentle smile clashed with his flippant words, even appearing strange. But Mizuki Suzumori already knew about Ethan's reputation and was completely accepting. Otherwise, she wouldn't have insisted on sending the love letter. I really want to go on a date with you, Suji-kun. Mizuki Suzumori interlaced her fingers, saying with difficulty, but the club activity this afternoon is very important. A new advisor will be coming. He's a very capable teacher, and I can't miss it. Ethan's eyebrows lifted. He spoke keenly. Is the new arrival a male teacher? Yes, the school supposedly spent a lot of money to hire him. He's previously coached several excellent female athletes at the prefectural level. What about your track and field club's previous advisor? Because the track and field club also admitted some boys, the former advisor didn't have experience coaching boys, so she simply transferred to the girls' basketball club. Chapter 165. At Sundararius, Ethan didn't press further. Instead, he said, then let's add each other online. We can go out another time when you're free. Mizuki Suzumori seemed flustered. I didn't bring my phone. I see. They'll go back to the classroom and get it right now. Hearing the disappointment in Ethan's tone, she abandoned her training and quickly ran towards her classroom. Watching the beautiful girl sprint away, Ethan was momentarily stunned. He realized he had been foolish. Mizuki Suzumori's attire indeed offered nowhere to put a phone. She was about to train for track and field, and her outfit had no pockets. If she tried to tuck her phone into her clothing and it slipped out and broke, she'd have no one to blame but herself. Mizuki Suzumori ran too quickly, bumping into several students along the way. Watching her occasionally stop to apologize, Ethan suddenly smiled. Mizuki Suzumori's pure and lovely appearance convinced him that everything he had done these past few days was correct. Setting aside personal desire and his plans for revenge, he truly wanted to rescue Natsuha Murasakimiya and the others from the hands of the blonde guys. After adding Mizuki Suzumori's line and phone number, with some time left during the lunch break, Ethan headed to the Occult Research Club's clubhouse. President Akino Senpai, good afternoon. Pushing open the clubhouse door, Akino Himejima was tidying up the utensils on the coffee table. The two had just finished lunch. Ethan didn't see Yuto Kiba or the white-haired girl, suggesting they had lunch in the school cafeteria today. Rias Grimmery picked up a cup of steaming black tea and gently blew on it. Without looking up, she said, Akira, what is it you need my help at this time? From Rias' calm tone, Ethan sensed a deep resentment. He subconsciously glanced at Akino Himejima, receiving an "you are on your own" look. After a brief thought, Ethan generally understood what was happening. He had been busy pursuing relationships with several girls these past few days, somewhat neglecting Rias. Although they knew Ethan's energy-sharing ability worked best with partners, they were naturally a little jealous. Especially since the girls Ethan was spending time with were ordinary humans, completely useless for his current need to break through his bottleneck. It seemed more like a personal quest. Otherwise, why would he only choose girls who were popular at school? Understanding was one thing, but Ethan also knew Rias was only jealous because she had feelings for him. Otherwise, Cinchuredo Ethan conceded his mistake and brought up the reason for his actions. I want to test if I could use sheer quantity to break through my current realm and reach SS class strength. He continued, secretly observing Rias' expression. It just so happens that a lot of girls gave me love letters on Valentine's Day. Since they didn't mind, I chose a few with Yuan Yin to try it out. Sure enough, Rias' expression softened considerably when she heard this, though she still remained silent. Feeling more confident, Ethan continued, I only have 2 people left. I've already promised them, and after that, I won't pursue any more girls in the school. Rias put down her teacup, turning her head. I don't care how many girls you fool around with, I just worry you'll get caught up in it and forget what you promised me. Seeing the usually mature and composed red-haired empress adopt such a tsundere posture, Rias actually had this girly side, left Ethan momentarily captivated. Ahem! Snapping out of it, Ethan cleared his throat and smiled. Don't worry. How could I forget my promise to the president? However, it seems now that if I want to quickly reach the Mao class, I either need to fight, especially life-and-death battles, to awaken my potential as a martial arts faction barado, or I need higher quality partners for specialized energy training. Rias frowned. Are you sure quantity isn't effective? I can basically confirm it. Ethan wasn't entirely trying to comfort Rias. He had considered this possibility before, but had ruled it out when he broke through A class. This time just confirmed it. The energy gathered from Natsuha and the others wasn't useless. My strength at the S-class limit improved slightly, but the change was too small, almost negligible. It's impossible to cause a qualitative leap. Also, regarding talent, besides Saya Sakuramiya providing a new precision talent, the talents on Natsa Murasakimiya, Hinata Sakuramiya, and Akananao were ones he had already acquired. Hinata Sakuramiya had the perception talent, which Ethan had already acquired from Yui Obata. Akane Nanao had flesh activation, the same talent as Yakaina Sasaki, but her talent had not been fully developed and was not recruited into the Underworld Academy upon enrollment. It was true that heroines had a high probability of possessing talent, but it seemed unlikely he would acquire new talents now. This dampened Ethan's desire to continue hunting for talents. After resolving the hidden threats within Kuo Academy, he no longer intended to actively seek out and provoke the troublesome troublemaker. Simply despite that challenge by hunting for targets across Tokyo or even all of Japan, he wasn't that bored. He would be better off using that time to pursue individuals with great strength, rare talents, special bloodlines, or unique skills. Ethan was well aware that his current strength was insignificant. Anyone below the Mao class was an ant. S class was just a slightly stronger ant. The Mao class was only the point where one began to have some significance. To be truly worry-free, God class strength was the starting point. The more he understood this chaotic world, the deeper his realization of this point became. Life and death combat is difficult. There were plenty of opportunities during the Great War of the 3 factions. Rias wasn't bothered that Ethan still intended to pursue 2 more girls. He had a long history with nearly dozens of women. 2 more wouldn't make a difference. Many martial arts faction experts rose during the Great War, but the risk is also very high. I don't recommend you do that. I don't want to either, but it seems there aren't any female fighters with over S-class strength in the human world anymore. Ethan spread his hands helplessly. Moreover, Cinchuredo was always better than fighting men or monsters. We'll discuss this later. You don't need to be in such a rush to break through to the Mao class. I was just joking with you. Rias didn't want Ethan to take risks. Persuading him S-class strength plus the boosted gear should be enough to deal with that person. Ethan nodded obediently. He also believed this. If it was truly the 3rd son of the Phoenix family, he felt his current strength was completely sufficient. If all else failed, he could always overdraw and use the balance breaker mode of the Divine Dividing. Speaking of which, the 3rd son of the Phoenix family was also a blonde guy, wasn't it? Ethan shook his head, casting aside the absurd thought. He must be overthinking things. By the way, President, I heard the school's track and field club hired a new advisor, and he's a man. Do you know about this? Having successfully placated Rias, Ethan hadn't forgotten the real reason for his visit. Rias picked up her teacup again, saying indifferently, "I'm not sure. Hiring a teacher is handled by the board of directors. I don't concern myself with such minor matters." Ethan nodded. Although Kuo Academy was founded by the Gremory family, and Rias was currently the highest authority, the academy had numerous large and small affairs. She couldn't possibly manage everything. Or rather, Rias rarely managed affairs. The school's operations were handled by the school board and the principal and teachers below them. I want to request that the academy not hire that teacher. If they must hire someone, hire a female coach instead. Ethan didn't know if the incoming track and field club advisor had malicious intentions. The person who hurt Mizuki Suzumori in the original story was well hidden. Girls in other clubs also fell victim to him. You must wish for the academy to only have you as the sole male student, don't you? Rias couldn't help but joke. Chapter 166. Mizuki Suzumori, Part 1. Ethan shrugged and chuckled. That wouldn't be bad. This school year is almost over. How about we restore Kuo Academy to an all-girls school in April? Rias gave him a glare. Enough. I will have someone handle the teacher matter. You can leave now. Ethan knew Rias wouldn't agree to his demand to return the school to all girls. If the Gremory family hadn't been struggling to find students, Rias wouldn't have changed Kuo Academy to co-ed in the first place. Japan's declining birth rate not only affected ordinary society, but also the supernatural structure built upon the foundational economy. The supernatural factions were also heavily impacted. Leaving the Occult Research Club, Ethan finished the afternoon classes in boredom. When the final bell rang, just as he was about to check if Tsukino Yamazaki was free, he received a message from Mizuki Suzumori on his phone. "Mizuki, you Suji-kun, I just received notice that the new advisor can't come anymore." "Akida, sensuda." Picked up his light backpack with one hand, silently thanked his dear president, and left the classroom in a cheerful mood. Although he couldn't change the school back to all girls, only hiring female teachers was achievable. A simple notification from Rias to the school board of directors resolved the matter easily. The board members didn't know why Rias did this, but they wouldn't be tactless about such an irrelevant matter. It was just a sports teacher with some ability. They didn't even give him an explanation, let alone compensation. They simply issued a notice of rejection. "Mizuki, the prefectural tournament is coming up soon. Are you sure it's okay for you not to train?" It's fine, it's fine." Mizuki Suzumori held Ethan's arm as they walked together, smiling sweetly, resting her head on Ethan's upper arm. Actually, track and field is mostly about daily consistency. It's unlikely to see major improvements in the short term. Training is mainly about maintaining condition and showing dedication. Otherwise, if results aren't good, people might criticize that. Since she finally had the opportunity to be close to Ethan, Mizuki Suzumori would squeeze out time no matter what, unless the situation was truly unavoidable, like meeting a new teacher for the first time. Ethan had only asked casually. After school, the two dated for a while like a normal high school couple, quickly growing affectionate. Mizuki Suzumori's personality was bright and outgoing, and they soon started calling each other by their first names. "Let's go grab something to eat. It's almost time." Glancing at the setting sun, which was down to a mere afterglow, he walked alongside Mizuki Suzumori into a decent-looking Chinese restaurant. "Mizuki, are you used to eating Chinese food?" "It's all right, but the mapo tofu is too spicy. I can't eat it." Ethan's forehead developed a faint black line. Sure enough, when Japanese people thought of Chinese food, they could only think of mapo tofu. He didn't explain. Since the restaurant was open here and looked busy, it must have been localized. As Ethan expected, the restaurant's flavors were somewhat different from authentic Chinese cuisine, and the owner wasn't Chinese. However, overall, the taste was acceptable, simply tailored more to Japanese dietary habits. Judging by Mizuki Suzumori's look of satisfaction, there was a reason this restaurant was so popular. Seeing Ethan staring at her, Mizuki Suzumori felt a little self-conscious. Sorry, did I eat too much? A girl involved in sports, especially track and field, coupled with Mizuki Suzumori's big appetite, it would be odd if she didn't eat as much as an adult male. No, I think you're very cute, Mizuki, especially that look of pure happiness when you're eating. It makes me feel happy just watching you. Ethan spoke sincerely. Mizuki Suzumori made a strong impression on him. Mizuki Suzumori was caught off guard by the unexpected compliment, as people had mostly noticed her appearance before, and this was the barato someone had sincerely called her cute. Ethan gave Mizuki Suzumori a warm smile, then called the waiter to settle the bill. Leaving the restaurant, Ethan walked alongside Akira for a while to enjoy the evening air. Akira, it's getting dark. I should probably head home soon. Let me give you a ride home. Ethan greeted Mizuki Suzumori warmly on the cheek. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Mizuki Suzumori felt nervous about his serious tone. She understood he had an important matter to discuss with her. She had only mentioned going home out of politeness. She nodded slightly, whispering, "I'll let my mom know." Seeing Mizuki Suzumori easily fool her mother with a few words, Ethan couldn't help but inwardly lament the tolerance of parents in Japan for their children sleeping over at a classmate's house. Of course, Mizuki Suzumori didn't forget to notify her best friend. Otherwise, if her mother made a single phone call, the truth would be exposed. Mizuki Suzumori covered her phone, whispering and chatting with her best friend. At such close range, it was difficult for Ethan not to hear. However, Mizuki Suzumori's best friend was more difficult than her mother, Senshirado. Congratulations on your new relationship with such a handsome guy. Ah, I wish I had a build as fit as yours. Mizuki Suzumori blushed, quickly glancing at Ethan. Okay, I have to hang up now. Akira is waiting for me. Ethan touched his nose and looked up at the sky. There were quite a few stars tonight. Seeing this, Mizuki Suzumori quickly hung up the phone, relinked her arm with Ethan's, and intertwined their fingers. Akira, let's go. At the Takamine house, seeing Ethan bring yet another unfamiliar girl home, the Takamine mother and daughters returned to their rooms with looks of slight resentment, leaving the space for Ethan and Mizuki Suzumori. Mizuki Suzumori was initially shy upon seeing the three Takamine women, but after Ethan explained their relationship, her jealousy subsided, and she relaxed. Ethan showed Mizuki around the second floor of the house. Mizuki, would you like to freshen up? Sure, thank you. But I didn't bring a change of clothes. You don't need to worry about that. I have all sizes of spare outfits at home. Mizuki Suzumori pouted, looking at Ethan with a huffy expression. Ethan chuckled, smiling warmly at her and giving her a quick, friendly peck on the cheek. He didn't let go of her until Mizuki Suzumori needed to step away. 15 minutes later, Mizuki Suzumori returned to the bedroom, having changed into comfortable clothes. Ethan had also taken a quick shower. He glanced over and felt a rush of affection, seeing her looking so refreshed. It seemed that after all this time in this world, this was his barato, truly meeting someone of this background. Without further words, Ethan decisively took a bold step forward. When he revealed his true power, it surged forward with unstoppable bravado. At the same time, Senshirado, Ethan's face couldn't help but show an expression of satisfaction. Although he had experienced something similar before, the feeling was genuinely captivating. It wasn't overwhelmingly intense, but rather the deep sense of fulfillment that was truly rewarding. Senshirado, Ethan gently held the young woman's hand and asked, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Mizuki Suzumori looked up at him with a blank expression, her eyes searching his face. She spoke softly, "I feel a little uneasy. Could you stay with me for a while?" As she spoke, she turned her head away quietly. She moved with intense, relentless pressure as she pressed against him. Ethan was not an ordinary person and quickly considered a possibility. It must be Mizuki Suzumori's constitution, compounded by the agility talent. It seemed this talent not only made her excel in track and field, but also made her distinctly sensitive in barato. Mizuki Suzumori's eyes were full of determination, pushing herself to keep training with Ethan. Although she couldn't maintain her pace for long each time, she immediately pushed herself to try even harder right after each sprint. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. A familiar notification sounded in Ethan's mind. Flesh Mastery, Intermediate, upgraded. Looking at Mizuki Suzumori, who lay peacefully asleep nearby, Ethan's face showed surprise, then delight. The agility talent was very similar to the Takamine sisters' flexibility and agility talents. It was the fusion of those two talents that had transformed the flesh activation he copied from Yukaina Sasaki into the more powerful Flesh Mastery. He hadn't expected Flesh Mastery, which had been stuck at intermediate for a long time, to be upgraded again because of Mizuki Suzumori's agility talent. MHM, it must be a qualitative change caused by accumulated quantity. Some of the related talents he had absorbed previously had already pushed it to the threshold of an upgrade. For example, the Flesh Activation talent possessed by Akane Nanao. With this upgrade, Flesh Mastery immediately reached max level. The Barato Mastery panel no longer had a suffix, becoming the same as talents like Insightful Eye. Clearly, the potential of this talent had reached its limit. However, this was not bad news for Ethan. It was a good thing. With Barato Mastery at max level, he found he could direct the Barato with ease. Driven by curiosity, Ethan immediately began to experiment inside Mizuki Suzumori. The Barato began to slowly shrink, narrowing its form significantly. The part of the Barato that had once extended outward gradually vanished completely beneath Mizuki Suzumori. Feeling the long-lost sensation of complete unity, Ethan sighed with relief. Indeed, mastery over form was a remarkable gift. Balance and proportion mattered far more than sheer size. And with this ability to control his shape, Centuredo, 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 when Ethan tried to push his abilities further, he failed. Flesh Mastery was about control, not exceeding physical limits. He could adjust the form of his construct by managing the flow of energy, but he couldn't break the rules of the system. Ethan realized his previous thinking was correct. It's better to have the ability and not need it than to need it and not have it. As his strength continued to improve, he imagined both he and little Ethan would grow considerably more. However, with this new ability, he no longer had to worry about the Barato being too powerful for anyone to face. Chapter 168. The coincidence. Looking at the resting young woman, Ethan figured she wouldn't wake up anytime soon. He decided to find the Takamine family, who were hiding in their room, listening in, to further familiarize himself with his newly acquired ability. He was like a little boy who had received a new toy, impatient to show it off to his closest companions. However, the three Takamine women were not typical companions. Not only were they not jealous, but they were more excited than Ethan himself, as if they were the ones who had received the new toy. Well, perhaps that was technically correct. The toy belonged to Ethan, but they were the ones who used it. While the original Barato was good, it was no match for one that was personally customized to be comfortable and effective. The design was carefully refined until it fit perfectly and felt just right. This caused even the battle-hardened women to roll their eyes and display an unbothered expression on their faces. Furthermore, from now on, there was no longer any need to struggle before receiving the protective blessing. Plans for further development could also be put on the agenda. In truth, Ethan had no particular feeling for that particular practice. Since it offered no benefits for his cultivation method, he had never requested it from his Barato. However, with this new ability, even though he wasn't personally invested, his strong determination to overcome the challenge meant he had to try the dry road. After the Takamine family group took turns practicing, Ethan became fully familiar with the use of his new ability. As compensation, Centuredo, Ethan gently covered the sleeping track and field beauty with a blanket and quietly left the room. Kasumi-san, I'm leaving Mizuki's situation to you. After breakfast, Ethan delegated the explanation of the underworld and magic to Kasumi Takamine, then grabbed his school bag and left for school. Today is Friday. Tomorrow is the weekend. Ethan held the last love letter and quietly thought, since that's the case, I might as well ask Sakino Yamazaki out for a date over the weekend. It's not convenient at home tonight. Sakino Yamazaki was in the same class as Fuyuko Sakuramichi. If it weren't for Fuyuko Sakuramichi, he would have almost forgotten about this familiar character. It was because Tsukino Yamazaki's role in the anime was so minor. Besides being a quiet newcomer, she had no competition against the other two captivating characters. The date invitation went smoothly. However, Fuyuko Sakuramichi was also in the classroom at the time, and the resentful gaze she gave Ethan and Tsukino Yamazaki as they exchanged contact information made him feel a little guilty. Looking at Fuyuko Sakuramichi's weak aura, had she not absorbed any spiritual energy since the last time? That seemed unlikely. It had been over a month since Ethan last visited her to share his power. Censuredo. And since it wasn't a commuting day, Ethan had also changed into black casual wear. It was late February, and the weather was still a bit chilly. Looking at Tsukino Yamazaki's light yellow dress, Ethan genuinely worried that if they kept walking, their destination might end up being the hospital. Fortunately, upon closer observation, Ethan saw that she was fully prepared, wearing thermal layers underneath and likely mini heat patches. The tights she wore were a thickened, flesh-colored style, designed to look natural while providing extra warmth. Aside from her small nose being slightly reddened by the cold wind, Tsukino Yamazaki showed no other signs of discomfort. Seeing Ethan in his thin, casual wear, she worriedly asked, "Akira, aren't you cold wearing so little?" Given Ethan's current physique, he wouldn't feel cold even if it was snowing, let alone in February. He smiled, answering with action. His fiery big hand grasped her cool small hand. The black-haired, beautiful girl's cute face instantly flushed red. Paired with her small, rosy nose from the wind, she looked even more adorable and captivating. The weather is so cold. How about we do some indoor activities? This weather really isn't suitable for playing outside. Ethan held the beautiful girl's soft hand, walking and asking, "Is there anything you'd like to do? How about bowling?" Tsukino Yamazaki had clearly prepared for today's date. She whispered, "A new bowling alley just opened recently. Let's go check it out together." Dating wasn't just the boy's responsibility. When both parties had feelings for each other, the girl often prepared meticulously, sometimes even thinking things through more thoroughly than the boy, so there was no fear of awkward silence. Although Ethan hadn't specially prepared anything for today's date, he wasn't picky. As long as Tsukino Yamazaki wanted to go, he would accompany her. Of course, I didn't realize Yamazaki. Ethan paused for a moment. "Can I call you Suki-chan? I feel like calling you Yamazaki or Tsukino is a bit strange." The gentle, pure, beautiful girl happily nodded her small head, looking at Ethan expectantly. "Yes, then can I call you Aki-chan?" Ethan's mouth twitched. If he could help it, he really didn't want people to call him Aki-chan. It didn't align with his inner nature at all. However, based on his appearance, the nickname suited him. Seeing Ethan not reply, Tsukino Yamazaki lowered her head, looking a little disappointed. "I'm sorry, I got too carried away. It's fine." Ethan quickly interrupted her apology and explained, "I don't mind. It's just that only my elders usually call me that." And I was momentarily taken aback. Tsukino Yamazaki happily linked her arm through Ethan's. "We're the same. The nickname Suki-chan is usually only used by my mom and dad." As they spoke, the two arrived at the bowling alley. Looking at the spacious, bright venue, Ethan looked around with interest. This was the first time he had been to a bowling alley in both his lives. Perhaps because it had just opened, the facilities were all brand new. Under the lights, the waxed wooden floor reflected a clear sheen. Before Ethan could approach the counter to inquire about the details, a familiar tall figure walked toward them. Yamazaki-san and Yu Suji-kun. Fuyuko Sakuramichi pushed up her glasses. Despite her face remaining completely expressionless, she spoke in a tone of surprise. "What a coincidence. I didn't realize you two were also interested in bowling." Ethan narrowed his eyes and muttered, I wish you would put more effort into your acting. This level would only fool kindergarten children, not even primary schoolers. Fuyuko Sakuramichi didn't reply, simply turning her gaze to Tsukino Yamazaki. Yamazaki-san, if you don't mind, may I join you? This is my first time trying this sport. Tsukino Yamazaki was very surprised to see Fuyuko Sakuramichi. Then, as if she remembered something, her small face instantly showed displeasure. The matter between Fuyuko Sakuramichi and Ethan was not public knowledge, but virtually everyone in their class knew about it. Tsukino Yamazaki was, of course, no exception. The pure, lovely, black-haired, beautiful girl puffed out her cheeks. Sakuramichi-san, did you purposely recommend this place to me yesterday, just for this? Didn't you break up with Aki-chan? Aki-chan. Fuyuko Sakuramichi tilted her head in confusion, then shifted her gaze to Ethan's helpless face. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. She covered her barato in surprise, looking a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Ethan looked at the giggling young woman, a vein pulsing in his forehead. He reached out and gave Fuyuko Sakuramichi a firm, playful pat on the barato. Forget it. I was going to talk to you after we finished. Since this happened, Fuyuko, take us to your place. You can do the explaining. Seeing Ethan's action, Tsukino Yamazaki stared blankly. Aki-chan, you and Sakuramichi said. Ethan had no interest in getting involved in a love triangle, especially one between the heroines. He lifted the lady and placed her in front of Tsukino Yamazaki, saying flatly, ask her for the details. I originally wanted to have a proper date with you. We'll try again another time. Chapter 169, Censuredo. The commotion had already attracted the attention of others in the venue, and Ethan couldn't afford to be too excessive, so he eventually let her hold onto his arm. Suki-chan, let's go to Fuyuko's apartment first. Fuyuko will explain your questions to you. Tsukino Yamazaki looked at Fuyuko Sakuramichi, clinging to Ethan, her barato pouting slightly, but she still nodded obediently. Okay, Aki-chan. As the three left the bowling alley, Ethan secretly noted the location, planning to come back alone another time. However, given his athletic skill, he doubted he would find much fun in such a sport. Outside Fuyuko Sakuramichi's apartment door, Tsukino Yamazaki said with a look of suspicion, Enchantress? Magic? Underworld Academy? Miss Enchantress took out her key to open the door, turning to Ethan. See, I told you Yamazaki wouldn't believe it. And I'm a problematic demon. I can't transform. Why don't you demonstrate some magic? Ethan directly pushed the apartment door open and walked inside. This whole situation was Fuyuko Sakuramichi's fault. He wasn't going to take charge of it. Fine. Fuyuko Sakuramichi stepped into the entryway, took off her shoes, removed her red-framed glasses, and said, Yamazaki, look into my eyes. It was the barato Tsukino Yamazaki had seen Fuyuko Sakuramichi without her glasses. Before she could even marvel at the stunning, exquisite face, her consciousness instantly blurred. On the other side, Ethan familiarly opened the refrigerator. Just as he was about to grab a can of soda, he noticed a strange presence in the house. It had a magical aura, and it didn't seem weak. The location was the restroom. He lay down on the sofa and shouted toward the entrance, Fuyuko, do you have a guest? A guest? Fuyuko Sakuramichi was using her mental magic to control Tsukino Yamazaki. Hearing his question, she subconsciously replied, No, why do you ask? Go check the restroom. If it's not someone you know, it's an enemy. Fuyuko Sakuramichi led Tsukino Yamazaki, who was now in her victory outfit, over to Ethan. At this point, she also noticed a familiar bag. TCH. She turned away, annoyed. It's not an enemy. It's someone I know. Fuyuko Sakuramichi walked to the restroom door. Kanane, are you in there? Ah, Fuyuko. You're back. Do you need to use the restroom? It'll be right out. No, take your time. Why did you suddenly come without telling me? I heard you weren't looking too well recently, so I specifically took the day off to see you. Who knew you wouldn't be home first thing this morning? Fuyuko Sakuramichi had left home early to ensure a coincidence at the bowling alley. She had already been waiting for over an hour before Ethan and Tsukino Yamazaki arrived. Hearing Kana Akizono's words, Fuyuko Sakuramaki's heart warmed, and she decided not to worry about spending more time with Ethan later. She hadn't orchestrated this coincidence merely to interrupt Ethan's date. It was for her own survival. Although she felt a little guilty toward Tsukino Yamazaki, she had reached her limit. She figured she could let Tsukino Yamazaki have Ethan's attention for the day. "I'm fine. I have 2 friends over. They'll introduce you when you come out." "Friends?" Kana Akizono stood up slightly, adjusting the hem of her black lace outfit. Hearing this, she paused instinctively. She knew Fuyuko Sakuramaki's personality. Despite her unusual nature, she maintained a proper demeanor in most situations. Especially recently, it seemed she hadn't even been gathering energy, growing weaker day by day. Kana Akizono couldn't help but show up to see what was going on. In the living room, as Fuyuko Sakuramachi released her focus, Tsukino Yamazaki stopped moving. She instinctively pulled back, shrinking into the corner of the sofa like a small cat. Unfortunately, no matter how much she curled up, she was shivering in the cold air. "Suki-chan, the choice is yours." Ethan took off his jacket and draped it over the girl. The heating wasn't on, and the room temperature wasn't high. If she continued like this, the delicate JK would likely catch a cold immediately. "You know something about my situation. I'm not here to date you, or rather, I don't intend to date anyone." Tsukino Yamazaki had already known about this, but hearing Ethan say it personally still left her feeling disappointed. Yet, as the main character of the story, her ability to accept such things was surprisingly strong. "I like Aki-chan. I want to be with you, even if I have to share you with Sakuramachi-san. It's not just Fuyuko, though. There are many other girls." Tsukino Yamazaki curled up on the sofa, remaining silent. At this moment, Fuyuko Sakuramachi walked over and said speechlessly, "Yamazaki already said that. Shouldn't you be a bit more proactive right now? Have all your previous friends just come up to you on their own?" You're right. Senchuredo, if your friend wants to join, make sure you warn her about the consequences first." After hearing the conversation between Fuyuko Sakuramachi and Kana Akizono, he remembered who the newcomer was. Kana Akizono, like Fuyuko Sakuramachi, was a mysterious spirit without any unusual physical features. Kana Akizono wasn't Ethan's preferred type, but that didn't stop her from being a strikingly beautiful high school girl. Spending time with her occasionally wouldn't be an issue. Ethan carefully placed the black-haired girl, now dressed in a light blue sleepwear set, onto the bed. Looking at the delicate girl before him, the fact that they were in Fuyuko Sakuramaki's bedroom caught Ethan off guard. Since his magic was already exposed, he simply used his instant illusion talent to change his appearance in an instant, standing tall and confident as he prepared to face the situation ahead. Senchuredo gradually. Tsukino Yamazaki felt her delicate hand struggling to maintain its grip. She couldn't help but lean down again, carefully approaching little Ethan with concern. The girl's earnest effort caused Ethan's determination to surge and his courage to grow. The barato, Senchuredo, 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 Senchuredo. The narrow mountain passage shifted rapidly under the powerful wind. The feeling of rough stone scraping against stone filled her with a deep sense of awe, making her whole barato tremble with excitement. The black-haired girl twisted carefully as she climbed higher up the trail with Ethan. Tsukino Yamazaki let out a startled cry as the powerful barato-esque flames surged toward her, barato her to stumble backward into Ethan. The intense blast from the fiery beast overwhelmed her defenses, and she collapsed against Ethan's sturdy frame. Ethan adjusted his grip and controlled the barato-esque size. Senchuredo, Tsukino Yamazaki, and Ethan were spending time together in the snowy setting. Senchuredo, she held her stance as the barato lunged at her again and again. "Suki-chan, stay focused and tell me if you need to retreat." Ethan charged forward over 100 times in one relentless assault. Tsukino Yamazaki was now covered in fine sweat. her cheeks flushed from the intense battle. The palace entrance was slightly ajar from the bravado of the Barado's arrival. Seeing the girl collapsed and exhausted, Ethan carefully turned her over to reposition her safely. He gently supported Tsukino Yamazaki, steadying her as she lay motionless beside him. Censuredo, Censuredo, Censuredo. She lay back against the soft sheets as a warm sensation spread beneath her. The girl's breathing steadied as she stretched gently, her bravado rising and falling in a calm rhythm. Ethan adjusted his position carefully a few more times before slowly lowering her down to rest. Censuredo, 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 Censuredo. Ethan stepped into the ancient sanctum, feeling the air grow warm and still. The stone archway before him seemed to tighten mysteriously around him as he passed through. He took a steadying breath, overwhelmed by the weight of the moment. After successfully navigating the threshold known as the Barado's Gate, he emerged into the great hall beyond. Censuredo, Censuredo, Censuredo. He suddenly felt a surge of triumph rising from deep within. He held the young woman close and, with a fierce roar of adrenaline, launched his final strike. Ethan's breaths came fast and shallow. The Barado's charging motion suddenly accelerated. Censuredo, 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 Censuredo. The Relay Race. Part 1. Ethan had been comforting Tsukino Yamazaki for some time when the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Fuyuko Sakuramichi looked calmly at the two people resting on the bed. She took a steady breath. Akira, it's been an hour. Censuredo, which had grown along with his strength breakthrough, will be the biggest surprise for her. On the other hand, Ethan also wanted to completely unleash his new power for the Barado in a while. With a fierce battle cry, the Barado technique surged forward, colliding with Fuyuko Sakuramichi's Barado defense. Censuredo, 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 Censuredo. The young woman's face was flushed, her eyes shut tight. She pleaded with trembling urgency. Akira, help me. I need your power. Censuredo. Fuyuko Sakuramichi could no longer bear to be apart from Ethan and the immense power he possessed, which led her to confess the feelings she had long hidden in her heart. Ethan was completely captivated by Miss Kuragane's mysterious aura. In terms of their training together, the effect might have been average, but on a personal level, it was deeply meaningful. The creatures were truly in a league of their own. The powerful beast drove deeper with each strike. Perhaps it was in his nature, but every time he faced such a fierce opponent, Ethan felt a strong urge to prevail and win. Censuredo, Censuredo, Censuredo. Ethan paused, took a few deep breaths, and then continued working. Kana Akazono, who was listening intently outside the door, Censuredo, Censuredo, pale hands resting gently on her swollen belly, a peaceful smile on her face. So much, such wonderful energy. Truly, only yours can help me, Akira. You might be satisfied, but am not. Ethan patted Fuyuko Sakuramichi's Barado. He glanced at Tsukino Yamazaki. Censuredo, 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 Censuredo. That's too embarrassing. Kana Akazono's face turned completely crimson, hearing Ethan's intrigued tone. This was her Barado meeting Ethan. They hadn't even been formally introduced. She only knew of his existence through Fuyuko Sakuramichi. As a supernatural being, she muttered, "What is there to be ashamed of? Stand your ground." Ethan barked. At this moment, he only wanted to confront this mysterious being to satisfy his own resolve. Kana Akazono felt a resistance in her heart, but Ethan's fierce words struck her like a whip, feeling like an overwhelming pressure. Censuredo, 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 Censuredo. Something unexpected dripped out. The situation was tense and complicated. Ethan reached out his hand and gave Kana Akazono a firm push. "Move aside." Oh, Censuredo, 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 Censuredo. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Please. Kana Akazono cried out loudly in pain. Although she was a powerful demon, her power level was still slightly below B class. How could she be a match for Ethan? Ethan completely ignored her cries. He pressed forward with his attack. Later, Ethan even stood up straight. Centurado, 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 Centurado. The fragrant moment passed gently between the two as the Barado moved slowly forward through the valley, in a peaceful scene from the ancient tale. Centurado, Centurado looking at the dramatic confrontation between the demonic sisters, Ethan felt a surge of resolve. He stood firm beside Fuyuko Sakuramaki's sacred ground, pressing deeper into the heart of the ancient palace to break through its defenses. Kana Akazono, caught in the middle of the chaos, felt the lingering impact of Ethan's powerful attack. Her Barado trembled violently as the battle raged on around her. Ethan was intensely focused, determined to handle both opponents at once. Whether the two were biological sisters made no difference to his resolve. Centurado. She let out a soft gasp and took a deep breath. Fuyuko, are you all right? Ethan moved his hand gently and asked quietly. Yes, I can keep going. As they continued their quiet conversation under the evening sky, Centurado, the magical being's method of absorbing energy, differed from Ethan's cultivation technique. The energy stored in the stomach could be slowly digested. However, in this case, the energy would only serve as simple sustenance, losing its other effects. As Fuyuko Sakuramachi sat up, Centurado the Barado attacked Fuyuko Sakuramachi again and again with fierce, sweeping strikes. After several powerful blows, Ethan pushed forward with great Barado, driving Fuyuko Sakuramachi back, and the intense battle reached its peak. Centurado, she felt overwhelmed as if she might lose her breath. Her heart raced, and tears welled up in her eyes. After a moment, Ethan carefully pulled the sword away from Fuyuko Sakuramaki's throat and stepped back. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Ethan was overwhelmed by the intense situation, but Sakino Yamazaki was already struggling to cope, with emotions pouring out uncontrollably. No matter how composed a girl appeared on the surface, deep down, she could still be vulnerable and overwhelmed. Centurado, 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 as she finished her climb alongside him. The exhausted Barado stepped back from the narrow Barado path. Ethan glanced at the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. 4 or 5 hours had passed without him realizing it. He took a quick shower in the bathroom, then ordered several deliveries via his phone, waiting in the living room for the 3 women to recover. This intensity of exercise was nothing to Ethan, but Sakino Yamazaki was an ordinary girl. Even if she hadn't done anything, being hungry until now would be difficult. Fuyuko Sakuramachi and Kana Akazono were supernatural beings, but their strength was lacking. Before reaching A class, consuming food was still necessary. Essence could replace food, but essence was much more precious than food. Essence was more like an indispensable element for their physique, and it could also be used to increase their strength. Unless absolutely necessary, no supernatural being would use essence to replace food. While waiting for the 3 women to recover, Ethan wasn't idle. He was considering how to discuss the organization with Fuyuko Sakuramachi and Kana Akazono later. As Kasumi Takamine gradually steered the company toward success, Centurado, 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 and to have that happen, because Ethan himself used brainwashing hypnosis to make them forget him, just thinking about it felt awkward. The coincidence meeting with Fuyuko Sakuramachi, the mysterious supernatural being, gave him a slight idea for a solution. As for whether it would work, he would have to try to find out. About an hour later, as the delivery arrived, the 3 women also started taking turns entering the bathroom to clean themselves. Chapter 174. Another organization in the late afternoon, as the setting sun's glow slanted into the apartment, Ethan rested comfortably on Tsukino Yamazaki's soft lap. Senchuredo, she was naturally shy. Sending the love letter had been a source of much internal struggle, only for her first date to be interrupted by two succubi. If the shock of the supernatural world hadn't been even greater, Tsukino Yamazaki would have fled long ago. Before she could continue her train of thought, Ethan spoke again. But before that, I need you to help me with something. Aki-chan, your power is so great. What is there in the human world that you actually need our help with? Kana Akazono didn't know much about Ethan and sat quietly on the side, listening. She continuously studied Ethan with her large, wet eyes, silently resolving to have Fuyuko Sakuramachi explain everything later. Fuyuko, you are not suited for this cutesy act. Ethan tugged at Fuyuko Sakuramaki's flawless oval face. Besides, I prefer your aloof, glasses-wearing, Ice Queen look over this image. Fuyuko Sakuramachi instantly reverted to her usual demeanor. Aside from when she was in bed, she was typically expressionless. This was her true personality. That's better. Ethan gently tilted her smooth, pale chin upward and leaned in for a bravado, leaving aside that he disliked people performing for him. In terms of his romantic preferences, some men liked gentle, affectionate types, but he preferred confident, independent older women. He found it rewarding to earn the respect of someone who was usually self-assured and composed. After a bit of playful interaction, Ethan returned to the main topic. Fuyuko, are you aware that I organized a company to settle the girls? Fuyuko Sakuramachi nodded. Not only did she know about it, but she was also aware of the difference between the girls who didn't receive Ethan's favor and those who were properly settled. As a supernatural being, she had a thorough understanding of how people interact. Although she didn't necessarily agree with it, she understood the odd ideas some individuals could carry. Especially being in the underworld, Ethan's sheer power meant she had no room for complaint. Fuyuko Sakuramachi was very smart and quickly guessed Ethan's intention. You wanted to help you keep an eye on the people you've worked with, but couldn't bring into the main company? Essentially, those unpredictable individuals were ordinary people. While some had decent talent, Ethan hadn't taught them how to extract magic power. It might be a lot of work, but Fuyuko Sakuramachi could manage it alone. No, Ethan shook his head. It's better to guide than to block. I want you to take the lead and form a similar organization to uniformly manage those women who are addicted to MHM or devoted to me. Then teach them magic, increase their power, and have them help me do certain tasks. After a moment's thought, he added, they can receive rewards for completing each mission. Weapons, potions, and other resources will all be provided by me. Of course, Senchuredo. On the flip side, they could be more effective in certain tasks. Used well, they might produce unexpected results. If nothing else, they were masters of deception, especially Fuyuko Sakuramachi and Kana Akazono, the two supernatural agents. They could lure the target's attention without direct contact. Senchuredo, the more feasible it seemed. The girls led by Kasumi Takamine would take on missions and follow the path of a legitimate troubleshooter organization. Fuyuko Sakuramachi would lead this group, dealing with those unsavory characters, operating in the gray and even black sectors. If successful, it would be highly beneficial for Ethan's control over Kuo Town, Tokyo, and even the entirety of Japan. Moreover, this would also prevent the possibility of internal conflict. At least on the surface, everything appeared fair and balanced. Everyone would have the opportunity for cooperative training with Ethan. The frequency would depend on their own efforts. However, Ethan knew that as time passed and the women aged, the turnover rate of Fuyuko Sakuramaki's organization would be extremely fast. Coupled with his future careful management, the personnel would slowly decrease. Eventually, he could transfer the highly capable and perceptive girls from Kasumi Takamine's side to take over, transforming this organization into one composed of his trusted inner circle as well. In truth, Ethan had another idea. The side effects of a shared energy cultivation method alone were not entirely foolproof. It would be better if he had a strong contract, especially one that was maintained through something similar to a mutual cultivation partnership. The combination of the two would be exponentially more effective. He couldn't say 100, but it would guarantee the girl's loyalty with at least a 95 probability. The most typical example would be the contract markings tattooed on the lower abdomen in fantasy tales, often referred to as spirit markings, in one. Unfortunately, after all this time, he hadn't found any trace of such things, let alone mastered their use. After hearing Ethan's proposal, Fuyuko Sakuramichi folded her arms and propped her chin up, deep in thought. It's certainly an interesting idea, but what's my benefit in helping you with this? She analyzed the situation calmly. While this sounds simple, its execution will definitely require a tremendous amount of effort, and I still have my schoolwork to balance. Ethan smiled and said, "Of course, I won't have you work for nothing. As the manager directly reporting to me, besides various cultivation resources, you could train together with me on a regular basis. Furthermore, you can find one trustworthy helper who can also enjoy the same benefits." Entrusting this matter to Fuyuko Sakuramichi was a decision he had carefully considered. First and foremost was loyalty. Aside from emotional ties, the only way to have a loyal subordinate was to offer a unique reward. For a mystical spirit, Ethan's existence was the most unique reward. Discovering that Fuyuko Sakuramichi, despite her weakened state and stagnant power, refused to draw power from other men, made Ethan even more confident in her loyalty. As long as he could provide unique, stabilizing energy, Fuyuko Sakuramichi had virtually no chance of betrayal. Ethan also knew that managing and developing an organization while balancing schoolwork would be tough for Fuyuko Sakuramichi, so he specifically offered her another spot, hoping she would find a reliable helper among her acquaintances. However, when he saw Kana Akizono's beautiful eyes suddenly widen, he already knew who that helper would be. Kana Akizono didn't attend Kuo Academy, but she was also a JK. Ethan actually preferred to find a full-time manager. But compared to a mysterious stranger whose background he didn't know, Kana Akizono, whom he already knew well, was the best candidate. Predictably, Fuyuko Sakuramichi immediately agreed after hearing Ethan's conditions. Love and all that. Although she liked Ethan very much, she wasn't at the stage of love, let alone being willing to do anything for him. Ethan understood this. He was never meant to be a protagonist who satisfied love and righteousness. He was the blackened victim. This kind of equivalent exchange based on mutual benefit made him feel more secure. Chapter 175, New Talent and Spring Break with the matter settled. Fuyuko Sakuramichi poked Ethan's cheek playfully. Since he hadn't left the apartment after their last training session, Ethan was dressed casually, which made it convenient for Miss Sakuramichi. "Akira, Cinchuredo, how about twice a month? Any more, and with your current strength, you won't be able to digest it." Ethan's power was too immense, or rather, Fuyuko Sakuramichi and Kana Akizono's power was too weak, not even reaching A class. It would take a long time for them to digest the life energy. However, with every intense training session with Ethan, their inherent shadow-based abilities, combined with the acceleration of their growth, would lead to significant progress. They should break through soon. Fuyuko Sakuramichi frowned slightly. Her intuition told her that twice a month felt a bit too infrequent, but remembering how easily she had won today and anticipating the many rewards she would receive tonight, she wisely agreed. "MHM, that works. I'll let you know once I've decided on the other person." Fuyuko Sakuramichi glanced back at Kana Akizono, giving her a look that signaled patience. Since Ethan had given the choice to her, she certainly wouldn't give the position to anyone else cheaply. However, this wasn't the time to bring it up directly in front of Ethan. If Ethan trusted Kana Akizono, he would have appointed her directly. Clearly, there were some things better left unsaid in this setting. If it were girls like Kasumi Takane, they would likely just say it outright, without trying to second-guess Ethan's thoughts or consider all the nuances. Teaching according to the student's aptitude, though not entirely accurate, conveyed the general idea. Then, please pay the deposit first, Akira. With that, Fuyuko Sakuramichi accepted the large, shimmering artifact carefully into her grasp. Ethan cooperated by straightening his posture. While resting his head in Tsukino Yamazaki's lap, the two shared a quiet moment together. After a night of chaotic and exhausting fighting, the two rival warriors who had endured little Ethan's fierce challenge were completely exhausted. They probably wouldn't be able to leave their beds for a day or two. Even after they drifted off from fatigue, a calm, peaceful expression still lingered on their faces. This was likely the outcome he had planned. In the morning, Ethan carried the mobility-impaired Tsukino Yamazaki back to the Takamine house. Her personality was completely unsuited for working under Fuyuko Sakuramichi, making Kasumi Takamine's guidance more appropriate. After settling Tsukino Yamazaki, Ethan enjoyed a rare moment of peace, opening his personal status screen to review his current information. During this period of continuously meeting new people, although most of the talents were duplicates, he had acquired a few completely new ones. The most pleasantly surprising was the drug resistance talent from Kana Akazono. As the name suggested, this ability greatly enhanced his resistance to drugs. However, he would need to conduct experiments to confirm whether it also affected the use of recovery-type potions. Name: Sukinyu Talents. Devil Bloodline, High Grade. Incomplete Physical Mastery Drug Resistance, Mental Resistance Insight, Eye Combat Intuition Body Essence, Comprehension, Spiritual Contract, Instant Illusion Precision. Skills: Magic Power Extraction, Advanced. Martial Arts Mastery, Intermediate. Existence Erasure Thunder Spear Light, Spear Mustard Seed Space Sketching Beginner. Weapon: Boosted Gear Overall Evaluation. S as a habit, Ethan silently added 2 sentences at the end. The panel looked too simplistic with just the talents and skills listed. However, precisely because this interface was rigid and basic, it saved him the mental energy of entertaining conspiracy theories. Without a shop or mission system, conspiracy theories weren't even really possible. Identical or similar talents had merged. Besides drug resistance, the only other unique talent acquired was precision from Saya Sakuramiya. As a genius, beautiful girl archer and the next head of the archery club, this talent made perfect sense. This passive talent greatly improved Ethan's magical accuracy. Although achieving 100 accuracy would still require rigorous practice. However, in daily life, he would no longer miss when throwing things into a trash can. Air. Given Ethan's mastery, unless the trash can was hundreds of meters away or grew legs and ran, he wouldn't miss in the first place. In terms of skills, Ethan had a stroke of luck, acquiring sketching from Hinata Sakuramiya. Although it was only beginner level and a relatively useless life skill, its acquisition indicated that similar life skills could be acquired through shared practice sessions. Skills like cooking, driving, and soccer. Ethan didn't strictly need these abilities, but it was like an update to a card collection game he was playing, adding a completely new album. When Ethan used to play card games, he always tried to collect the entire album without spending money. Now, he felt the same way. Given the opportunity, he still wanted to try and collect the full set of skills. Time flew by, and it was now late February. The third semester at Kuo Academy was coming to an end. Third-year students were approaching graduation, and those with excellent academic performance could advance directly to Kuo Academy's University Division. After the less than a month-long spring break, Ethan would finally enter his second year of high school. Rias and Akino Himejima would truly become the older sisters of the entire high school division. Just as Ethan planned to use the spring break to nurture his relationships with Rias and the others, hoping to gain advance to acquire the complete pure devil bloodline, the recently established second organization provided him with crucial intelligence. Kasumi Takamine's organization was the first organization named after the company. Fuyuko Sakuramichi's organization was the second organization. She couldn't openly establish a company, and as for the name, Ethan hadn't decided yet. Ethan forwarded the email Fuyuko Sakuramichi sent him to Rias. After a moment's thought, he forwarded it to Yuma Amano as well. In early March, on the second day of spring break, the long-abandoned church once again welcomed a group of clergymen. A girl under Fuyuko Sakuramiki's management happened to live nearby and encountered this group of people who gave off a bad vibe. Upon learning about the existence of magic, the girl, who was already prone to fantasizing, became highly imaginative. Based solely on this bad feeling, she reported the incident. After investigation, Fuyuko Sakuramichi discovered traces of fallen angels among them and immediately reported the matter to Ethan. It had been nearly half a year since Ethan orchestrated the defeat and faked death of Yuma Amano and her two comrades, securing the sacred gears in the process. Yuma Amano and her team had specifically monitored the church for a while afterward, but no one paid any attention, and the Fallen Angel headquarters showed no reaction whatsoever. The sudden arrival of a new group now definitely wasn't for them. They had another purpose. While the exact purpose was unknown, Rias couldn't stand idly by with such a large number of enemies entering their territory. On the other hand, Ethan also hoped to use this opportunity to allow Yuma Amano and her team to stop hiding. Ideally, they would fully integrate into the Occult Research Club. After all this time, and with Ethan actively fostering deeper bonds between the three fallen angels and the others, there was still a thin layer of separation. It was like a thin wall, easily broken, but first you needed to find a way through. On March 7th, the second day of spring break, the entire Occult Research Club gathered. Initially, I didn't think everyone needed to come, but then I realized it's been a while since we had a club activity. Inside the Occult Research Club room, Rias, dressed in casual clothes, sat behind the table, addressing her peerage, led by Ethan. Furthermore, based on my investigation, there's a big shot among these fallen angels, so I've decided that everyone should participate in this operation. Consider it practical club work for spring break. Akino Himejima stood by Rias's side, wearing a loose-fitting red and white Miko, Shrine Maiden, outfit, her expression serious. Everyone prepare yourselves. There's a high chance of conflict this time. Ethan knew Akino Himejima's Miko outfit was her battle attire, and it suited her role as a Shrine Maiden perfectly. They were preparing for the upcoming battle. Cinchuredo, so everyone doesn't need to be too nervous. Rias leaned on the table and slowly stood up, her crimson hair flowing as if in a breeze. Unless they intend to provoke a war again. After a simple explanation, Rias led the entire Occult Research Club, including Ethan, toward the portal opened by Akino Himejima. Rias and Akino Himejima were at the front, the trio of fallen angels and the petite girl with white hair were in the middle, and Ethan and Yudo Kiba brought up the rear. Standing Barato to Barato with Yudo Kiba, Ethan always felt a sense of disharmony emanating from the handsome blonde swordsman. This feeling occurred every time the two got close, and became increasingly noticeable as his power grew. Sensing Ethan's gaze, Yudo Kiba turned his head and gave him a friendly smile, perfectly demonstrating what it meant to be the campus prince. Among the boys, both of them were the type with a cursed reputation. However, among the girls, Yudo Kiba was slightly more popular than Ethan at Kuo Academy. Ethan only paid special attention to girls with high attractiveness and good figures, which unconsciously made some average girls feel uncomfortable. Yudo Kiba treated everyone equally. Regardless of whether a girl was attractive or not, he maintained a polite and friendly distance, never getting too close. Consequently, after Ethan joined the Occult Research Club, some Fujoshi often paired Yudo Kiba and Ethan. When Yudo Kiba met Ethan, the two would chat and even have lunch together, showing much more enthusiasm than he did toward other girls. In fact, Yudo Kiba showed much more enthusiasm toward all his companions in the Occult Research Club. Rias had saved Yudo Kiba and regarded him as family. In return, Cinchuredo. Ethan awkwardly returned a smile and subtly shifted 2 steps to the side. He preferred to keep his distance for now. Until he confirmed Yudo Kiba's true identity, he would treat him as male and maintain his space. MHM. If Yudo Kiba were non-binary or intersex, Ethan would be understanding as a comrade. But if he wanted anything more personal, Ethan would politely decline. Passing through the portal, the group of 8 materialized at the foot of the large church. For the sake of both courtesy and safety, the portal couldn't open directly inside the large church. The fallen angel trio walked in the middle of the group. Yuma Amano and Middle were also wearing Kuo Academy uniforms. Their pure and lovely appearances showed no trace of being fallen angels. Calla Warner was too tall and striking, combined with her icy expression, so Rias had chosen a black OL uniform for her, the most common attire for female teachers at Kuo Academy. In the next semester, under Rias' arrangement, Calla Warner would take a teaching position at Kuo Academy. Since the Occult Research Club had always lacked a faculty advisor, she would also serve as a co-advisor. Yuma Amano and Middle would officially appear at Kuo Academy as transfer students. With Rias' special privilege, all 3 would be in the same class, and even Ethan and Kaneko Tuju might be arranged to join them. Facing their former employer, it was impossible for Yuma Amano's trio not to feel nervous. However, thinking about the attitude of the fallen angel headquarters toward them, a feeling of resentment constantly churned in their chests alongside the nervousness. Ethan maintained a safe distance from Yudo Kiba, observing as they moved forward to see if anyone was following them. Whether the newly arrived fallen angels hadn't had time, or for some other reason, the group encountered no warning measures or reconnaissance personnel along the way. It wasn't until Rias instructed Kaneko Tuju to push open the church doors that they didn't see a single fallen angel shadow. If they hadn't genuinely sensed the presence of many fallen angels, Ethan would have doubted whether Fuyuko Sakuramaki's intelligence was wrong. Rias slowly walked toward the entrance of the basement, glancing around the obviously cleaned and tidied church hall. As soon as she stepped onto the stairs, a strong fallen angel aura radiated up. It seemed the newcomers were all hiding below. Ethan inwardly noted this, reaching out to stop Rias. President, he'll take the lead. Both he and Rias were S-class. Compared to Rias, who specialized only in magic, Ethan, who excelled in close combat and possessed a more robust physique, was better suited to act as the vanguard in this situation. If the fallen angels had truly lost their minds and set up a danger ahead, Ethan could react quickly, buying precious reaction time for the entire team. Rias didn't refuse, smiling. Then I'll leave it to Akira. Ethan moved from the back to the front, leading the team down the stairs. He had walked this set of stairs many times recently, having to traverse it whenever he had a special training session with Yuma Amano's trio. But this time, he clearly noticed a difference in the stairs. Someone had cast magic on them, not only reinforcing the stairs, but also serving a reconnaissance purpose. He estimated they were already exposed. While the Occult Research Club cautiously advanced toward the fallen angels' location, a group of fallen angels in the underground plaza was gathered around a middle-aged man, Governor Azazel. The burly fallen angel with sunglasses, Donasik, who was once Yuma Amano's subordinate, spoke up. Are we just going to let them come down? Why not? The middle-aged, looking man in a Japanese yukata, onsen robe, Azazel, asked languidly. We're here to negotiate peace this time. Are you suggesting we take people to fight them? Yes. Leaving aside the Gremory girl, I want to teach those 3 traitors a lesson. Donasik stuck out his neck, showing no fear of Azazel, and shouted, no matter the result, Governor Azazel can just say he was unaware afterward. Good advice is wasted on the self-doomed. Azazel said no more. He had already probed the approximate strength of the Occult Research Club members. The young boy leading the group made him raise an eyebrow. When he focused his senses on the boy's left hand, he felt a faint sense of danger. If he didn't intervene, even if all the fallen angels in the church attacked together, they stood no chance. Azazel couldn't interfere. He had just resigned as the governor of the fallen angels before coming here, making him the former governor now. If he dared to attack, regardless of the outcome, peace talks would definitely be off the table. Moreover, if he, with his power, attacked juniors, the demon lord of the Gremory household would likely come looking for trouble within days. Seeing Azazel prop up his chin and start spacing out, Donasik bowed, waved his hand, and 2/3 of the surrounding fallen angels hesitated briefly before following him. The remaining third debated for a moment, eventually choosing to stick to Azazel's plan. Azazel stretched languidly, instructing, when the fighting is over, send a few people to treat Donasik and his team. If there are any deaths, report it to me. Don't take matters into your own hands. Yes, Governor Azazel. Go down. After the battle, send someone to bring our guests who have traveled far. Azazel waved his hand, leaned back, and began to stare blankly. Safely traversing the stairs, Ethan immediately saw a group of fiercely menacing fallen angels. Using a reconnaissance spell, he found that the strongest among them was only at the B-class peak. Ethan turned around and quietly discussed with Rias. President, it seems we have to deal with the trouble in front of us before meeting the big shot. Rias nodded slightly, pondering. Let's hold back and let Aquino and the others warm up. The members of the Occult Research Club were all A-class or higher. With the bonus characteristics of the Devil Pieces, despite the absolute numerical disadvantage, they completely outclassed the opponents in strength. Without further ado, under Rias' arrangement, Kaneko Tuju charged head-on, Yudo Kiba provided flanking cover, and Yuma Amano's trio shielded Aquino Himejima, allowing the Thunder Miko to safely chant her large-scale spell. As the incantation ended, the suspense-free battle reached a ceasefire. The heavily prepared fallen angels didn't last even 5 minutes before falling one after another. This was even with the deliberate control to only wound, not defeat. Out of consideration for the unseen big shot. Chapter 177. Azazel Donasik, the man in sunglasses and a trench coat, looked at Yuma Amano's trio with intense resentment before he passed out. Impossible. You're all A-class now. After betraying Yuma Amano, he had fully utilized the resources he acquired and successfully reached the peak of B-class. His inherent talent was clearly insufficient. The A-class bottleneck was as solid as a mountain, and despite all his efforts, he had yet to break through. Yuma Amano had no intention of enlightening the man who had betrayed her. Had Rias not issued a strict order, she would have sent him to meet the god who had abandoned them the moment Donasik attacked. Miss Grimry, Governor Azazel, is in the reception room. The fallen angel responsible for the cleanup recovered from a shock and was secretly glad he had listened to Governor Azazel. I will lead you there. Yuma Amano was momentarily stunned hearing the name Azazel. She instinctively looked to Ethan for guidance. Ethan returned a reassuring look and interrupted the fallen angel dressed as a priest. No need, we know the way ourselves. The fallen angels glanced at Yuma Amano's trio, then lowered their heads tactfully and slightly bowed before retreating. Compared to these newly arrived fallen angels, Yuma Amano's trio was far more familiar with this area. In fact, even Ethan was more familiar with this underground area than they were. Squeak. Ethan pushed open the reception room door. Although they were underground, the room was brightly lit. The dazzling light made Rias and the others squint their eyes uncomfortably. They're fallen angels, yet they enjoy such bright light. That really doesn't fit the racial stereotype. Oh, are these adorable girls the guests for this occasion? Azazel's eyes lit up. Censurado. Ethan knew that Azazel had become a fallen angel precisely because he gave in to his forbidden desires and disobeyed the divine order. Ethan's expression remained neutral, but observing the slovenly man's frivolous behavior, he secretly raised his guard. Rias and the others had never dealt with the governor of the fallen angels, but they had certainly heard of his reputation. Azazel's performance was vastly different from their imagination. They found it difficult to believe that the eccentric, decadent middle-aged man before them was the notorious fallen angel governor. Yuma Amano, in particular, was plunged into deep self-doubt. Once, she had so admired the mature, stern Azazel, yet no matter how diligently she completed her missions, she never received even a smile from him. This was natural. Azazel didn't think much of her. Although Yuma Amano was attractive, she was just average in his eyes. With his power and status, he could easily arrange whatever he wanted. His subordinates would readily see to it. Yuma Amano, whose status and power were mediocre, held no value in his eyes, so he paid her no attention. He even found a straightforward fool like Donasek more endearing. At least fools like that were easy to manipulate. Even now that Yuma Amano's trio had become Rias' servants, Azazel merely glanced at them and dismissed them. Rias quickly adjusted her mindset, adopting the demeanor of the Gremory family's next head, and spoke forcefully. Governor Azazel speaks lightly. This is Gremory territory, and I don't recall inviting fallen angels to visit. Come now, don't say that. I'm not here to cause trouble this time. Azazel was completely unfazed by Rias' authority. While Rias and Ethan were strong, they were still miles away from his level. Please sit. Would you like anything to drink? I have both soft drinks and alcohol prepared here. The members of the Occult Research Club exchanged glances. Rias then nodded and said, No trouble, thank you. Please state your intentions first. Depending on what you say, I may report this to the Devil High Command. The High Command, of course, referred to her older brother, Surzex Lucifer, one of the current demon lords. The power of the fallen angel governor was beyond their ability to contend with. If something were to happen due to his sudden appearance, it wouldn't be something they could resolve. I told you, I'm not here for trouble. Azazel scratched his head, looking helpless. By the way, I've already resigned as governor. Does that make you feel better? You resigned? Rias gave the slovenly man a strange look and asked, Then are you here in a personal capacity? Although I'm no longer the fallen angel governor, I'm not here strictly as an individual either. After being taken care of for so long, even if I quit as governor, I still have to do something for the organization, right? Seeing that Rias and her group genuinely didn't want to drink, Azazel poured himself a cup of sake, Japanese rice wine. Taking a small sip, he spoke. The high commands of the three factions have decided to hold peace talks. You should be notified soon. Peace talks. Yuma Amano's trio was stunned for a moment, not understanding what he meant. Rias nodded. She had indeed heard some rumors, being the younger sister of a demon lord and the next head of the Gremory family. The great war between the three factions, devils, angels, and fallen angels, ended long ago. But the hostility remains. Now, all factions are struggling, and continued internal consumption will leave no winners. Azazel willingly explained. So, the high commands of the three factions have decided to communicate and stop meaningless internal conflict. Thus, a peace treaty has been proposed. The specifics are still under discussion, and the signing date hasn't been fixed, but it will happen eventually. Hearing this, Ethan already knew the purpose of Azazel's visit. You want to seek peace, is that right? This was the first time Ethan spoke since entering the room. Correct. Azazel smiled. Since everyone will be cooperating in the future, getting a head start is fine for us. This is a win-win situation. I don't think so. Ethan walked to Rias' side, looked her in the eye, and said, President, let's go. No need to waste any more time. Rias glanced at Azazel and nodded. Before the peace treaty was signed, she didn't want to get too involved with the fallen angels, especially a figure with such a sensitive identity. Azazel's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of murderous intent quickly passing through. He had some knowledge of Ethan's background. If Rias hadn't been present, he definitely would have taught the boy a lesson. Miss Rias, please call me Gremory. We are not acquainted. Rias coldly interrupted Azazel. I will notify the demon lord about this matter. I hope you will be well behaved during this time and not make things difficult for me. Azazel finally lost his composed, nonchalant expression. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way. It was completely different from what he had imagined. He still had so much more to say. Seeing that Akino Himejima was already preparing the transfer circle, he hurriedly called out, Wait, how about you make your decision after hearing my terms? Rias signaled Akino Himejima to stop. Azazel was too powerful, so she had to give him this much face. If he became enraged, she would be fine, but her servants might not be. Azazel's power was conservatively estimated to be SSS class. Fallen angel cadres generally possessed this strength, and as Governor Former, he would only be higher, not lower. Ethan really didn't want to continue the discussion, but it was inappropriate to obstruct it now, as it would be overstepping his bounds and appear too deliberate. Seeing Rias turn back, Azazel's expression improved significantly. He quickly got to the point without any further stalling. I can guarantee that the fallen angels won't pursue the matter of Reynar's trio, and I can also mentor you, rapidly increasing your strength. What are your demands? There was no such thing as a free lunch. Rias knew the other party definitely had something he wanted. Under the dazzling light, a strange glint flashed in Azazel's eyes. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, but were quickly suppressed. Except for Ethan, who had remained vigilant against him the entire time, no one else noticed the momentary change in his expression. Chapter 178. Injury, don't worry, I just don't want to continue the exhausting job of governor. My interest is in researching and manufacturing sacred gears. All I need is to be allowed to stay here and be provided with research funds periodically. Azazel smiled faintly, presenting a look of detachment. As long as he could establish contact, he had plenty of ways to control these young people. By the time they realized something was wrong, it would be too late. Excluding Ethan, no one present saw through his hidden intentions. Even Rias secretly weighed the feasibility of the arrangement. The conditions Azazel offered were overly advantageous to them. The issue of Yuma Amano's trio and the guidance of a powerful figure were problems the Occult Research Club urgently needed to solve. But her consistent caution prevented her from agreeing immediately. I will consider it and give you an answer before the start of the new semester. Hearing Rias' response, Ethan subtly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, his mind, which had been relaxed for a long time, tightened up again. As his power grew and his relationship with Rias and the others deepened, the greatest danger was no longer the infidelity template, but other powerful individuals with various schemes. As for whether the infidelity template was fueling these events, Ethan didn't know, nor did he need to. Regardless of the template's influence, he and the people targeting Rias and her group were mortal enemies, with no room for compromise. Then we will take our leave. I hope you can keep your subordinates in check during this time. Having said this, Rias signaled Akino Himejima to prepare the transfer circle. This time, Azazel did not try to stop them. He raised the wine cup in his hand and smiled. Have a safe trip. Don't worry, no fallen angels will appear in town until I receive your reply. If the reply was not to his liking, what happened next was none of his concern. Faced with Azazel's silent threat, Rias paused, then coldly stepped into the transfer circle without another word. When one's power was inferior, anything said was empty rhetoric. Saying too much would only make one look like a clown. The members of the Occult Research Club entered the transfer circle one by one. When it was Yuma Amano's trio's turn, Azazel's eyes narrowed, but he ultimately did nothing. Ethan was the last to enter the transfer circle. Azazel no longer hid his inner thoughts. Boy, you seem very hostile towards me. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly unleashed a powerful aura. The resulting energy shockwave made Ethan stagger 2 steps backward. I hope you recognize your place. You are just a servant. I spared you once out of respect for your master, but there won't be a next time. Ethan clenched his jaw, silently mobilizing the energy within his body to resist the pressure. The intense energy conflict caused blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the fallen angel governor before him, hesitating whether to use the sacred gear. If he used Balance Breaker at the cost of his life, catching the opponent by surprise, he might be able to take this man out in one blow. Just then, Azazel gave a soft hoof, and the focused aura targeting Ethan instantly vanished. That was a small lesson for you. Remember to maintain the proper humility when facing a powerful person. Ethan didn't reply. After taking a deep look at him, he turned and stepped into the transfer circle. The Occult Research Club, Rias and the others, having waited for a long time without Ethan's appearance, were about to go back and check when Ethan materialized in the clubroom, his face pale. Rias rushed forward to steady Ethan's arm, her expression serious. Akira, did Azazel attack you? As she spoke, she helped Ethan to the sofa, letting him lie down to rest. Centuredo, the greater the difference in power between each stage. An S-class attack could destroy a small mountain. At the Demon Lord level, EX class, Merely arguing could lead to the destruction of a country if one wasn't careful. Beyond the God level, creating and destroying pocket dimensions could be done effortlessly. Ethan didn't know if Azazel was SSS class or already EX class, but without using the sacred gear, he stood no chance with his current power alone. Is the power gap really that big? Yuma Amano asked with doubt. Akira is the strongest among us. He couldn't even withstand Governor Azazel's, his aura. This was not only her question, but also that of the other club members. Aside from Rias, no one present truly understood the terror of an existence at the Demon Lord level, let alone witnessed a fight between powerhouses of that caliber. The power gap is exactly that big. Rias sighed softly. That's why I was so eager to return once I realized the person who came was the fallen angel governor. Staying there, she had absolutely no sense of security. If the opponent wished to harm them, only if Ethan overexerted his life force to use the boosted gear would there be a slim possibility of victory. If a battle truly erupted with their current strength, they would only hold Ethan back. Ethan fighting Azazel alone, using the sacred gear without restraint, might have a 50 chance of winning. But with them present, considering their safety, a 10 chance would be generous. Everyone's expression grew serious. This enemy was too formidable, completely exceeding their capacity. Yuma Amano's trio especially looked worried. They felt that this incident was their inescapable responsibility. Ethan immediately saw what they were thinking and said calmly, Yuma, Vanna, don't overthink it. Azazel didn't care about you at all. He only brought up that condition because he saw you had become Rias' servants. This was the truth. Azazel didn't care whether Yuma Amano's trio lived or died. He only brought them up because he saw their potential for exploitation. Yuma Amano's trio also knew this, as the reaction from the Fallen Angel faction back then had made it clear. However, they didn't know Rias well enough yet, and were worried about being abandoned because of this incident. Rias' personal charisma was undeniable. After nearly half a year of interaction, while Yuma Amano's trio weren't as fiercely loyal as Akino Himajima's group, they already considered themselves part of the Occult Research Club. President, I have a very bad feeling about that man. He definitely has other schemes. Seeing Yuma Amano's trio's expression soften, Ethan turned to Rias and said, if we let Azazel settle down in Kuo town, it's like setting a time bomb next to us. Due to her biological father, Akino Himajima also deeply distrusted the higher-ups of the Fallen Angels. She agreed. President, just because Azazel isn't planning anything now doesn't mean he won't later. By that time, we might not even have time to react. Rias nodded slightly, then looked at the others. What are your thoughts? If everyone disagrees, I will report this matter. Yuma Amano's trio naturally didn't want any further interaction with Azazel and decisively sided with Ethan. Censuredo. Fallen Angels and the Church were not the same faction, but the connection between them was very close. The Church revered God, and Fallen Angels were abandoned by God. Before their abandonment, the Fallen Angels were the Church's superiors. Nowadays, some deviants within the Church, such as bloodthirsty priests, nuns who can heal devils, greedy and corrupt knights, etc., were often handed over to the Fallen Angels in exchange for benefits. Rias really wanted a powerful person to mentor her and her servants, but she personally didn't like the middle-aged man, especially after he attacked and injured Ethan. With almost all of her servants now opposed, the outcome was self-evident. Just as she was about to contact Graphia Lucifuge, Ethan suddenly said, President, wait a moment. Let's gather some intelligence first. That way, if the Demon Lord asks, we won't have nothing to say. Rias paused her action. Indeed, contacting Graphia directly now, she wouldn't even know how many people the opponent had or their purpose for being there if Graphia asked. Since they were all family, she wouldn't be held accountable, but it would inevitably be embarrassing, and she didn't want to continue being treated like a spoiled little sister. We still have a good amount of time before the start of the semester, so there's no need to rush to notify headquarters. Rias slowly walked back behind her desk. Then, regarding the intelligence gathering, Chapter 179, Investigation in Progress, Ilgo. Ethan volunteered. If the opponent truly has a conspiracy, I can at least relay the message back. Though he said this, the truth was that the rare injury he sustained made Ethan recall an old idea. Ethan had yet to acquire a powerful healing talent or skill. With a large number of fallen angels and subordinate personnel arriving in Kuo town, perhaps the somewhat naive, blonde little nun was among them. The sacred gear, Twilight Healing, Holy Mother Smile, in terms of pure healing ability, was a top-tier sacred gear. Furthermore, it was extremely convenient and the healing speed was rapid. Moreover, the little nun possessed exceptionally high magical aptitude, making her perfectly suited for the bishop position in Rias' peerage. Ethan's act of stopping Rias from contacting Grafia and taking on the investigation task himself were all aimed at finding out if Asia Argento had arrived in Kuo town. If the little nun had indeed arrived, she needed to become Rias' servant before Grafia was notified. Since Yuma Amano's trio had already been taken in, bringing in another little nun, abandoned by the church, was absolutely no problem. The others exchanged troubled glances. If something amiss was discovered during the reconnaissance, and Azazel noticed, they wouldn't have time to react, let alone send back a message. And so, the investigator was decided. On March 9th, after a day of rest, and bringing his body back to peak condition, Ethan began his investigation. He was responsible for infiltrating and investigating the church, while also having Kasumi Takane and Fuyuko Sakuramachi mobilize the girls living nearby to constantly watch for any priests or nuns appearing in town. The Grand Church didn't have living supplies. It was impossible for so many people not to eat or drink, and the fallen angels wouldn't go to the trouble of bringing low-value supplies all the way from headquarters. With Azazel restraining the fallen angels from going out, the task of procuring daily necessities fell to the subordinate personnel. That afternoon, Ethan finished investigating the upper part of the church, then cast a concealment spell and hid in the nearby forest. To thoroughly investigate the basement, he either had to wait for Azazel to go out or play the waiting game, hoping some bored fallen angel would emerge, whom he could then capture and interrogate. Even Ethan couldn't avoid being discovered by Azazel if he tried to sneak into the basement at such a close distance. Taking out snacks and drinks from his personal dimension, Ethan lay on a sturdy, thick branch, scrolling on his phone while observing the personnel movements at the church. Under the observation of his inside eye, he could clearly see the faces of people entering and leaving the Grand Church, even from over a kilometer away. However, knowing what they were saying was impossible. Because Ethan hadn't learned lip reading, even though he could clearly see the movement of the speaker's lips, he couldn't decipher what was being said. Unable to investigate the basement directly, and to avoid missing any crucial intelligence, he could only monitor the Grand Church 24/7 from his position. Fortunately, he no longer required sleep after reaching A-class. Otherwise, even with plenty of snacks and gadgets to pass the time in his personal dimension, Ethan alone couldn't have managed this task. Time advanced to March 12th. Ethan had spent 3 full days in the tree, exhausting all the snacks and drinks in his personal dimension, yet he hadn't discovered any specific clues. Just as he was planning to return to restock supplies and report to Rias, he received a line message from Fuyuko Sakuramachi. Found a blonde nun. She is carrying a suitcase and asking for directions. Destination is the Grand Church. When Ethan assigned the task, he had provided a rough description of Asia, even using his sketching skill to draw her appearance from memory. However, since it had been so long, he wasn't sure how accurate the likeness was. But now, it seemed that generally identifying a person was not an issue. Ethan cleaned up the trash he had generated over the past few days and swiftly flew towards the location provided by Fuyuko Sakuramachi. When he arrived, he happened to see another, somewhat familiar person approaching Asia. It was the white-haired stray priest, Fried Selzen. He was once a direct exorcist under the Holy See of the Vatican, having exterminated numerous stray yokai and devils since the age of 13. However, he was actually a fanatical battle maniac with no true faith who wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his own comrades. After being exposed, he was handed over by the church to the fallen angels to serve as a disposable asset. Asia Argento, come with me. Governor Azazel is waiting for you. Freed spoke to the blonde little nun without emotion. Afterward, Governor Azazel will need to study your sacred gear. He might even require you to serve him closely, so prepare yourself. The blonde little nun didn't react much to the first half of the sentence. The sacred gear she was born with had initially brought her some benefits, but ever since she healed a devil, the sacred gear had become the beginning of her tragedy. Just recently, the village church finally drove her out. As she wondered where to go and how to make a living, the fallen angels contacted her, instructing her to come to this church in Japan to continue being a nun. Naive, without family or marketable skills, Asia could only follow instructions and hurried here. She was perfectly willing to cooperate with the research on her sacred gear, but the sudden, unusual request made her flustered and helpless. Asia had grown up in the church. Centuredo, isn't that too early for such duties? Asia, an orphan from birth, was accustomed to obeying others, but when it concerned a nun's purity, she couldn't help but care. Bezitas, I am Anun. I can't do things like that. You are a former nun. Governor Azazel is the fallen angel governor. Being able to serve him is your good fortune, Freed said impatiently. I only said it was a possibility. Governor Azazel may not even consider you for the position. The blonde little nun wanted to say something more, but Freed didn't give her a chance. He reached out a hand, intending to drag her toward the church. Ethan saw everything. So Asia wasn't at the grand church all this time. No wonder I was squatting here for so many days. I saw Freed and other subordinates several times, but never Asia. The blonde little nun frantically backed away, trying to avoid Freed's hand, but with her combat power of approximately 0, how could she be Freed's match? Before Freed even acted, Asia stumbled backward in panic, lost her footing, and fell to the ground. Her suitcase hit the cobblestones, scattering clothes everywhere. Ethan glanced at them. Everything looked plain and ordinary, and the undergarments were the classic pure white style, truly fitting for a nun's image, not flashy at all. Freed was about to get angry when Ethan suddenly appeared beside Asia. He asked with concern, Miss, are you all right? Should I take you to the hospital? Hey, who are you? Get away from there now. Freed looked at Ethan fiercely, his expression unkind. This was an important tool he was using to curry favor with Governor Azazel. It couldn't be sullied by another man. Ethan ignored his shouting and deliberately let slip a trace of devil aura. Freed had never met Ethan and knew nothing about Rias Group. The moment he sensed the devil aura, his barely maintained normal facade instantly collapsed. His lips curled into a grin that nearly split his entire face, and his eyes suddenly widened. He laughed maniacally. So, it's a devil. You dare show your face in broad daylight in front of this priest. Since you're looking for death, I shall grant it to you. Freed materialized a handgun and a sword in his hands, his sacred gear. They were powerful, and combined with his own skill, he was virtually unbeatable against B-class, or low-class devils. MHM, this sacred gear isn't bad. The power is decent, and it looks quite cool. Ethan muttered to himself, deliberately putting on a strained expression as if facing a great foe, enticing Freed to attack first. Chapter 180. Asia Argento, a stray priest like Freed, who indiscriminately killed humans who had contracts with devils, was an existence akin to a rogue element or a stray devil. Killing him would not only be consequence-free for Ethan, but would also count as a meritorious deed. Ethan's purpose in luring Freed to attack first was not to trap him, but to leave a good impression on the blonde little nun, facilitating his subsequent plans. To increase Asia's goodwill, he needed Freed to attack first, then pretend to be overwhelmed, ideally sustaining some minor injury, so the little nun would use her sacred gear's ability to heal him. The weak naturally evoke sympathy, especially from an excessively kind girl like Asia. Secondly, he wanted to personally experience the effect of Twilight Healing, the healing's sacred gear. Freed did not disappoint Ethan. Being inherently bloodthirsty, he considered nothing else. The moment he detected a devil aura on Ethan, he decisively launched his attack. Clang! The light sword slashed against the thunder spear materialized by Ethan, producing a metallic clanging sound. Seeing Ethan appear on guard, as if facing a great enemy, Freed's smile grew even more maniacal. Yes, that's it. This is what makes it fun. Ha ha! The last trace of a priestly image vanished from Freed's face, leaving only murderous intent and madness. The blonde little nun huddled up in terror behind Ethan. Ethan deliberately restricted his power to the level of a low-class devil, suppressing the urge to instantly blast the corrupt priest away with a single punch. He spoke to Freed with a serious expression. "Are you an exorcist from the church? More talk is useless." Freed didn't have time to waste on conversation with Ethan. Centuredo, every attack was either dodged or blocked by a thunder spear. Ethan looked distressed, yet not a drop of blood was shed. Freed sensed a subtle hint that something was wrong, but it was quickly replaced by frustration. "Coward, will you only hide?" The white-haired priest's expression turned vicious. Centuredo, don't think I don't know why the church expelled you. If Governor Azazel hadn't specifically requested to study your sacred gear, I would have had you dealt with long ago. Asia trembled, her small hands wringing her nun's habit into a mass of wrinkles. She lowered her head and remained silent, standing quietly on the side, radiating a forlorn aura of someone abandoned by the entire world, making her deeply pitiable. Sensing the timing was right, Ethan spread his pitch-black bat wings, but without revealing the sharp, shimmering tail. This solidified his identity as a devil, while simultaneously inciting a furious attack from Freed. Ethan maintained the posture of barely resisting but never getting injured, while intentionally staying close to Asia. When Freed pointed his gun at Asia, a better plan suddenly surfaced in Ethan's mind. Compared to intentionally getting injured to gain the blonde little nun's sympathy, heroically saving the beauty would earn more goodwill. It was a cliché, but for the pure, naive Asia, who was new to the world, the effect would be outstanding. Especially if Ethan were injured while saving her, the goodwill would likely increase exponentially. Although the area was sparsely populated, it wasn't completely deserted. The commotion from the fight had already drawn attention. Curiosity was human nature, especially for such a fantastical battle scene. Many people thought it was a movie being filmed. Centuredo, but he was more afraid of dying. Noticing that the situation was gradually spiraling out of control, and remembering Azazel's methods, Freed ceased his attack. "Devil, you got lucky." He looked at the bystanders. "If it weren't for this trash crowd, you'd be dead today." Upon hearing this, Ethan was disappointed rather than pleased. That's it. He was waiting for Freed to take Asia hostage, so he could rush forward and shield her from bullets, regardless of his own safety. Despite his thoughts, his face showed a look of relief. He missed the heroic rescue, but he couldn't drop the ball at the last minute. At the very least, he could increase the little nun's goodwill a bit. This could be easily judged from Asia's worried glances, which she kept sneaking at him. "Hey, get over here now." Freed put away his sacred gear and, ignoring the surprised looks of the ordinary people, called out to the frail, pitiable blonde little nun. "You've wasted enough time. How much longer do you want Governor Azazel to wait?" Asia trembled. She knelt down miserably, frantically gathering the scattered clothes on the ground and stuffing them into the suitcase. "Miss Nun, let me help you." Ethan also dismissed his thunder spear, ignoring the furious Freed. He casually moved to the little nun's side and helped her pack. Thank you, Mr. Devil." Asia was grateful for the kind assistance, and the young girl offered a polite, gentle smile as she carefully continued organizing her belongings. Centuredo, the blonde little nun, temporarily forgot to introduce herself. It wasn't until Ethan released her soft little hand that the girl became aware and said nervously, "Mr. Akira, I am Asia Argento. You could just call me Asia." Ethan calmly helped Asia gather her belongings, keeping an eye on Freed's movements while starting a conversation with the little nun. "Asia, are you from abroad?" "Yes, I just arrived in Japan today." Asia is a nun. "That really suits your kind personality." "Not really. It's just because I don't know how to do anything else." Asia lowered her head, embarrassed, momentarily forgetting about the menacing Freed waiting behind them. The white-haired priest watched the nun and the devil interact so closely. His already furious emotions surged like a tide, relentlessly crashing against the dam of his sanity. When Ethan helped Asia stand up from the ground, and he saw the look of adoration and attachment on the little nun's face, Freed's last thread of sanity snapped completely. With a flash of light, a silver handgun appeared in his hand, and he immediately began firing forward. Bang! 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 The continuous firing targeted not only Ethan, but also Asia, who was standing right next to him. Ethan had been watching Freed's movements. The instant the handgun appeared, he was ready to activate a defensive spell. However, when he realized the target was not only himself, but also the little nun, he changed his defensive strategy. Asia, watch out! Ethan pulled the completely unresponsive blonde little nun behind him, turning around to completely shield her with his slender body. Ha ha! The white-haired priest laughed wildly. Ethan's action erased his last worry. Blinded by rage, as long as Asia was unharmed, Governor Azazel wouldn't punish him. Looking at Ethan, who was completely facing away from him, Freed showed a cruel smile. His bullets weren't ordinary. They were holy silver bullets with special efficacy against devils. A large number of bullets struck Ethan, causing him to stagger forward in pain. The white-haired priest's smile grew even more deranged. He failed to notice the sharp, clear sound when the bullets hit vital areas, accompanied by the metallic clink of the bullets falling to the ground. Ethan also hadn't expected Freed to be so cooperative, launching an attack in the final moment with no regard for Asia's safety. Chapter 181. Abducting the little nun. Although Ethan didn't think Freed's power could pierce his defenses, considering the weapon in his hand was a sacred gear, even if it wasn't the genuine article, it was still a sacred gear. Ethan decided to show some respect by casting a magic barrier and enhancement spells around himself. As for his arms and back, the exposed areas, he deliberately relaxed his stance to ensure the visual effect was dramatic enough. Mr. Akira. A few drops fell onto Asia's face. Feeling the warmth on her skin, she finally realized what had happened. After letting out a startled cry, she supported Ethan and said frantically, "Mr. Akira, are you all right? I will heal you." As she spoke, a pair of rings inlaid with green jewels appeared on her clean, slender fingers, worn symmetrically on both index fingers. A green sphere of light, filled with life barato, enveloped the girl's hands and gently pressed against Ethan's wounded areas. Seeing Asia treating Ethan, Freed raised his gun again. Hey, are you trying to betray us? Healing a devil like that. The blonde little nun's shoulders twitched in fear. She was terrified, yet she didn't give up on treating Ethan. With his sanity returning, Freed didn't dare shoot Asia for real. Seeing that threats and intimidation were useless, he could only spit on the ground and put his gun away, despite his annoyance. Cinchuredo. The kind nun didn't stop treating Ethan. She continued to utilize the sacred gear, the soft green light constantly shimmering. Just as Freed was about to confront the blonde nun with a sneer, Ethan opened his eyes and stood up again. Freed's hand froze in midair. Looking at the silent Ethan, his instinct screamed at him to leave immediately, or he would die. With his goal achieved, there was no need for Ethan to continue pretending. As for how to explain things to Asia afterward, he trusted the kind and pure little nun would forgive him. Of course, if Freed had the sense to leave right now, that would be for the best. He wouldn't need to be ethically terminated by Ethan, and Ethan could maintain his previous persona in front of Asia. A blonde young nun was far more important than a troublesome white-haired priest. Any increase in Asia's trust and goodwill was a bonus. Asia looked at Ethan, who was shielding her with surprise. Mr. Akira, are your injuries okay? Thanks to your healing, Asia, there's not even a scar left. Ethan turned back and smiled, deliberately moving his limbs to show his condition. If Asia hadn't been so nervous, and if Freed hadn't been there to threaten her, she would have noticed earlier that those terrifying-looking wounds were merely superficial and had completely healed under her treatment. The blonde little nun pressed one hand to her chest and smiled with relief. That's wonderful. It's a good thing there were no fatal injuries. As long as there was still a breath left, she could save the person with the sacred gear Twilight Healing. The effectiveness of the sacred gear was tied to her strength, but so far, Asia hadn't met anyone she couldn't heal. Asia, wait for me. I'll deal with this guy first. Ethan gestured for the little nun to step back, then looked coldly at Freed. Go back and tell Azazel that the Grimmery family has claimed this girl. You're a servant of the Grimmery family? Freed was stunned. He finally understood why Ethan felt completely different before and after. The news of the Occult Research Club's intrusion into the church basement and the fight with the fallen angels had spread widely. Naturally, the strength of Rias Group was a key point of discussion. It was mentioned that none of the members were below A class. Although Ethan hadn't personally intervened in the fight, he hadn't deliberately hidden his aura, and given his attitude, any person who wasn't an idiot could tell his power was greater than that of Yudo Kiba and the others who had fought. Ethan couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Freed. He glanced at the surrounding onlookers. Before you go, remember to erase the memories and delete the photos and videos on these people's phones. Freed was furious, realizing he had been tricked. He desperately wanted to attack Ethan, but seeing Ethan's emotionless eyes, the fear of death ultimately overcame his rage. He clenched his fists and whispered submissively, I don't know mind magic. I'm only responsible for eliminating enemies. Useless. Ethan gave the clueless priest, who was only good for fighting, a speechless look. Truly, besides fighting, he's completely worthless. After speaking, he closed and then opened his eyes. A powerful surge of mental energy spread out in a ring shape, centered on him. As it reached the little nun, the wave of psychic energy paused, then flowed around her. A few seconds later, the onlookers around them collapsed to the ground one after another. Freed also grunted and clutched his head, his face pale. Ethan didn't go easy on him. If he couldn't withstand it, had be left for the fallen angels to come find. Not bad. Since you didn't pass out, you're responsible for deleting the data on these people's phones. Ethan shot a sidelong glance at the swaying Freed and turned to walk toward Asia. If I see anything about this incident on the internet later, you should know the consequences. In reality, even if it were uploaded, there were people assigned to handle it. Ethan was just intentionally intimidating Freed. Freed was enraged, but dared not speak. Centurado, I know you have many questions. I will slowly explain everything to you later. The combination of the heroic rescue and the deliberate feigned injury worked far better than Ethan had expected. He had worried that Asia would be reluctant to follow a man she had just met, but the blonde little nun nodded decisively with almost no hesitation. Mr. Akira, I would like to live in your home, but I don't know how to do anything. All I can do is pray. Will I be a bother to you? Don't worry, you don't need to do anything. Ethan originally wanted to say, your existence is the greatest use, but he held back, afraid of scaring the cute and kind young nun. A dozen minutes later, Ethan slowly descended from the sky, holding Asia. Retracting his wide, black bat wings, he led the immensely curious blonde young nun into the club building. On the way, he briefly explained the situation of Kuo Town and the Grimmery family to Asia. He also used his phone to send a message to Fuyuko Sakuramichi and Kasumi Takamine, telling them to stop monitoring the church area and to move away. The danger of surveillance wasn't great, but it was still present. If they ran into a dangerous person like Freed, a bloody incident might occur. Now that he had successfully found Asia, there was no need for the girls to continue taking unnecessary risks. Because of the sacred gear Twilight Healing, Asia had known about the existence of supernatural powers since she was a child. However, in the small, rural church abroad, no one was willing to explain more things to an orphan like her. It was possible that the church that adopted Asia had no one with power beyond C-class. Even if they explained, they wouldn't have anything of value to say. It wasn't until Ethan personally demonstrated and explained things to her that Asia learned about the existence of demonic power and that her healing ability was granted by the sacred gear residing within her body. Asia, don't be afraid. Although the president and everyone else are devils, they are actually all good people. Walking up to the door of the club room, Ethan stroked the top of Asia's head, calming the nervous little nun. Asia gently shook her head, lifting her fair, delicate face. No, I'm not scared. I'm just worried that everyone won't like me. Because you see I'm a nun, and everyone else is a devil. Ethan said nothing, merely giving her a reassuring smile. Chapter 182. The new servant candidate Ethan couldn't guarantee others, but he was certain that no one in the Occult Research Club would dislike such a kind and adorable little nun. Pushing open the clubroom door, the entire Occult Research Club was present, despite it being spring break, due to the Azazel situation. Rhea sat on the sofa, holding a cup of black tea, lost in thought. She didn't even notice Ethan entering. President. Oh, it's Akira. How did the investigation go? Hearing the voice, Rhea looked up. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Asia, who was wearing a nun's habit. Sensing the little nun's nervousness, she consciously shifted her attention away. At this point, the others also noticed the blonde little nun. Except for Yudo Kiba and Yuma Amano, who were training, everyone curiously looked at Asia, who was clutching Ethan's coat, only showing half of her body. Perhaps stimulated by Azazel's appearance, Yuma Amano had, for the first time in a long while, started training maniacally. Yudo Kiba, who also had things weighing on his mind, was a training enthusiast. The two immediately hit it off, practicing constantly through sparring whenever they had free time. After Ethan asked Calawarner to notify them, he introduced the nervous blonde little nun to everyone. He gave Asia an encouraging look, held her pure white little hand, and walked to the center of the clubroom. Asia, say hello to everyone. Hello everyone. I'm Asia Argento. I'm 16 years old and currently a nun. Although Akino Himejima and the others had somewhat guessed based on Asia's attire, hearing the word nun still made them instinctively tense up. Compared to the fallen angels, the relationship between the church and devils was much worse, especially the exorcist organizations within the church, which were absolute mortal enemies with devils in the human world. After Asia introduced herself, Ethan introduced Rias and the others to her. Just as he finished, Calawarner, Yuma Amano, and Yudo Kiba returned. After completing the introductions, he turned to Rias and said, President, I want Asia to join us. Akira, Azazel's peace treaty isn't finalized, and the church and we are... Rias set down her teacup, not finishing her sentence, but the meaning was clear. Ethan naturally knew this. Centuredo, and was forced to assist in Asia's rescue. Issei Haidu would have had no chance, no matter how much Yuma Amano underestimated him. President, Asia has already been expelled by the church. She came to seek refuge with the fallen angels this time. He explained, and she has no magical abilities at all, is an orphan, and most importantly, she possesses a sacred gear. It's a healing type, and it's extremely powerful. Ethan didn't mention the name of the sacred gear or Asia's magical aptitude. These were things he shouldn't know, and Rias needed to test herself. He only needed to appeal to Rias' appreciation for talent. Especially with the pressure from her family and the shortage of servants, Rias couldn't help but be tempted by the blonde little nun. Indeed, upon hearing healing sacred gear, Rias' beautiful eyes lit up. She gently stroked the ends of her crimson hair. When Ethan pushed the door open, she was thinking about where to find potential servants with decent character. The pressure from her family was mounting, and having too few servants would be a significant disadvantage for the raiding games. Rias looked at Ethan, about to say something, when she suddenly noticed his gaze constantly shifting between the little nun and Kaneko Tuju. The moment their eyes met, she silently understood the meaning Ethan was trying to convey. The words on the tip of her tongue changed to, Kaneko, why don't you take Asia out to get something to eat? It's almost lunchtime, and Asia hasn't eaten yet, has she? And no need, I'm not hungry. The blonde little nun quickly waved her hand to refuse. Although she hadn't eaten for over 10 hours, she felt too shy to accept. But upon hearing the mention of food, the white-haired girl's actions were decisive. Ignoring Asia's refusal, she simply dragged the girl out. Looking at Kaneko Tuju's figure, which was even more slender and petite than her own, Asia tried to struggle, but found her resistance had no effect whatsoever. Her meager strength was practically non-existent to Kaneko. The blonde little nun let out a weak cry of distress as she was dragged away by the white-haired girl. "Akira, why did you send Asia away?" Rias asked once the two girls were out of earshot. "President, this is the result of my investigation." Ethan explained his encounter with Asia, focusing on Freed's words. He successfully managed to lower Rias and the other's opinion of Azazel again, but Rias still keenly picked up on a key detail. "No wonder that child is so dependent on you." Rias teased, "You're getting very skilled at winning people over. If I saw someone risking their life for me, I'd probably feel an affection for them too." Ethan gave an awkward smile. "Asia is innocent, but not stupid. She's probably already figured it out." I like that child too." Rias nodded. "If it's truly as you say, I can certainly make her my servant." However, Asia has been a nun since childhood. She might not immediately accept being reincarnated as a devil. Ethan suggested, "I haven't brought up the reincarnation yet. I want her to interact with everyone for a while, and once she gets used to her new life and grows closer to everyone, then we can bring it up." Rias thought for a moment and agreed that Ethan's proposal made a lot of sense. "Asia is an orphan. I can directly arrange an identity for her. She can enroll in the academy as a transfer student with Yuma and the others when the semester starts. As for accommodations," Rias looked at Ethan. She originally intended to have Asia live with him, but considering the lively household atmosphere at the Takamine residence, she decided it was better to keep the little nun close to her. "Aquino, arrange a villa, preferably close to the academy." Rias then looked at Yuma Amano's trio. "Yuma, you three don't have a permanent residence either, do you? You can move in together." Yuma Amano's trio was A-class, and Rias hadn't paid much attention to their daily living arrangements, as they spent most of their time at Kuo Academy anyway. With the growing number of servants, the Occult Research Club building was starting to feel a bit small. She and Aquino Himejima were also planning to move into the villa. "Yudo, you should come too." Rias decided to bring all her servants together. Aside from Ethan, none of them had family in the human world. In fact, Ethan didn't either, as his biological parents were missing, and he had no blood relatives. Yudo Kiba hesitated for a moment, then looked at Ethan twice for some reason and asked, "Will Akira be moving in?" "Akira won't be joining us. I don't want to deal with all that noise every night. I still want to get a good night's rest." Rias glanced at Ethan, her tone tinged with playful blame. Hearing Rias invite Yudo Kiba, Ethan was about to try and plead his case, but now he could only rub his nose and look up at the ceiling, adopting a posture that suggested, "You all talk, this has nothing to do with me." Yudo Kiba let out a sigh of relief and chuckled heartily. "In that case, they'll move in too." A few black lines appeared on Ethan's forehead. He could understand a woman saying that. But what was a man thinking? Suddenly, seeing Yudo Kiba's blonde hair, he thought of another possibility. No way. Based on his past memories and their interactions, Yudo Kiba didn't give Ethan the slightest impression of being a troublesome blonde, yellow hair. But better safe than sorry. Allowing a handsome blonde man to move into a villa full of beautiful girls, combined with the unwanted attention it could attract, Ethan couldn't help but be suspicious. He stared intently at Yudo Kiba, a feeling of hostility starting to brew in his heart. "Kiba, do you have some kind of issue with me? Or perhaps some bad intentions?" Chapter 183. Yudo Kiba's secret feeling the biting coldness. Yudo Kiba's expression changed. He instinctively took a large step back, distancing himself from Ethan. Once he recovered, his tense body relaxed slightly, but his expression remained anxious. "Akira, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that." Yudo Kiba didn't want Ethan to discover his Boda secret, but he didn't expect his words to provoke such a reaction from Ethan. Since he didn't know the reason, he had no explanation to offer. After his subconscious apology, Yudo Kiba was at a loss for words. Rias and the others were also startled by Ethan's sudden outburst and didn't understand why Ethan was so angry. No, it was more than just anger. The fierce hostility brewing hadn't fully solidified, but it might if this continued. It was only because it was Yuto Kiba that they believed Ethan hadn't already made a serious move they were certain he would have against anyone else. Excluding Ethan himself, Rias, who always paid close attention to him, was arguably the person who understood Ethan the best. She withdrew her gaze from Ethan and turned toward Yuto Kiba, the source of the incident. Seeing the golden-yellow spiky hair, something seemed to flash in her mind, but she couldn't quite articulate it. Watching everyone's solemn expressions, Ethan slowly calmed his agitated emotions. He knew he was probably overthinking it, but when it came to this specific issue, he struggled to control himself. Kiba, I hope you can give me an explanation. Ethan had always found Yuto Kiba slightly odd, but out of respect for their companionship, and because Yuto Kiba was a genuinely good person, he had intentionally overlooked it. But today, he absolutely had to understand Yuto Kiba's secret. Otherwise, he couldn't focus on anything else. Yuto Kiba stared fixedly at Ethan, then lowered his head and said nothing. Seeing his reaction, Ethan scratched his head in frustration and turned his attention to Rias. President, if Kiba won't say it, then you should. Rias looked at Yuto Kiba and said with some difficulty, Akira, Yuto has his reasons. She paused, then hinted, just like your sudden burst of anger, some things are difficult to talk about. Ethan was speechless. Rias was using his own words against him. Yuto Kiba had secrets, but Ethan had plenty of his own, which had led to this sudden outburst. TSK. Ethan turned his head away, annoyed. Seeing Akino Himejima, Yuma Amano, and the others looking at him with strange expressions, he knew he was definitely in the wrong this time. After pondering for a moment, he made his decision. President, if I explain the reason, will Kiba also be honest? Yuto, is that okay? After all, everyone here is your partner. Keeping secrets is not the way. Ria spoke gently to Yuto Kiba. The usually sunny and cheerful school prince was now pitifully nodding like a helpless young girl. Ethan was momentarily disgusted by this sudden thought and quickly shook his head to clear the bizarre image from his mind. All right, then he'll explain. Ethan naturally couldn't reveal the full details of his template, so he adjusted his explanation. As you know, my ability allows me to boost both parties' strength through close partnership, and I naturally possess an aura that attracts people, especially older women. Once Rias and the others nodded, he continued. Conversely, many men feel an instant hostility towards me at first sight. They want to abuse me and steal away the women who like me. When I was still an ordinary person, I nearly died several times because of this. This was the first time everyone had heard about Ethan's life as an ordinary person. Because he had leveled up so quickly, they had always assumed he had been in the supernatural world for a long time. Now, with Ethan's explanation, they realized that just a year ago, he was a weak, completely ordinary boy. Well, just a slightly handsome one. Surveillance in Japan was limited. Rias' later investigation could only check official records. This was the first time she had learned of this aspect. At this moment, she finally remembered what had flashed in her mind earlier. Akira, are you thinking that because Yuto is male and blonde, and because of what he just said, he's been affected and wants to harm you? Ethan nodded expressionlessly. Betraying him with his own women was harming him, so Rias' description was accurate. Although that influence is weaker on people with stronger power, it is definitely still there. Plus, censurado. He would only be able to experiment on people far weaker than him, which wouldn't help in determining whether the halo's effect had grown stronger along with his power. Akino Himejima and the others exchanged glances. Even Yuto Kiba looked at Ethan with a strange expression, though his own look was no longer so gloomy. Puffed. No one knew who started it, but the girls began covering their mouths and giggling one after another. Even Yuto Kiba couldn't help but quietly turn his head, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Ethan was initially confused, then embarrassed and annoyed. He feigned seriousness. Be serious, we're talking about something important. And the largest number of guys who want to harm me are the ones with blonde hair. Hearing his words, the girls didn't stop giggling. Instead, they laughed even harder. The clear and pleasant sound of girlish laughter echoed through the clubroom. Ethan maintained his tense expression for a moment before finally giving up. He sighed helplessly. I don't know what you're laughing at, but I probably misunderstood, Kiba. If you've laughed enough, remember to explain things to me. Ha 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 at this. The girls laughed even more uninhibitedly. Middle was the happiest of them all, even unfolding her black wings and rolling around in the air while covering her stomach and laughing. It wasn't until Kaneko Tuju returned with a well-fed Asia, and the latter curiously asked what happened, that the girls finally stopped laughing and got back to the main topic. Middle leaned in and started gossiping into the white-haired girl's ear. Ethan rolled his eyes, making a mental note. The next time they were training together, he would definitely get his revenge. After hearing the situation, even the typically emotionless Kaneko Tuju couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curl up slightly. She walked up to Ethan with a very serious look and patted him on the back with her small, fair hand. She was originally going to pat his shoulder, but realizing she couldn't reach even on tiptoes, she settled for patting his back. Akira, don't worry. Yudo is the safest male in this world. The white-haired girl emphasized, repeating the safest male. Ethan glared at her good-naturedly, ruffling her soft, silver-white hair into a bird's nest. While enduring the playful punches to his stomach, a bold speculation surfaced in his mind. Considering Yudo Kiba's various illogical behaviors, the girl's strange attitudes, and the white-haired young girl's deliberate statement, no matter how incredible it seemed, he could only guess at one thing. Ethan gently held the young girl's hand and gave her a warm hug. Kaneko Tuju initially resisted, but as Ethan calmly began stroking her head and smoothing her hair, she gradually calmed down, like a contented kitten. She purred contentedly as Ethan stroked her. President, Ethan asked while petting the incredibly cute Nikomata, is Kiba actually a girl? Is he currently in disguise? Rias knew about the existence of the gender-swapping sacred gear. Sword birth was Yudo's. Not one that could change gender easily, but maybe something else was involved. Given the white-haired young girl's words, it was reasonable for Ethan to speculate this way. She clenched her hand and placed it in front of her barato, coughing twice. Once the laughter in the room completely subsided, she addressed Ethan. You are right, but also wrong. Ethan. Rias didn't deliberately play games. Having already promised Ethan an explanation, she continued. Yudo is a girl, but her current appearance is not a disguise. It's the only body she can use until a certain issue is resolved. President, I should tell him the rest myself. Yudo Kiba slowly walked over to Ethan and volunteered. The others in the club actually all know this, but you. Only you, I didn't want you to know. Ethan. Chapter 184. My fault, then? Ethan looked at the girls with a face full of question marks, especially Yuma Amano's trio. No wonder Middle was laughing so hard. Even people with a casual relationship knew. Why did they specifically keep it a secret from him? Yudo Kiba didn't leave Ethan in doubt for long. Since the conversation had reached this point, the rest couldn't be hidden and would only lead to further misunderstandings. I'm also an orphan. When I was very young, I was taken with many other children by the church to be part of an artificial sacred gear experiment. Sincerado, I don't know if it's because the experiment gathered enough data, or if I was simply lucky, but the last experiment, which was me, was finally successful. However, simultaneously with the success, the research center was destroyed by the massive energy generated. Yudo Kiba emerged from the testing chamber. Sincerado Yudo Kiba quickly adjusted his stance, his face flushed. As you can see, at the same time I obtained the holy sword, my barato was affected by an unknown power, transforming into its current form. I apologize, I was too impulsive earlier. After the sincere apology, Ethan asked with confusion, but what does that have to do with telling everyone else, but specifically keeping it from me? Because Yudo Kiba mumbled for a while, her face red, her head lowered, unable to give a clear explanation. Ethan covered his eyes, unable to watch. That expression would have looked adorable on a beautiful girl, but on Yudo Kiba, it was a little painful to look at. Based purely on appearance, Yudo Kiba's image was closer to a male, yet her behavior, demeanor, and psychology were entirely female. This was the reason Ethan had always found her so odd. All right, Sensuredo Rias' face turned red, and she looked away awkwardly. I examined Yudo. Apart from one physical difference, all her hormone secretions meet the typical male standard. Yudo Kiba had a slight Adam's apple, which is why her voice sounded the way it did. However, the Adam's apple was so small that it was impossible to spot with the naked eye without touching it. Ethan nodded in understanding, but still didn't grasp why Yudo Kiba was so determined not to let him know this particular secret. Although the body is like this, perhaps because of that energy, Yudo's mind wasn't affected. Even after all these years, she is absolutely female psychologically, and due to her physical situation, she is even more girly than the average girl. Rhea sighed helplessly. Meeting Ethan's gaze, she slowly said, "You must also be aware of your own peculiarities. Because of this unique situation, Yudo is affected more strongly than we are. If it weren't for her personality, she would have tried to challenge you the second day you joined the club." Oh, wow. Ethan was momentarily speechless. My fault, then. If he could, he would also like to get rid of the negative influence. Sensuredo, and you definitely wouldn't want to be caught off guard in a surprise encounter, right? Imagining that scenario, Ethan shivered all over, almost getting goosebumps. President, can Yudo's problem be solved? Does she have to stay like this forever? Ethan chose to change the subject. The only male in the room, in the truest sense, was him. Yudo Kiba was also a victim in this matter. Continuing the discussion would only make things worse for him. Oh my, what a pragmatic man. Even his way of addressing her has become more affectionate. Akino Himejima covered her mouth, playfully teasing Ethan. Rias rolled her eyes at Ethan and replied, "It can be solved, but currently, it's temporarily impossible. The Holy Sword Project is a scandal for the church. After the incident, the files were completely sealed. To solve Yudo's physical problem, we absolutely need the data from those experiments." Ethan understood, not to mention a faction like the church, which cared most about its reputation. Even evil organizations would conduct human experiments in secret. Human experimentation was an evil practice forbidden by all three factions. The current devils and angels were born from similar foundations, and no one wanted a recurrence. Furthermore, according to my research and investigation, those files alone are not enough. If Yudo cannot fully master that energy, she won't be able to return to a normal body. Rias walked over to Yudo Kiba and grasped her arm. That energy changed Yudo's body, but it is also the source of her strength. If we forcibly expel it, the best-case scenario is that she reverts to an ordinary person, starting everything over from scratch. And the worst-case scenario? Rias looked at Ethan, her expression solemn. She will die. A complete collapse from soul to body. A total death with no possibility of resurrection. Ethan also fell silent. He had originally planned to quickly help Yudo Kiba return to her proper form. The thought of Yudo Kiba harboring those feelings toward him made him deeply uncomfortable. Losing her power was not a big deal. Once she was back to normal, Ethan would personally help her. By supporting her needs, he could also help her quickly return to her current level of strength. But if the worst-case scenario happened, thinking of Yudo Kiba's potential death, Ethan dismissed the thoughts in his mind and asked, "Yudo, how much of that energy have you mastered right now?" "Very little, very little. Even though I train hard every day, that energy is like stagnant water and completely refuses to be controlled by me." She had only mastered a very small part of it so far, yet she already possessed A-class power. Once fully mastered, she would at least reach high-class Devil, SS, or even Dragon King class, SSS, power. The goal was noble, but the difficulty of mastering this energy was no less than cultivating a breakthrough herself. Moreover, due to her physical condition, she couldn't benefit from Ethan's energy-sharing ability. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Ethan arranged for Asia to stay in the club room for now. Once the villa was ready, she would move in with everyone. Asia was initially a bit embarrassed and scared. However, After the white-haired girl took her to play for a while, and Ethan promised to visit her every day, the blonde little nun quickly adapted to the new environment. It was the first time Asia had been with so many peers in her life. All the girls liked the gentle, delicate little nun. Even the typically aloof Calawarner made an effort to soften her expression. Kaneko, especially, was very happy. Centuredo, he temporarily put aside Yudo Kiba's issue. Helping her return to a normal body was not something that could be rushed. It required a gradual approach. It was just that after this incident, Yudo Kiba might act even stranger around him. For example, after the explanation yesterday, Centuredo he immediately held a lavish celebration when he got home, which barely managed to wash away that indescribable sense of cold revulsion. Chapter 185. Greyfire's debut. 3 days after Ethan took Asia in, news finally came from the Fallen Angels, requesting Rias to return the girl. In the past few days, Asia had completely integrated into the Occult Research Club. At Rias' direction, Akino Himejima had tested the little nun's magical aptitude and the power of her sacred gear. Twilight Healing, Holy Mother Smile, not only had a higher rank than typical sacred gears, but also possessed the rare, indiscriminate healing ability. Coupled with Asia's highly exceptional magical aptitude, Rias felt Asia had great potential and was very suitable for the bishop class, especially since Asia was an orphan with a pure and kind heart. Beyond just ability, Rias highly valued the character of her servants. She didn't want any stray devils under her command. Therefore, after consulting Asia's opinion, Rias sent a non-negotiable reply, stating that the girl was hers, and that this territory was hers, and she would absolutely not hand her over. Asia felt that these few days were the happiest of her life. She was no longer forced to do various chores daily, and she had a soft bed and delicious food. Her only daily task was to help heal the minor injuries of Yudo Kiba and the others during training. These small wounds didn't even count as a drain on her, and she genuinely enjoyed the feeling of helping others heal. Twilight Healing did not possess a soul or will, but sacred gears have spirits. When choosing a host, they generally seek a person with suitable affinity. To be chosen by Twilight Healing, it was not an exaggeration to call Asia a little saint of the current world. The reason she was expelled by the church was because she healed an injured devil. Despite knowing that devils and the church were enemies, she couldn't stand by and do nothing when faced with an injured person. MHM. Saintly as she was, Asia could still distinguish right from wrong. If the person was evil, no matter how compassionate she felt, she wouldn't be foolish enough to save them. Besides, she was still young. With proper guidance, with proper education, slightly altering her worldview to reserve her kindness only for her own people, Asia would be fine. Overall, Asia was a good child, and there was absolutely no fear of her becoming a saint in the pejorative sense or a holier-than-thou person. During the healing process, Asia had also established friendships with the others. Ethan had initially worried that the convergence of world lines would lead Yuma Amano to covet Asia's sacred gear, but later realized he had overthought it. Since breaking through to A-Class and completely escaping the Fallen Angel faction, the fate of Yuma Amano's trio had completely changed. Given Yuma Amano's current strength, she no longer had much interest in Twilight Healing. If she were to acquire a sacred gear, it would have to be either a Longinus God-slaying gear or the strongest non-Longinus sacred gear. Yuma Amano's personality was competitive and, to put it harshly, greedy. As her strength increased and her horizons broadened, her ambition naturally rose as well. However, Ethan didn't dislike this trait. To grow stronger, his own moral compass was quite flexible. Towards irrelevant people, his attitude was no better than Yuma Amano's. For example, if a powerful being who was unrelated to him or his Barado were lying defeated before him, he would not hesitate to take advantage of the situation for his own benefit. Ethan would absolutely not pass up the opportunity. Regardless of whether the other party had a loved one or even a husband and children, he could fully adopt the role of the very kind of person he hated most all for the sake of becoming stronger. Ethan once thought he could never do such a thing, as he was a victim of the transformation template. But as he spent more time in this world and spent time with more girls, his ideology was undergoing an indescribable transformation, especially after discovering the possibility of eternal life, ruling the world and transcending it. The conventional morality of ordinary people truly became increasingly fragile. This change was more akin to different life stages leading to different perceptions of the world. The same person as a child, an adolescent, and an adult has different, sometimes completely opposite, views on society and the world. Ethan didn't know if this change was good or bad, but he didn't resist it. He was always himself. His unique soul and mind clearly demonstrated that. Getting back to the topic, after Rias's refusal, the fallen angels didn't actually make a move. Azazel merely sent a messenger to express his hope for an early reply. The first semester of Kuo Academy began on April 2nd, which was less than 10 days away. Since Asia's arrival, Ethan hadn't gone back to investigate the Grand Church or Azazel. During his free time, he used the excuse of helping Asia familiarize herself with the environment, and, along with Kaneko Tuju, the trio went out to explore. After hearing Asia's experience, Rias's impression of Azazel plummeted. She stopped demanding an investigation, only waiting for the appropriate time to report the situation and then drive the group of fallen angels out. Upon receiving Azazel's latest message, she decided to simply notify Graphia. March 27th, 1 week before the start of the semester. In the Occult Research Club room, Ethan and the other servants gathered around Rias, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the strongest queen. In the center of the living room, a silver-white magic circle quickly formed. The dazzling silver light gradually condensed into a graceful figure. Graphia, wearing a classic blue and white maid uniform, appeared before everyone. It was an extremely modest, proper maid uniform. She had an impressive figure and a graceful, mature appearance, giving her a striking and elegant presence. She resembled a refined older version of Sakuya Izaoi. Seeing Graphia for the Barado, another, more familiar maid suddenly popped into Ethan's mind. The two looked very similar, silver hair braided in a braid, wearing a maid uniform, and serving as the head maid to their master. But unlike the other maid, Graphia's appearance was unmistakably striking. Ethan couldn't help but pause, briefly curious about her commanding presence. Meanwhile, in Jinsokyo, located in some unknown corner of the world, in the Scarlet Devil Mansion located within the Misty Lake, the silver-haired maid preparing B-type blood tea for the 500-old vampire girl suddenly felt an itch in her nose. As the strongest queen, Graphia's power was at the Devil King level. She immediately noticed Ethan's gaze. Her appearance had always been this way, and she was used to the attention. Especially after giving birth, she had become even more graceful and dignified. Not sensing any malice in Ethan's gaze, Censuredo briefly introducing everyone. Graphia, these are all my servants and servant candidates. The candidates referred to Asia and Ethan. Although Ethan's data was recorded, given his current situation, he was technically not acknowledged as Rias's servant. This is Graphia. She is my brother's queen, and also my sister-in-law. Graphia looked at everyone and gave a slight nod, her gaze lingering on Ethan for an extra instant. The speed was so quick that no one present noticed. Only Ethan, the person involved, sensed something. He assumed his inner thoughts had been seen through and gave a somewhat embarrassed smile. Graphia, what did my brother say? Did he send you to help drive out that fallen angel? With such a powerful and morally questionable fallen angel present in Kuo town, Rias felt a growing unease. Graphia shook her head, speaking seriously. Sir Surzex asked me to inform you to try to avoid conflict with Azazel. His terms are reasonable, and you should consider accepting them. As the governor of the fallen angels, Azazel's status was virtually equal to the 4 great devil kings, and his power was exceptionally formidable. If Rias could receive guidance from him, her and the other's strength would undoubtedly grow rapidly. Rias frowned. Graphia, I made myself clear. He has ill intentions. I cannot collaborate with him. Whether you collaborate or not is up to you, Lady Rias. Graphia said calmly. But Sir Surzex said he cannot help you expel him. The three factions conference is imminent. You should be able to understand. Rias was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I understand. I will handle it myself. Graphia said nothing further. After bowing slightly to Rias again, a silver magic circle once more appeared beneath her. As the silver magic power dispersed into fading motes of light, everyone in the Occult Research Club room looked at Rias. President, what do you plan to do? Chapter 186. Bishop Asia Rias fell silent, clutching her chin. After a long moment, she slowly said, I know none of you want too much contact with the fallen angels, but our strength is insufficient to drive them out. Everyone understood Rias' difficulty. Graphia's meaning was clear. As long as Azazel didn't do anything excessively outrageous, the upper echelons of the devil world would not intervene directly. This timing was sensitive. Whether peace or hostility was decided upon, similar issues would be easier to resolve once the factions' attitudes were fixed. If it were hostility, there was no need to discuss. Might makes right. If it were peace, there would be designated negotiators, similar to diplomacy between nations. It was precisely during this transitional period from hostility and war to potential peace and mutual aid that no faction dared to take overly aggressive actions. If doing so led to the collapse of the negotiations and the resumption of the Great War, the perpetrator would surely be nailed to the pillar of historical shame. Regardless of their private thoughts, everyone publicly opposed war. President, you make the decision. We support you unconditionally. Ethan also understood that expelling Azazel was now impossible. In that case, he might as well try to score some more goodwill with Rias. Furthermore, he believed Rias wouldn't truly invite the wolf into the house. A girl's sixth sense was often infallible, no matter how good Azazel's disguise was. Even without Freed's specific remarks about Asia, Rias and the others already felt little goodwill toward him, sensing a vague, lingering malevolence around Azazel. Rias looked at the others. Akino Himejima, Yuma Amano, and the rest nodded simultaneously, indicating they would follow Rias' command. Seeing the devotion of her servants, the red-haired devil beauty smiled brightly. In truth, Azazel's conditions are quite advantageous for us. She pointed to herself, and then to Yuma Amano's trio and Akino Himejima. If I want to break through to ultimate class devil quickly, aside from a lucky encounter or a special training method with Akira, seeking guidance from a strong person is the only remaining option. For Akino and the four of you, since you all have fallen angel blood, Azazel's guidance would certainly be highly effective. Akino Himejima's mother was human, and her father was a fallen angel cadre. After being reincarnated by the evil pieces, she was now a hybrid of human, devil, and fallen angel. Yuma Amano's trio were devil and fallen angel hybrids after their reincarnation. Fallen angel power was a crucial part of their strength. As the governor of the fallen angels, Azazel had reached the pinnacle of expertise in utilizing fallen angel power. With his guidance, assuming he wasn't holding back, the strength of Akino Himejima and the other three would undoubtedly increase rapidly. In fact, through Ethan's shared training ability, he also possessed fallen angel blood, but he had never exposed it. Even Rias was unaware of this information. As for Kaneko and Yudo, Rias said seriously, the power within you is formidable, but developing it is very difficult. As a veteran fallen angel, Azazel might also be able to provide you with significant assistance in this area. Rias did not mention Asia or Ethan. Asia had not been reincarnated yet, and even if she was, Rias could easily guide her herself. As for Ethan, his power was too great, and he was on the verge of breaking through at any moment. So Azazel's interference was unnecessary. With the matter explained as clearly, everyone understood Rias' intent. Since they couldn't drive him out, they should utilize him as much as possible which was better than constantly being on edge. Rias. Akino Himajuma's distrust of the fallen angels caused her to forget to call Rias president for a moment, instead using her informal name. If we are to accept his guidance, either he comes to us or we go to him. Rias laughed softly and shook her head. Akino, don't worry. He wouldn't dare pull any tricks. The Devil King won't intervene, fearing it will affect the upcoming Three Factions conference. Azazel is in the same boat. If he makes a move, we can expose him at the conference. Should such a situation occur, putting the fallen angels at a disadvantage in the conference, Azazel would be in serious trouble. Akino Himajima nodded. As the Devil King's sister and the next head of the Gremory family, Rias was undoubtedly qualified to attend the Three Factions conference. Given this, she had nothing more to say. President, they'll go prepare the reply now. Should the resources we provide be paid for ourselves or from the public funds? With the matter settled and her servants in agreement, Rias felt much more relaxed. Hearing Akino Himajima's question, she smiled cunningly. Since the Devil King himself told us to make contact, it is an assignment from the higher-ups. Of course, it will be paid for by the public funds. The four great Devil Kings were sustained by the entire Devil race. Upon taking the Devil King position, they even had to discard their family name. Rias' action wasn't exactly cheating her brother, but rather reasonably fleecing the entire Devil race's resources. At the same time, using public funds also prevented Azazel from demanding excessive resources. If the requested resources were too much, the higher-ups would naturally notify the Devil King when reviewing the expense report. The Devil King would then personally go have a word with the former fallen angel governor. The collaboration with Azazel was set aside for now. Drafting the contract would take time, and both sides would need to negotiate and haggle. It would take at least a week for the collaboration to be fully implemented. Taking advantage of Greyfire's visit, Rias formally extended the invitation to Asia to become her servant. Although the time was short, Asia had fully integrated into the Occult Research Club. The others had also often brought up the matter, sometimes intentionally. At this point, the blonde little nun looked at the evil piece in Rias' palm, blinking, not overly surprised. She didn't feel there was anything wrong with devils, but the sudden requirement to abandon her human identity made her hesitant for a moment. Asia, you don't have to rush your decision. Seeing the blonde little nun's hesitant expression, Rias reassured her. Even if you don't join, you can still stay here, and everyone will still be your friend. The blonde little nun looked at Rias with gratitude and nodded firmly. Just as Rias was about to withdraw the piece, Asia stretched out both hands and grasped Rias' slender palm. President, I accept. Asia? Rias was stunned for a moment, then burst into a radiant smile. Are you really sure? From now on, you won't be able to pray to God anymore. Asia reflexively clasped her hands over her chest. I'm sorry, Lord God. After praying, the blonde little nun looked at Rias, saying earnestly, I want to stay with everyone forever, and I want to be able to help everyone. I'm sure the Lord God will understand me. Gods truly existed in this world, both Eastern and Western. However, for unknown reasons, they neither descended nor manifested. Shinto god-level beings like Chisato Hasegawa sealed all their power to descend. If she ever broke the seal, she would have to leave the human world. Looking at the innocent and adorable Asia, everyone laughed in unison, but no one teased her further. I understand your determination, Asia. Please take care of me from now on. Oh, a crimson magic circle formed beneath Asia's feet, and the girl slowly floated upward. The bishop evil piece in Rias' palm drifted toward Asia's torso. The evil piece, tainted with Ethan's aura. Censuredo, this was her only mutated piece, which was highly valuable. But with Ethan's situation in mind, she didn't want any more accidents and decided to use it without hesitation. As the special mutated piece merged into Asia's body, the reincarnation ritual smoothly concluded. I didn't expect Asia's potential to be so great. Even one bishop piece wasn't enough. Rias felt a little regretful. The situation was sudden, and she hadn't properly tested how many pieces Asia would need for reincarnation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wasted the previous bishop piece. After the regret passed, she quickly regained her spirits. Asia's great potential was a good thing for her. Akino Himejima and the others all stepped forward to congratulate the little nun. Only Ethan stood still, looking somewhat spaced out. He distinctly remembered Asia only needing one bishop piece to be reincarnated. Was it because the sacred gear hadn't been stripped away? The boosted gear was worth 7 pawn pieces. It made sense that Twilight Healing would also raise Asia's potential. The logic was sound, but Rias had used the mutated piece immediately. What about Gasper, who was the reincarnation of a demon god's consciousness fragment? Later, without a mutated piece, the trap that was a girl who was actually a boy who loved wearing women's clothing and was attracted to men, could not become Rias' servant. Chapter 187. The collaboration begins after Asia became a servant. The atmosphere in the Occult Research Club was lively for several days. Ethan soon stopped worrying about Gasper. The storm stirred by the butterfly's wings was growing larger. Without Issei Hayuda's presence, it was uncertain whether Gasper would even interact with the Occult Research Club. On March 30th, Akino Himejima and Azazel's messenger finally reached an agreement and signed a cooperation contract. 2 days later, the new school year at Kuo Academy began. Ethan advanced to the second year. When the classes were reorganized, Kaneko Tuju and Yudo Kiba were assigned to the same class as him. At the same time, Yuma Amano, Asia, and Middle entered his class as transfer students. Because there were 2 foreign students among the transfers, Calawarner naturally took up a homeroom teacher position in the second year A class as a specially appointed foreign instructor. In this way, except for the third year Rias and Akino Himejima, the members of the Occult Research Club were all gathered in one class. Under Rias' arrangement, the students and teachers in second year A class were also people from the supernatural world. They included the Rina Hamazaki Jaira trio, Akane Nanao, Mizuki Suzumori, Fuyuko Sakuramachi, Tsukino Yamazawa, the Sakuramiya sisters. The few remaining slots were mostly filled with Ethan's acquaintances. Furthermore, aside from Ethan and Yudo Kiba, aside from Ethan, there were no other males in second year A class. Looking at the cluster of beautiful girls around him, all with pink hearts in their eyes, Ethan finally understood the meaning behind Rias' calm smile during the opening ceremony. Due to the Yudo Kiba situation, he had frequently attended after-school gatherings recently. Several classmates in his classroom had spent time with him over the past few days, judging by their cheerful expressions. Quite a few of them were still deeply immersed in the experience. Ahem. Settle down. Class is about to start. Ethan used his cough as cover to cast a low-level mental spell, barely preventing the sacred classroom from descending into chaotic disorder. He specifically targeted Yudo Kiba. Even though he had deliberately assigned her the furthest seat, she kept clinging to him, ignoring the strange looks of the people around her. She's a girl, a striking blonde beauty, a striking blonde beauty, a striking blonde beauty. After silently chanting this mantra for a while, Ethan barely managed to restrain himself. The collaboration with Azazel formally commenced on the third day of the new semester's club activities. The first batch of resources had already been transported to the Grand Church. In return, Azazel handed over some instructions on the usage and development of fallen angel powers to Rias in the form of letters. Azazel's plan to infiltrate the group failed. The correspondence method was something Rias and Ethan's group had agreed upon. In the later stages, when face-to-face instruction became necessary, she would lead everyone to the Grand Church periodically. Azazel was initially displeased, complaining that it was too much trouble and that some things couldn't be explained in writing. He suggested he could come to Kuo Academy instead. He said he'd take any available accommodation, even the clubroom. However, due to Rias' firm stance, he ultimately failed to get his way. Initially, Rias and Ethan were relieved. If things continued this way until the Three Factions Conference, everything would be easier to handle. But after only a few short days, Azazel showed up uninvited, Centuredo. Azazel chose not to pursue the matter with Rias. As a substitute and a form of punishment, he had directly used Freed for an experiment. So Surzex has this attitude. Then I don't need to be polite. Casually tossing the slightly upgraded handgun and holy sword onto the table, he located Kuo Academy and began teleporting. Azazel had maintained contact with the pure-blood Devil Phoenix family. Hearing that the Phoenix family's third son also had his eye on Rias, he specifically contacted them and found an unexpected bonus. Seeing Rias' firm attitude, he had initially assumed Surzex was supporting her. It turned out to be just a bluff. The Phoenix family's third son said he didn't care about anything else. Azazel felt a little regretful, but thinking of the other Barado available, he was still exceptionally motivated. Rias was always the hardest to get, and there was the risk of retaliation from the Gremory family. Now, with the promise from the Phoenix family's third son, it wouldn't matter even if he took every rival asset and interest belonging to Rias' household. Once Rias became the wife of the Phoenix family's third son, her servants would naturally become his servants as well. Realizing this, Azazel couldn't wait another moment. After teleporting to Kuo Academy, he activated his senses and found 2 locations with relatively strong auras. The student council. Oh, it's the Citri family's little girl. That violent woman is troublesome. Azazel first checked the closer student council room, finding Sona Citri and her servants. His eyes lit up at first, but then he remembered Sona Citri's older sister and immediately abandoned his personal plans. Sona Citri also noticed him. It was hard not to notice that blatant, uninhibited sense of being observed. She was aware of the situation between Rias and Azazel, but felt it wasn't her place to intervene. Sensing Azazel's hostile intent, she immediately grabbed her phone and notified Rias. In the Occult Research Club room, Rias ended her call with Sona Citri with a solemn expression. Before she could explain the situation to the others, a powerful and violent aura instantly blasted open the clubroom door. Azazel slowly walked in from outside, his expression arrogant. Rias didn't have time to explain. She walked to the front of her group with a cold face, dark red magic power swirling around her body. Azazel, are you planning to tear up the contract and start a full-scale battle here? A full-scale battle? Azazel sneered. No. Even if we fight, it would barely qualify as bullying children. The others were visibly furious, but had to hold back due to the immense gap in power. Boost. Ethan narrowed his eyes. The boosted gear materialized, and he began secretly accumulating power. Just as the tension reached its peak, Azazel suddenly withdrew his aura and laughed lightly at Rias. Lady Rias, no need to be so tense. I have no intention of tearing up the contract. Rias stared fixedly at him, not saying a word. Azazel shrugged, completely unconcerned by her attitude, and continued on his own. I just want to see how much your power has improved under my guidance. Now it seems that method doesn't work. You've barely improved at all, haven't you? Written instructions were indeed harder to understand and absorb than personal demonstrations. However, the main reason for Yuma Amano and the others' lack of improvement was the extremely short time frame. Azazel was, of course, aware of this. He was simply looking for an excuse. Seeing no one respond, he continued, Therefore, I've decided to personally guide you. Conveniently, I recall you don't have a club advisor yet. I'll take on the role myself. No need to thank me too much. No need. We already have an advisor. Rias looked at him expressionlessly. Nor do we need your personal guidance. If we were to continue the collaboration, please leave. You do? Azazel was surprised. Who is it? I wasn't informed. She was hired after the start of the semester. Calla Warner, the English teacher for second-year A class, and our club advisor. This time, Akino Himejima answered Azazel, pointing to the blue-haired mature woman, who was taller than everyone else present. Calla Warner? Azazel scratched his head. That name sounds familiar. I think I had a failure under my command with the same name. Oh, I see. She's your servant now. Calla Warner's expression turned very ugly. Yuma Amano and Middle nearby couldn't help but show their indignation. Lady Rias, what use is it having that failure as an advisor? What can she teach you? That's none of your concern. Our club's focus is the investigation of mysterious phenomena, and Calawarner can naturally be of help. Chapter 188. Neither hard nor soft in that case. Azazel stared at Calawarner with a strange look for a while, then revealed a regretful expression. I can only apply for the position after Teacher Calawarner unfortunately meets with an accident. Are you threatening me? Rias said, refusing to back down. If anything happens to Calawarner, be prepared to start the war again. A war? Just a few of you? Azazel laughed heartily, watching everyone with mockery. Rias was unperturbed and said coolly, I'm the next head of the Gremory family. You are indeed strong, but are you stronger than our entire family? Impossible. The Gremory family would never go to war with me over a piece of trash. Azazel was disdainful, completely ignoring Rias' words. You could try. Rias remained calm, but this tranquility finally sent a chill down Azazel's spine. He stopped smiling and asked gloomily, Are you truly willing to go to such lengths for a piece of trash? Rias did not reply, merely staring at him expressionlessly. After a moment of confrontation, Azazel suddenly lost his intensity. This is truly terrifying. I was genuinely trying to help you improve your power, and yet, stop talking nonsense. I will not agree to your terms. Rias had lost all patience for pretense. The relationship between the two was now virtually broken. Please leave immediately. This is a school, and unauthorized persons are not welcome. Azazel nonchalantly walked to the sofa. As if oblivious to everyone's disgusted looks, he simply flopped down onto it. I can't attack you, but I don't want to leave. What are you going to do about it? Seeing Azazel's shameless behavior, everyone was angry, but they genuinely had no way to deal with him. The emotionless white-haired girl suddenly interjected, shameless. Azazel glanced at her and chuckled. What an adorable young lady. She doesn't even use vulgar words when insulting me. In his years, he had encountered all kinds of battles and enemies. This kind of trash talk truly only made him find her endearing. Seeing that Azazel truly wouldn't leave, Rias could only signal everyone to prepare to move to a different location. There were many empty classrooms in Kuo Academy. They could simply renovate another one. Just as everyone started to move, Azazel stood up, adopting an attitude that implied he would follow them wherever they went. Split up. Rias was silent for a moment, then threw out those two words. She took the lead and headed toward the school gates. Ethan and the others looked at each other. Just as they were about to split up, they saw Azazel follow Rias out of the school without any hesitation. The key was Rias, the king. Everyone else was just a servant. If he dealt with Rias, the others' opinions wouldn't matter. Ethan and the others couldn't let Rias be followed by Azazel alone. Even knowing he wouldn't dare attack, they didn't want to take any risk. After a few steps, Rias realized this wouldn't work either. She lost her patience. How long do you plan to follow me? Azazel tilted his head and looked around. Are you talking to me? I wasn't following you. I just happened to be walking this way. Rias did not continue arguing with him. Clearly, persistence wasn't working. Azazel planned to use this method to wear her down until she agreed. She had no doubt that no matter what she did throughout her daily routine, Azazel would continue to follow her. Since they were all A-class in strength, sleep and food were optional. If this continued, it would simply come down to whose willpower was stronger. Akira, Akino, take the others and go home for now. Rias prepared to dismiss everyone. She would return to the club room and slowly confront Azazel. Club activities are temporarily suspended. This is expected to last until the Three Factions Conference begins. Hearing this, Azazel couldn't help but inwardly admire Rias' decisiveness. She truly was neither hard nor soft, already prepared to wear him down until the Three Factions Conference. President, I can't leave you alone with this leech. Cinchuredo. But the instant it left Ethan's mouth, a sudden, inexplicable anger flared up in Azazel's heart. He instinctively wanted to attack Ethan, but his immense power quickly made him realize something was wrong. Azazel was startled. He spread his senses, carefully scanning the surroundings, but failed to find anyone influencing him. However, he couldn't be mistaken about this feeling. He was definitely being psychologically influenced. Unable to find the source of the influence, Azazel could only secretly cast several mental protection spells on himself and suppress the anger caused by the influence. Ethan was unaware of Azazel's reaction. Otherwise, he would have known that the Alpha template was acting up again. Rias pulled Ethan into a hug, resting her chin gently on his barato. Akira, but we don't have any other option. They couldn't defeat him, and insults didn't bother him, and calling the police was useless. She truly didn't know how to handle such a shameless Azazel. Ethan pulled her into a hug, holding her close. He spoke softly near her ear and whispered, "Not necessarily. There's one more way, but it requires taking a risk." The strike near her ear caught Rias off guard, and she quickly composed herself as she asked, "What method?" Ethan slightly raised the Longinus that had remained materialized on his arm and chanted "Boost" again. "Akira, are you planning to?" Rias understood what Ethan's method referred to. The reason Azazel had them helpless was his superior strength. If they could contend with him on their own, without the involvement of the Devil King layer, everything would be simpler. The nature of the boosted gear Longinus meant that given enough time, even a low-class devil could possess the power of a Devil King single strike. From the moment Azazel appeared until now, Ethan had continuously been using the boost ability once every 10 seconds. He was quickly approaching the current limit of what he could withstand. He hadn't tested exactly how powerful such a strike would be, but based on his S-Class peak strength, an attack rivaling a Devil King should be achievable. "President, can he be killed?" "No problem." Rias nodded seriously. The Devil King couldn't act, but that didn't mean she couldn't. Azazel's unauthorized presence in Kuo town was an invasion of her territory. She could simply deny knowing anything about the Three Factions Conference. As an underage devil girl who had lived her entire life in the human world, it was perfectly normal for her not to know about the conference. Conversely, as the next head of the Gremory family, knowing about it was also perfectly normal. How to present the narrative depended entirely on Rias. There was ample room for argument on this issue. "That's good." Ethan released Rias and shouted in a low voice, "Boost explosion." A massive amount of power surged through his body. As Ethan fully stabilized it, his entire body began to tremble. "Akira, are you all right? Don't push yourself." "I'm fine. I can maintain this for about 3 minutes." The enormous energy signature caught Azazel's attention. As the disguise on the boosted gear disappeared, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. "That's the boosted gear, one of the 13 Longinus." Azazel spread his black wings, and a sacred gear armor he had created materialized on his body. "No wonder I sensed a hint of danger from your left hand last time. So you're the one chosen by the Red Dragon Emperor. I never expected your innate talent to be so strong, reaching upper-class devil power so quickly." Azazel had detected the presence of a Longinus in Kuo town, but at the time, the boosted gear was still residing in Issei Haidu. He had mistaken the person he sensed for Ethan and had no idea that the Red Dragon Emperor would voluntarily switch hosts. In this state, Ethan's time was precious, and he had no leisure to explain the reasons. Ethan's figure flashed. Following a sonic boom, a steel-like crimson dragon claw appeared before Azazel's face, clamped down on it, and violently slammed him toward the ground. Azazel's heart skipped a beat. He tried to defend himself, but was too late. Even with similar power levels, Ethan's close-quarters combat completely overwhelmed him. Bang! A deep crater appeared in the ground. Ethan and Azazel's figures vanished from sight, with only muffled thuds and tremors continuing to rise from beneath the earth. Chapter 189, Juggernaut Drive. Extinguish Star Aquino. Deploy the barrier. Yudo, Kaneko, you two evacuate the crowds. Rias ordered with a serious expression. Asia, the others, stay here with me to support Akira. Yes. 7. The intense shaking only lasted for a few seconds. Once Azazel recovered, his combat experience as a veteran powerhouse quickly allowed him to shake off Ethan's entanglement. This was Ethan's first time using such a powerful boost, and he hadn't mastered the control of his power well. Otherwise, Azazel wouldn't have escaped so easily. Realizing he was no match for Ethan in close combat, Azazel found a chance to create distance. He flapped his wings, flying up from the ground to the sky, simultaneously launching various powerful magical attacks at Ethan to prevent him from closing the distance. Terrifying energy poured out everywhere, the aftershocks of the battle forming circles of expanding ripples in the air. Rias watched Ethan's figure with worry, silently keeping time in her heart. The backlash from the Longinus was severe. If Ethan pushed himself too hard, he might suffer irreparable consequences. To prevent this, if Ethan hadn't stopped in 3 minutes, she planned to rush in and stop the fight herself. President, their power is too strong. I need someone to help me maintain the barrier. On the other side, Akino Hamajima's face was pale, sweat pouring down. Just blocking the aftershocks of the battle had nearly exhausted all her magic power. Yuma, Middle, Calawarner, the three of you go help Akino maintain the barrier. As time went on, the intensity of the battle would only increase. Rias simply ordered Yuma Amano's trio to all go help maintain the barrier, leaving only Asia by her side, ready to immediately treat Ethan once the battle ended. In midair, Ethan grew impatient after failing to land a decisive blow. He had initially restrained his power and avoided using especially powerful moves out of consideration for the school grounds. Now, it seemed that taking him down outright, no, defeating him seemed unlikely now, but he needed to at least wound Azazel. Unless Azazel felt threatened, he wouldn't abandon his plan and retreat voluntarily. Ethan's eyes flickered as he pondered what to do. Truly worthy of the boosted gear, it allowed an upper-class devil to possess devil king-level combat power. Azazel stopped in midair when he saw Ethan pause. He patted the dirt off his body and sneered, "But how much longer can you last? It seems the lesson I taught you last time was too gentle. This time, we'll make sure you never forget it." Rias was watching. Azazel couldn't defeat Ethan, but there were many forms of pressure worse than surrender. Ethan was not the type to taunt during a fight. Facing Azazel's mockery, he took a deep breath and finally decided to use that one move. "I, who shall awaken, am the heavenly dragon who has stripped away the principle of domination from God. I mock the infinite. I worry about the dream. I shall become the red dragon's emperor, and I shall sink you into the depths of purgatory." Juggernaut Drive, Ethan roared. His eyes emitted an ominous red glow, and his already extremely violent power completely boiled over. Feeling the terrifying aura, Azazel's face changed. He rapidly retreated. "Juggernaut Drive, are you trying to take me down with you?" The ultimate domain of a sacred gear was the balance breaker. Ethan could not achieve it yet, even though he had tried hard. The boosted gear normally drew power from its sealed state for the host's use. For the heavenly dragon's sacred gear, temporarily unsealing it and releasing the sealed power resulted in the Juggernaut Drive. By using the Juggernaut Drive, Ethan could temporarily gain strength comparable to a god, but the risk was enormous. Not only would he lose life energy, drastically reducing his lifespan, but he would also lose his rationality. Ethan's development of the boosted gear was still incomplete. His Juggernaut Drive mode was also imperfect. The dragon-shaped armor that should have enveloped his entire body failed to appear. While in the original story, Juggernaut Drive could be used until death if the host wasn't afraid to die, Ethan could only maintain it for about 10 seconds. 10. Pierce, the flame of Yin-Yang. Feeling the power only a god possessed, Ethan immediately employed the other two abilities of the Longinus. The Crimson Steel Dragon Claws were imbued with the ultimate flame capable of incinerating everything. Once ignited, this flame would never extinguish. Even a god would be reduced to ashes in this fire. 9. Ethan turned into a red lightning bolt, catching up with Azazel, who had already become a tiny black dot. 8. The Crimson Steel Dragon Claw struck through Azazel's defenses with tremendous bravado. The red ultimate flame began to spread across his form. 7 seconds. Azazel's cries echoed through the sky and ground. He tried everything to save himself, summoning various strange, sacred gears that appeared and vanished. But none were effective. 6. Azazel gave up struggling. He gathered all his power, and a massive surge of magic formed a terrifying black beam aimed at Ethan, whose rationality was almost entirely gone. 5. Ethan was sent flying backward, the red glow in his eyes slowly fading. He had overestimated himself. It had only been 5 seconds, barely halfway to 10. As this thought dissipated, he completely lost consciousness. The boosted gear dissolved into motes of light, reverting to a gauntlet. The power of a god vanished from his body, and the flames that burned everything also faded away on their own. Azazel, who had expected to die, was both surprised and delighted. Hanging onto his last breath, he staggered toward the direction where Ethan was falling. He had to confirm if Ethan was dead. If not, he would deliver the final blow. Having almost been burned down to his very soul, Azazel would not miss such a perfect opportunity, even if it meant thoroughly offending Rias. If Ethan recovered and used the Juggernaut drive again, Azazel didn't believe he would be so lucky a second time. When Azazel found Ethan, Ethan was being cradled by Rias. The blonde little nun knelt beside them, tearfully working hard to heal Ethan's battered body. "You're actually still alive." Seeing Azazel, Rias gently placed Ethan on the ground. She stepped forward, shielding Ethan and Asia behind her. "Rias, move aside." A Devil King-level powerhouse was not easily killed. After the short period, Azazel had already pulled himself back from the brink of death. However, further recovery was beyond what his natural healing abilities could achieve. Rias certainly wouldn't step aside. She actively adopted a fighting stance and asked, "What do you want?" "Even though I'm severely injured right now." Azazel's eyes flashed with anger, and he sneered, "With just you, you can't stop me. Is that so?" Rias' red hair flew wildly, and a look of fierce determination flashed in her eyes. Black-red magic power filled with destructive aura converged at her chest. Darkness, eternal night, the devil who answers the call of destruction. As Rias began to chant the spell, Azazel suddenly felt a wave of heart-stopping fear. He no longer cared about potentially involving Rias and launched a powerful attack with his remaining strength. But it was too late. Extinguished Star. Rias shouted the final incantation. The magic power aggregate, filled with an ominous aura, shot out from the magic circle on her chest. This power annihilated Azazel's attack, then continued on its path without stopping until it reduced Azazel and everything in its trajectory to dust. After unleashing the attack, Rias slowly collapsed to the ground, entering a state of complete exhaustion. Extinguished Star was Rias' exclusive ultimate move, completely unrelated to resistance or weaknesses. It was a magic power aggregate capable of obliterating all objects, and only she, whose magic possessed the characteristic of destruction, could use it. Against a fully healthy Azazel, it wouldn't have been very effective. Firstly, the move was easily dodged. Secondly, even if the cost was 10 times that of Rias' magic, Azazel had more than enough power to negate it. Asia watched Rias collapse and was very anxious. However, Ethan still needed her healing. This time, the little nun truly cried out of distress. Tearfully, she looked at Rias and asked, "President, are you all right?" "I'm fine. How is Akira?" Rias' voice was very tired, but her spirit was still quite good. Only then did Asia feel slightly relieved. Chapter 190, Greyfire's Examination. Part 1. 5 seconds of Juggernaut Drive were not enough to claim Ethan's life. After Asia's treatment, once the most dangerous period passed, his martial god-level physique and vitality took over, quickly stabilizing his injuries. The danger to his life was gone, but the side effects of the Juggernaut Drive mode were severe. Ethan had regained consciousness, but he was completely unable to control his body, unable even to open his eyes. After the battle concluded and the mess was briefly tidied up, the unconscious Ethan and the exhausted Rias were carried back to the Occult Research Club room. "Asia, I'm fine now. I can recover the rest slowly. Rias and Ethan lay side by side on the sofa. After the blonde little nun's treatment, Rias had recovered basic mobility. Stopping Asia from continuing to treat her, she looked at Ethan with concern. Is Akira still unable to wake up? MHM, Asia said with a hint of loss. My healing ability isn't having any effect anymore, but I don't know why Mr. Akira still can't regain consciousness. He might just be too tired. Let him sleep for a while. Akino Himejima checked carefully. Ethan's aura and magic power were both normal. His life force was slightly depleted, but it was nothing severe. Listening to their conversation, Ethan desperately wanted to say that wasn't the case, but he couldn't even open his eyes, let alone speak. Ethan's state was bizarre. It wasn't like his soul had left his body. His senses were still centered on his body, yet he couldn't feel his body. He tried to communicate with the dormant Red Dragon Emperor, but received no response. He tried to use mental magic to contact the others, but that also failed. His spiritual power was completely locked inside his body. Ethan could only perceive things detected by his Bodhi's five senses. Since his eyes were closed, he couldn't see anything, taking one sense out of commission. Yuma, please clean Akira up, and then put him on the bed in my lounge. Rias forced herself to remain lucid and directed. Akino, go notify the women at Akira's house. Until Akira wakes up, he will stay here, and I will personally watch over him. If they want to visit Akira, the 3 women from the Takamine family can come. Have the others handle the explanation. Akino Himejima glanced at Ethan, who was being carried horizontally by Yuma Amano, and nodded lightly. Understood. Yudo, you, Kaneko, Middle, and Calawarner go to the Grand Church. If you find anything, remember to secure quickly. News of Azazel's death has likely already reached the Devil King. Before she could finish, a silver-white magic circle appeared before Rias. Graphia appeared before everyone with a serious expression. She was still in her modest blue and white maid uniform. When she noticed Rias' extremely weak aura, her heart leaped in surprise. Lady Rias, the fallen angels just contacted the Devil King. They reported that Azazel's aura has vanished. Graphia didn't show her worry, merely asking calmly. He went missing in Kuo town. Do you have any clues? Undoubtedly. The fallen angels had sensed Azazel's death the moment it happened.